Chapter 1382. That young cultivator walked out of the thunder accumulation cave. His whole body was surrounded by electric light, but his expression was the same as usual. There was nothing wrong with him. The cultivator tossed the silk bag in front of Xiaohua and said, "The silk bag says you need to go to the Thousand-Zhang Peak." Thousand-Zhang Peak? Hearing this name, Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Didn't Kai Zhuoxia just ask me to go to Thousand-Zhang Peak? But she's already gone with Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction. She definitely forgot about me. "Thank you, senior." Xiaohua took the silk bag and bowed very respectfully. The Thousand-Zhang Peak's loose cultivator is also famous. But you're on your own. That young cultivator wanted to say something but hesitated. He nodded at Xiaohua, turned around and walked into the thunder accumulation cave again. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel envious as he watched that young cultivator calmly enter and exit the thunder accumulation cave. It wasn't until the lightning flickered and the young cultivator's back disappeared that Xiaohua withdrew his gaze. He secretly pondered, "This senior, who is he? His cultivation level is far from what I can see. Moreover, it's rare for him to be so kind and amiable. It's really rare." Afterwards, Xiaohua didn't hesitate and quickly flew back to Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's side. Although Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were far away, they saw Xiaohua's situation in front of the thunder accumulation cave. Seeing Xiaohua fly back, they came up together and cupped their hands, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xiao. You can actually ask a senior to help." Xiaohua looked at the two and didn't answer their question. Instead, he asked, "Fellow Daoists, who is that senior? I presume you already know?" This. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and said with a smile on their faces, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, we don't know this senior's appearance and magical power. It's not good to make wild guesses." "I see." Xiaohua sighed and said casually, "Fellow Daoists, the place we're going to is Thousand-Zhang Peak." Thousand-Zhang Peak? The two of them were stunned at first. Then they were wild with joy. They slapped their own foreheads and cried out, "Oh, I forgot about the Thousand-Zhang Peak. That 1,000-feet-old man is a famous rogue cultivator in the country of Xi. Isn't his orthodoxy what we rogue cultivators yearn for even in our dreams? Fellow Daoist Qing, you've actually found Old Man 1,000 Feet's legacy. You've actually shared such a rare opportunity with us rogue cultivators. Your noble character and unquestionable integrity are truly admirable. Actually, fellow Daoist Qing is still the most meticulous. Even if there are cultivators who covet my actions, they probably don't know that my true objective is 1,000 Feet Peak." Sun Fian's face was filled with longing as he smiled and said, "Regardless of whether it's the southern Kaiping, Yulian Mountain, Yunxi Marsh, Fire Melting Valley, Hurricane Canyon, or Thunder Accumulation Cave, none of them have anything to do with the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Moreover, there's still more than 10 days of travel from here to the Thousand-Zhang Peak. If it weren't for fellow Xiao telling us, we wouldn't have thought of the Thousand-Zhang Peak no matter what." "Then, what are we waiting for?" Xiaohua smiled. "That's right. What are we waiting for?" Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian said in unison. Then, the three of them rose up and flew in the direction of the Thousand-Zhang Peak. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's guidance, Xiaohua smoothly arrived near the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Although 10 days were short, Xiaohua benefited a lot. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer of the Qi refining realm when he was in Yulian Mountain. Then, after a period of cultivation, he easily broke through to the third layer of the Qi refining realm. However, Xiaohua didn't have a cultivation method for the third layer of the Qi refining realm. The true Qi in his entire meridians still flowed according to the mental cultivation method for the second layer of the Qi refining realm. Although his magic power increased when he broke through, it stagnated afterward. Only after Xiaohua obtained a cultivation method for the third layer of the Qi refining realm could his magic power increase again. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian had witnessed Xiaohua's breakthrough from the second layer of the Qi refining realm to the third layer of the Qi refining realm. They were extremely shocked. When they broke through that year, They had spent a lot of effort. How could it be accomplished so easily by Xiaohua in just one night? However, they could only forcefully suppress this shock in their hearts. Their faces were filled with smiles as they cupped their hands and congratulated Xiaohua. Xiaohua only responded indifferently. It was as if this kind of rapid advancement in cultivation was a matter of course. It made him appear even more unfathomable. Actually, at the same time that Xiaohua consumed the marrow-cleansing pill to increase his magic power, he was also carefully comprehending the Heavenly Way's ascension realm. This comprehension should be countless times more difficult than cultivating a mental cultivation method. However, in this cryptic Heavenly Way, every trace of comprehension made Xiaohua feel incomparably comfortable and made his mind incomparably joyful. Compared to this, the breakthrough of cultivation didn't excite too much of his emotions. He had already faintly felt that this comprehension was far from as simple as shortening the time of cultivation. Perhaps this comprehension was the real way of cultivation. In addition, in these 10 days, Xiaohua had already figured out some things. For example, when he went to the 100 Herbs sect, he encountered a light green brilliance in the Mount Amang, and the way Li Zongbao hurriedly chased after that brilliance, and the information Kai Wuxia got from being interrogated by the blue bears. Could all these be related to the 1,000 feet peak? Of course. What puzzled Xiaohua was that when Xiaohua met Qing Fengmin seemed to have given a light green object as compensation to Jiang Huanqi, a disciple of the Xianghua sect. If he wanted to keep the matter of the 1,000 feet peak a secret, he wouldn't have easily divulged it. Unless that object was different from the one Kai Wuxia obtained in the Mount Amang, or the light green brilliance that Xiaohua saw himself wasn't obtained by Kai Wuxia. Moreover, it was different from the object given by Qing Fengmin. Also, Li Zongbao, as a genius disciple of the Utopia faction, he didn't seem to have any interest in the 1,000 feet peak. Could it be that he and Kai Wuxia really? Oh, by the way, when I arrive at the 1,000 feet peak, should I send Kai Wuxia that messaging charm? Or, how should I reply to Kai Wuxia when I see her? Xiaohua flew in the air and suddenly thought of this. Fellow cultivator Xiao. The 1,000 feet peak is not far ahead, right? What are you thinking about? Sun Fian, who was beside him, said with a smile. Although Sun Fian's face was full of smiles, his heart had never calmed down. Not long after leaving the Thunder Accumulation Cave, Xiaohua broke through to level 3 of the Qi refining stage. Because he didn't have the corresponding cultivation arts, Xiaohua's magic power didn't increase, and his cultivation also stagnated. However, in these 10 days, Sun Fian could feel Xiaohua's progress every day. It was a kind of progress that he couldn't explain. He couldn't help but be vigilant. He couldn't help but treat Xiaohua as a fellow cultivator of the same level as himself. It's nothing. Fellow cultivator Sun, I was just thinking that when we left Jinghua City, there were 6 of us. Now, only 3 of us have reached the 1,000 feet peak. Then, what about the other fellow cultivators? Is it that half of them are also exhausted? Xiaohua said with a smile. In this way, won't my strength be greatly damaged? Alas, fellow cultivator is thinking too much. Cultivators are the most heaven-defying. All of them are fighting for that trace of opportunity to cultivate. Especially us individual cultivators, we are at a disadvantage in all aspects. If we weren't vicious and merciless, we would have been exterminated many times by the disciples of sects. The matter of Yunxi Lake, I'm afraid that fellow cultivator Xiao didn't know the function of the rainbow epiphyllum, that's why. Fellow cultivator Sun. Li Xiaowen scolded, didn't I tell fellow cultivator before? Don't mention this matter again in the future. Why did you mention it again today? I was unwilling in my heart. Sun Fian smiled bitterly. If we could obtain the rainbow epiphyllum and refine the revolving illumination pill, we might be able to cultivate divine sense before we reach the peak of the Qi refining stage. Or perhaps we could take it when we reach the peak of the Qi refining stage and strengthen our divine sense. The revolving illumination pill can strengthen divine sense? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Of course, Fan Daomao only said half of it. He didn't want to mention it later, so he didn't ask about the revolving illumination pill again. At this time, He understood why everyone was so blatantly fighting. It was all because of divine sense. Thinking of this, Xiaohua used his mind to sweep the space. The rainbow epiphyllum had already been in the space for dozens of days, which was equivalent to dozens of years outside. At this time, whether it was the rainbow epiphyllum's body or the seven-colored halo floating above it, they were all much stronger than before. Moreover, the rainbow epiphyllum's body was gradually turning from a pitch-black color to a crimson red. Cough cough, the matter is already in the past. It's useless to say more. Everyone has their own ideas, others can't force them. Li Xiaowen coughed and secretly winked at Sun Fian. We've already safely arrived at the 1,000-foot peak. Once we meet up with the other fellow Daoists of the Heaven Forsaken, we'll go look for the 1,000-foot-old man's orthodoxy together. Perhaps the next 1,000-foot-old man will be born from the Heaven Forsaken. Sun Fian understood tacitly. Xiaohua withdrew his mind from the space, as if he hadn't heard Sun Fian's question. He looked at the gloomy sky in front of him and was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. He slightly tilted his head and looked behind him. What's wrong? Fellow Daoist Xiao? Li Xiaowen noticed Xiaohua's abnormality and asked. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze and shook his head as if nothing had happened. He said, "It's nothing. I was just casually looking around. I'm afraid that someone is following behind us." How could there be? We've been flying for dozens of days and haven't found anything strange. Sun Fian also said with a smile. The three people had just flown for half a cup of tea's time when Li Xiaowen suddenly stopped. He looked back and shouted, "I keep feeling that something's wrong. I don't know, is there someone behind us?" Xiaohua and Sun Fian both turned their heads. Xiaohua asked even more exaggeratedly. There was nothing behind them. There wasn't a single person, but Li Xiaowen still didn't feel at ease. He said, "I's heart is on guard. How about, we hide for a moment first and see if there's any situation. What does fellow Daoist Xiao think?" Xiaohua nodded. Fellow Daoist Li is right. There's no harm in waiting. The three people all landed and found a place to hide. Just as they hid, they saw a figure behind them. Sure enough, while flying and stopping, it chased after them. Chapter 1383. That cultivator had white teeth and red lips. His face was arrogant, and he wore a brand new Daoist robe. He was about 20 years old, and his cultivation level was around the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Looking at that cultivator's arrogant appearance, rather than saying that he was following Xiaohua and the others, it was better to say that he flew over himself. Xiaohua was surprised to see this cultivator's appearance. This cultivator was Jiang Huanqi of the Magnificent Flower Sect. This guy actually came? Xiaohua's thoughts these days were only guesses, and he didn't dare to take it seriously. But when he saw Jiang Huanqi, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization and was also greatly puzzled. If this Jiang Huanqi really came because of that light cyan thing, then what medicine was Qing Fengmin selling in his gourd? Jiang Huanqi's flying speed was very fast, and he seemed to be looking for something. Soon, he disappeared from the sight of Xiaohua and the others. After he went far away, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian walked out of their hiding place in confusion. They looked at each other, and their eyes were full of surprise. Sun Fian looked at the direction Jiang Huanqi went, bit his lips a few times and whispered, "Fellow Daoist Li, this seems to be a disciple of the Magnificent Flower Sect? And this cultivator is young, and his cultivation is still shallow. I'm afraid he's a low-level disciple of the Magnificent Flower Sect." Li Xiaowen was also puzzled. But what did he come here for? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, but didn't speak. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian had joined the Heaven Forsaken sect very early on. Couldn't reveal his suspicions about Qing Fengmin. Could it be, this guy also got some news? Wants to get a share of the profits? Sun Fian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. This kind of disciple has his own backing. Why would he want to fight with us rogue cultivators? He really deserves to die. It's just that Elder Qianzhang's reputation is too great. It's said that he can refine pills himself. If he can get his legacy, even if he can't change his sect, It's also good to secretly cultivate some divine abilities. Li Xiaowen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully. Then we'd better leave quickly. Don't let these ruffians take the lead. Sun Fian said anxiously. The three of them didn't dare to be negligent and flew towards the direction of the 1,000-feet peak. However, what shocked Xiaohua and the others was that before they could even reach the 1,000-feet peak, they actually encountered another dozen or so groups of cultivators. Their cultivations were roughly at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation, and these cultivators were actually not itinerant cultivators. Something's wrong, something's definitely wrong. Sun Fian mumbled and didn't dare to fly forward anymore. If it were just Jiang Huanqi, a 5th-stage qi refining cultivator, Sun Fian and the others wouldn't be afraid of him. However, with so many cultivators coming at once, and all of them coveting Elder Thousand Zhang's legacy, the disciples of the various sects might be modest and courteous, and wouldn't make any moves before the actual operation. However, when it came to rogue cultivators, they wouldn't show any mercy. Sun Fian didn't want to lose his life before even entering the 1,000-zhang peak. Of course, Li Xiaowen had the same idea. He frowned and was at his wits' end. Since fellow Daoist Qing said it was the 1,000-feet peak, could it be that he didn't mention the specific location? Sun Fian turned his head and asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This silk pouch was also taken out by that senior. I didn't hear it with my own ears. However, since that senior only said it was the 1,000-feet peak, then it naturally belongs to the 1,000-feet peak. Alas, I also thought that only I, the heaven-forsaken itinerant cultivators, would come to this 1,000-feet peak. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid it's somewhat troublesome. What kind of trouble? Li Xiaowen said coldly. Fellow Daoist Sun didn't notice? These cultivators from sects are all at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation, and they're not young either. I'm afraid they're at the bottom of their respective sections. It's also because they don't have any future prospects in their sects that they want to come here to try their luck. They definitely don't dare to mention it to their seniors in their sections. When my heaven-forsaken itinerant cultivators all arrive, we'll kill them all and cut off their thoughts first. Isn't that right? Sun Fian also sneered. I've been waiting here for fellow Daoist Qing's signal yet, so I'm afraid he's already set up an ambush? As Xiaohua listened to the two's chatter, he looked all around. The 1,000-feet peak in the distance really wasn't tall. It was really only about 1,000 feet tall, much smaller than Yulian Mountain and the others. However, the 1,000-feet peak's surroundings were all low mountainous areas, which made it seem even taller. The 1,000-feet peak didn't look any different from an ordinary mountain. The mountain was rugged with rocks and lush trees. There were even some streams flowing down from certain places on the mountain, and in the shadows of those trees, there were also many caves. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart stirred. Could it be, there's something fishy about these caves? Sure enough, he heard Li Xiaowen say in a low voice, but there are many caves on this 1,000-feet peak. I heard that many cultivators came here before, but no one found Elder 1,000 Feet's real Immortal's cave among these hundreds and thousands of caves. Where do you think we should go to find fellow Daoist Qing? I'm afraid fellow Daoist Qing obtained Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake this time and found out the location of the Immortal's cave. That's why he called us here. Sun Fian nodded. Otherwise, fellow Daoist Qing wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to eliminate some fellow Daoists first. Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake? Xiaohua, who hadn't spoken all this time, asked curiously, what kind of thing is this keepsake? Fellow Daoist Xiao, I thought fellow Daoist Xiao was laughing silly. Li Xiaowen said with a smile. So you're still listening. There are different opinions about what Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake is. Some say it's a cyan jade slip, some say it's a cyan magic tool, and some say it's a cyan spirit beast. Left and right they all say it's cyan. Elder 1,000 Feet has a wood attribute constitution? Xiaohua came to a realization. And, that's right, so this senior's keepsake is also a wood attribute. It should be cyan. Sun Fian nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded in his heart. All right, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you still have that silk bag? Take it out and see if there are any clues? Li Xiaowen suddenly said. Of course. Sun Fian heard and cried out, better take out all the silk bags for us to see. As a result, the three people's 4 silk bags didn't have any changes. Fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Sun don't have fellow Daoist Qing's messaging talisman? Xiaohua said in a low voice. No, fellow Daoist Qing said that we can't use messaging talismans to find him in this treasure hunt. It was a pity that Ma Qingqing's messaging talisman in Xiaohua's hand had been used up long ago. Otherwise, he could have tried using it. We can't always stay here. Xiaohua said in a low voice. It looks like there aren't any other cultivators coming for a while. Just as he was speaking, there was the sound of something breaking through the air from afar. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly hid. When they saw the people flying over clearly, Li Xiaowen let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, finally, I've seen the people abandoned by the heavens. As he said this, he flew up and greeted them. Sun Fian also had a smile on his face as he followed behind Li Xiaowen. Xiaohua didn't recognize the 2 people flying over. These 2 people's appearances were a bit strange. One had a bronze face, extremely thick eyebrows, and large eyes. The other person's face was full of pockmarks, his eyes were extremely small, and he had a red nose. He looked like a drunken old man. These 2 people's cultivations were at the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. When the 2 people saw Li Xiaowen and the others, their faces were also astonished. They flew close to each other and cupped their hands in salute. Fellow Daoist Li, you've been here for a long time? Then, their gazes swept over Sun Fian and Xiaohua. Of course, these 2 people's gazes only swept over Xiaohua, who was at the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm, and only looked at Sun Fian. Fellow Daoist Zheng must be joking. Fellow Daoist and fellow Daoist Meng just passed the test with their cultivations. How could I be ahead of you? I just came here. Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and said, I introduce these 2 fellow Daoists from the heavens abandoned by the heavens. As he spoke, he told the 2 people Xiaohua and Sun Fian's names and said to Xiaohua and Sun Fian with a smile, these are the famous loose cultivators of the heavens abandoned by the heavens, fellow Daoist Zheng Chaoyang and fellow Daoist Meng Xian. This time, we've been fated to meet these 2 fellow Daoists, and we've really benefited a lot from it. Sun Fian and Xiaohua stepped forward and saluted. The 2 of them only cupped their hands for Sun Fian and only slightly nodded to Xiaohua. Li Xiaowen frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. Fellow Daoist Li, have you seen fellow Daoist Qing? Meng Xian asked. Not yet, I also just arrived. I haven't seen a single fellow Daoist from the heavens abandoned by the heavens. Li Xiaowen said, however, I've seen a lot of other cultivators. What's going on? Zheng Chaoyang was taken aback and asked. Li Xiaowen recounted what happened just now and said, I, fellow Daoist Xiao, and fellow Daoist Sun were alone and didn't dare to move forward. It's fate that we met these 2 fellow Daoists. The 5 of us will advance and retreat together, and we should be able to move forward to find fellow Daoist Qing. And I also have the same intention. Zheng Chaoyang glanced at Meng Xian and turned to reply to Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Zheng and fellow Daoist Meng, please go first. We're all fellow Daoists of the heavens abandoned by the heavens, so why bother about who goes first? Let's go together. I want to see which sect's disciple dares to disturb the actions of the heavens abandoned by the heavens. Zheng Chaoyang smiled and flicked his sleeves. His figure fluttered slightly and flew forward. Meng Xian also smiled and cupped his hands in a somewhat strange manner. He turned his head and also prepared to fly forward. Li Xiaowen had a smile on his face as he followed closely behind the 2 of them. Upon seeing this, Sun Fian and Xiaohua retreated a body's distance, preparing to fly forward with the 3 of them. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Zheng Chaoyang and Meng Xian's figures in front abruptly turned around. The 2 of them activated binding talismans in their hands and struck Li Xiaowen and the other 2 like lightning. Li Xiaowen was delighted to see fellow Daoists of the heavens abandoned by the heavens for the first time. How could he have expected that these 2 would suddenly attack? Even Xiaohua, who was already on guard in his heart, but he absolutely didn't expect that these fellow Daoists he had just met would turn hostile so quickly. He was also struck by the binding talisman, and his 4 limbs were tightly bound. Moreover, the 3 people were bound and their magic power immediately stagnated. Their entire figures fell from the air. Li Xiaowen's mouth and tongue could still move, and he asked in a stern voice, "Fellow Daoist Jing, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Zheng Chaoyang's figure whirled around and rushed towards Li Xiaowen, his mouth saying, "There's only 1,000 feet Elder's Mantle. One less person fighting over it, I have a slight chance." Before his voice even fell, he had already arrived in front of Li Xiaowen. His right hand slightly reached out and grabbed Li Xiaowen's neck. "If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote." Chapter 1384. Zheng Chaoyang stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Xiaowen's neck. His fingers exerted force, and with a crack, Li Xiaowen's neck snapped. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Li Xiaowen's mouth. Li Xiaowen immediately lost his life. Although Li Xiaowen was dead, his eyes were still wide open. He really didn't expect that he didn't lose his life in the southern color plain, Yulian Mountain, and other dangerous places. Instead, he came to the Thousand Zhang Peak and encountered a fellow Daoist from Heaven Forsaken. Yet, he was killed by this fellow Daoist he was familiar with. At the same time Zheng Chaoyang killed Li Xiaowen, Meng Xian also flew behind Sun Fian. His fist smashed into the back of Sun Fian's head. Like a ripe watermelon, Sun Fian's brain burst open. He was even less likely to live. These 2 people cooperated with tacit understanding and killed in a breath's time. Even though Xiaohua had already killed many people, but in front of these 2 people's lightning-fast killing moves, he could only be dumbstruck. Zheng Chaoyang and Meng Xian killed Li Xiaowen and Meng Xian at almost the same time. However, they ignored Xiaohua, who was falling straight to the ground. They tore off the storage pouches on Li Xiaowen's and Meng Xian's corpses, then searched their sleeves and took out a spirit storage pouch each. "A spirit storage pouch?" Meng Xian almost raised his head and laughed heartily. "This Li Xiaowen is indeed rich and overbearing. As expected of a talisman master from Heaven Forsaken. He even has a spirit storage pouch." Zheng Chaoyang was also delighted. He threw away the corpse in his hand. Just as he was about to open the spirit storage pouch to take a look, Xiaohua, who had fallen beside him, suddenly moved. Xiaohua stretched his slender arms to the sides of his body as if he was stretching. With a burst of crackling sounds, several rays of light flickered and then were annihilated. The binding talisman on Xiaohua's body was completely destroyed by Xiaohua. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to urge his magic power. With a speed much faster than Zheng Chaoyang and Meng Xian's, he rapidly rushed towards the 2 people. The 2 people were originally extremely close to Xiaohua. In just a breath's time, Xiaohua was already close to the 2 people. "Ah!" Hearing the sound of Xiaohua breaking through the spell with brute force, the 2 of them turned around. But by the time they turned around, Xiaohua had already rushed in front of them. The 2 of them didn't have time to be shocked by Xiaohua's speed, nor did they have time to think about how Xiaohua was able to break free of the binding talisman. One of them was just about to clench his fist, wanting to strike Xiaohua, while the other slapped his hand, wanting to take out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. But just as the 2 of them were about to move, Xiaohua's arms suddenly thrust forward, and thrust forward. Puff puff. 2 sounds came from the 2 people's bodies at the same time. Xiaohua had a devil spear head in one hand and a devil spear shaft in the other. He stabbed them from under their armpits into their chests. Black light revolved around the 2 magic tools, and the 2 lost their vitality. Their corpses fell to the ground one after the other. The only difference was that Li Xiaowen died with his eyes wide open, while Sun Fian's eyes were closed. As for the 2, they died with their eyes wide open. Just like Li Xiaowen, they were also filled with disbelief and unwillingness. They really didn't expect that Xiaohua, who was at the 3rd level of qi condensation, would actually become their nemesis. Xiaohua's body and mind followed the 4 corpses as they fell. His expression was cold as he looked at the mangled corpses on the ground. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. In no more than a snap of a finger, the four fellow Daoists heaven-forsaken, who were still talking and laughing just a moment ago, had lost their lives. The four fellow Daoists who had just agreed to advance and retreat together had become enemies in the blink of an eye, fighting to the death. Sigh. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He didn't know what he could say. Needless to say, if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Zheng Zhaoyang and Meng Xian, when the two of them were prepared to face him together, he was afraid that he would be in grave danger. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. This should be the logic. Forget it. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hope that in your next life, it's better if you don't cultivate. As Xiaohua spoke, he urged the magic power in his left hand and cast a spell. It was precisely the basic spell, Small Flame. With a slight flick of his finger, for sparks flew to the four corpses, immediately igniting the corpses. In no more than a moment, the corpses were burned to ashes. Looking at the burning flames, Xiaohua was slightly proud. This flame spell was precisely the basic spell that he had comprehended in the past 10 days. Other spells were fine, but this spell related to fire he had learned it long ago. It was just that he had the opportunity to try it out today. Soon after, Xiaohua put the 2 spirit storage pouches on the ground into his sleeve. Then, he picked up the 4 spirit storage pouches and roughly looked at their items before putting them into his space. There was no need to mention the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and medicinal pills. What made Xiaohua the most excited was that in addition to the spells and incomplete magic tools in Sun Fian, Zheng Chaoyang, and Meng Xian's spirit storage pouches, he actually found a fire attribute cultivation method called raising fire to the heavens in Li Xiaowen's spirit storage pouch. Although it was only at the 5th layer of qi refining, to Xiaohua, it was absolutely an unexpected harvest. Li Xiaowen, you already have a cultivation method in your spirit storage pouch, yet you still say you don't have it. This young master is only at the 2nd layer of qi refining, and you're already so stingy. How can this young master reprimand you? Xiaohua recalled the scene of him exchanging the spirit storage pouches with Li Xiaowen at the southern colored plains and became angry. This young master even spared you a lot of spirit stones. This is great, they all belong to this young master again. After seeing the cultivation method, Xiaohua's previous favorable impression of Li Xiaowen had long since faded away. Then, he picked up the 4 empty spirit storage pouches and looked at them. He couldn't help but curl his lips. These 4 spirit storage pouches weren't made by the 7 Skills sect. The space inside them was at least 10 times smaller than the 2 7 Skills sect's spirit storage pouches that Xiaohua obtained before. No wonder the 7 Skills sect's spirit storage pouches are calculated by top-grade spirit stones. It really makes sense. Li Xiaowen and the others' spirit storage pouches, and this young master's spirit storage pouch, really can't compare to them. Xiaohua thought and gave up on the idea of holding onto the spirit storage pouches. He casually tossed the 4 spirit storage pouches in his hand and flew away. Without any hesitation, he quickly flew in the direction of the 1000 Zhang Peak. Without Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian, Xiaohua seemed to have more freedom and agility. When he flew close to the 1000 Zhang Peak, he landed and found a place to hide. He carefully observed the 1000 Zhang Peak. After about the time it took to eat a meal, another dozen or so qi condensation cultivators arrived. Looking at their clothes, they didn't seem to be rogue cultivators. They were exactly like Li Xiaowen said. Each of them flew in front of the 1000 Zhang Peak and took out a light green object from their spirit storage pouches. Those light green objects floated in the air and quickly flew into different caves. Those cultivators also chased after the light green objects. Strange, why? Does everyone have this kind of light green object? Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that there isn't only one? Just as he was thinking, 2 more figures flew in from the direction opposite of Xiaohua. When they entered Xiaohua's field of vision, his eyes lit up. These 2 people weren't bystanders. They were precisely Kai Zhuoxia and Li Zongbao, whom he recognized. The 2 of them seemed to be using dual flying talismans. Their flying speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment, They arrived in front of the Thousand Zhang Peak. The two of them stopped in midair. Li Zongbao looked around in an extremely confident and at ease manner. Kai Zhuoxia's eyebrows were shining. She had a smile on her face as she said something to him. The two of them talked for a while. However, unlike the others, they didn't take out light green objects. Instead, they looked into the distance. When they looked outside the Thousandjiang Peak, Kai Zhuoxia became even more anxious. These two people, what are they doing? The others have already entered the cave. Xiao Hua was very puzzled. He secretly said, could it be that they're still waiting for someone? When this thought appeared in his mind, Xiao Hua felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there blankly. Was there still a need to say it? Who were they waiting for? Weren't they waiting for him? Counting with his fingers, wasn't today the day he and Kai Zhuoxia had agreed to come to the Thousandjiang Peak? In an instant, Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. The bit of confidence that had just been crushed by Zheng Qiuyang and Meng Xian gradually recovered. In the distance, Li Zongbao wasn't the slightest bit anxious. He only whispered something into Kai Zhuoxia's ear. Kai Zhuoxia's face was apologetic, as if she was explaining something. In the end, just as Kai Zhuoxia bit her lip and was about to say something, Xiao Hua no longer hesitated. His figure flew up and flew towards the two people. Xiao Hua's flying speed wasn't fast. He was still around the fifth layer of the aura refining realm. Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia saw him from a distance. Li Zongbao's face carried a thoughtful smile. Kai Zhuoxia, on the other hand, was somewhat delighted. She pulled on Li Zongbao's sleeve and the two of them went up to welcome him together. Greetings, Senior Li. Greetings, fellow Daoist Kai. Xiao Hua's face carried a sincere smile as he saluted from afar. Fellow Daoist Xiao, sure enough, you didn't go back on your word. I thought fellow Daoist might not be able to come. I don't know how fellow Daoist managed to convince your sect's master. A fellow Daoist actually advanced to the third layer of the aura refining realm? Before Kai Zhuoxia could return the salute, she saw the changes in Xiao Hua's cultivation level. Extremely astonished, she said, half a year ago, fellow Daoist Xiao was still in the first layer of the aura refining realm. In just half a year, fellow Daoist Xiao advanced to the third layer of the aura refining realm. This is truly gratifying, truly worthy of congratulations. Afterwards, she glanced at Li Zongbao again and sighed, it's still better to be a disciple of a sect. Fellow Daoist Zhuoxia, everyone has their own fate. That's all. Li Zongbao slightly shook his head and smiled. Oh right. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'd like to introduce you. This is fellow Daoist Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness sect. Kai Zhuoxia suddenly realized. Fellow Daoist Zhuoxia, I've met fellow Daoist Xiao before? Li Zongbao laughed. You've met fellow Daoist Xiao before? Kai Zhuoxia was very puzzled. She turned her head and asked. Of course. However, I didn't expect that the cultivator at the first layer of the aura refining realm, who hadn't joined the sect yet, would actually step forward bravely and save a cultivator at the fifth layer of the aura refining realm. Li Zongbao smiled and said in a very reserved tone, actually, as early as when fellow Daoist Zhuoxia mentioned fellow Daoist Xiao, I vaguely felt that the Xiao Hua from Shanghuaming that I saved was the same Xiao Hua who saved fellow Daoist Zhuoxia. I wouldn't dare. Was just lucky. Xiao Hua hurriedly explained. Fellow Daoist Zongbao, what's going on? Kai Zhuoxia asked curiously, but then she exclaimed, oh, fellow Daoist Xiao, wasn't Shanghuaming's entire sect annihilated? Fellow Daoist. Chapter 1385. That's right, I am really a loose cultivator now. Xiao Hua whispered with a gloomy expression. Kai Zhuoxia was extremely surprised. She turned her head to look at Li Zongbao and comforted Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, as the saying goes, don't ask where a hero comes from, miracles happen naturally. With your character, the heavens will naturally take care of you. It won't be difficult for you to leave your name in the cultivation world of our Xiaoyu continent. Moreover, fellow Daoist Xiao was only at the first layer of the aura refining realm half a year ago. In this short period of time, You can advance to the third layer of the aura refining realm. As long as you practice diligently, whether you're in a sect or a loose cultivator, you'll have a bright future. Just as Kai Wuxia was comforting Xiaohua, Li Zongbao's expression was somewhat strange. Xiaohua felt a divine sense sweep past him. Then he heard Li Zongbao ask, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, last time I met you in the Imitation Mountain Range, there was no news of Shang Huaming's destruction. But a month later, there was news of Shang Huaming's destruction and the 100 Herb sect occupying Yellow Flower Ridge. Fellow Daoist, how did you escape?" "Fellow Daoist Zongbao, this isn't the place to talk. Why don't we enter the 1,000 feet peak and then explain in detail?" Kai Wuxia rebuked. "I'll listen to fellow Daoist Wuxia's instructions." Li Zongbao didn't object and only smiled. While speaking, Kai Wuxia patted her storage pouch and took out a palm-sized, strangely shaped, light green jade object. It seemed to be in the shape of a wild beast. Kai Wuxia slightly shook the jade object in front of Xiaohua. Just as she was about to activate it with her magic power, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Kai, please wait." "Is there something else, fellow Daoist Xiao?" Kai Wuxia stopped and asked curiously. Xiaohua was very apologetic. He cupped his hands and said, "Actually, there's something else I haven't told you." "What is it?" Li Zongbao asked indifferently. "It's like this, Senior Li, fellow Daoist Kai, although Junior is already a loose cultivator, I have joined the Heaven Forsaken. Junior came to the 1,000 feet peak because of the Heaven Forsaken arrangement. Junior didn't especially come to meet fellow Daoist Kai." Xiaohua said these words and his heart relaxed. "Senior Li? Fellow Daoist Xiao is Heaven Forsaken? An itinerant cultivator forsaken by the heavens has also come to the 1,000 peak?" Kai Wuxia was startled at first, then she suddenly understood and turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with a strange light as he thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua. After a while he asked, "Then, fellow Daoist Xiao means you don't want to enter with us? The other rogue cultivators who are only here to wait for the heavens to abandon them? This junior has the intention to follow the two seniors in, but this matter still needs to be explained to the two seniors." Xiaohua shook his head. "Junior has been here for half a day. Apart from the two fellow Daoists accompanying me and the other two fellow Daoists, I haven't seen any other loose cultivators abandoned by the heavens. There are 4 other fellow Daoists." Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. He looked around vigilantly. "Alas, the other 4 fellow Daoists have already perished together." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Kai Wuxia and Li Zongbao looked at each other. Kai Wuxia also sighed and shook her head. "I'm afraid it's because of Old Man Thousand Zhang's legacy. Before they even entered the 1,000 peak, they already started fighting. What about fellow Daoist Xiao? You're already at the 3rd layer of the Qi refining realm, so you're also a loose cultivator." "Shang Huaming's cultivation method? I'm afraid you don't have it anymore, right? Compared to when you met fellow Daoist Wuxia half a year ago, things have changed. What does fellow Daoist Xiao plan to do?" Li Zongbao said with a chuckle. When Kai Wuxia heard this, she suddenly understood. Doubt appeared on her face. Of course, Kai Wuxia invited Xiaohua to the 1,000 peak because Xiaohua was a disciple of a sect and wouldn't fight with her for Old Man Thousand Zhang's legacy. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation was also low, so she could control it. And the most important thing was that she was alone at that time and wanted someone to accompany her. At that time, Xiaohua was extremely suitable. But now, everything had changed. Xiaohua didn't have his sex cultivation method. Xiaohua also needed Old Man Thousand Zhang's legacy, and the most embarrassing thing was that Kai Wuxia now had Li Zongbao as her companion. When Xiaohua flew over, he had already made up his mind. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior just came over to explain things to seniors. I already obtained a cultivation method here, so I can cultivate to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. From the 3rd layer of the Qi refining realm to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm, Junior doesn't know how many years it will take. Therefore, if there are other cultivation methods in Old Man Thousand Zhang's legacy that seniors don't need, Junior won't refuse. If there aren't any, Junior won't be greedy and will just give some medicinal pills to Junior. Of course, as Senior Li said, everything has changed. If it's not convenient for fellow Daoist Kai to enter with Junior, then Junior has nothing to say. When Wuxia saw Xiao Hua's magnanimous expression and spoke without hesitation, the trace of hesitation in her heart disappeared. She smiled and said, "Since I took the initiative to invite fellow Daoist Xiao half a year ago, how can I refuse this time? Moreover, with fellow Daoist Zong Bao here, what do I have to be afraid of?" As she spoke, Wuxia smiled like a flower and turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded slightly. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, do you still remember what I said to you in the Royal Fang Mountains? All honest words have to be kept in your heart. If you tell the whole truth, you won't have the opportunity first. If you're not being schemed against, then you won't be able to refuse." Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles. He bowed and said, "Junior is untalented. I'll have to rely on seniors to guide me on this trip to the Thousand-Zhang Peak." Forget it, forget it. You're so open and aboveboard that you're practically better than I, a disciple of the utmost happiness faction. If you don't explain, how would I know that you're a rogue cultivator? Li Zongbao flicked his big sleeve and said, "Fellow Daoist Wuxia, let's go in. After we enter, fellow Daoist Xiao will tell I in detail about Shang Huaming and Tianqi. I'm very interested in this Tianqi." Interested in Tianqi? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. This Li Zongbao? I'm afraid he didn't come to the Thousand-Zhang Peak purely to escort Wuxia, right? Yes, fellow Daoist Zongbao. As Wuxia spoke, she urged the magic power in her hand. The light green jade artifact emitted a light green brilliance. The beast's shape gradually became vivid. In the blink of an eye, the little beast formed by the brilliance suddenly jumped up and flew towards the top of the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Li Zongbao and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They flew up and chased after it. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, the light green little beast entered one of the caves and disappeared. Li Zongbao and the others were extremely fast and also went in. When Xiao Hua and the others flew into the Thousand-Zhang Peak, the entire Thousand-Zhang Peak returned to its usual silence. Another half a day passed. When the sun set in the west, hundreds of thousands of cultivators suddenly appeared with the Thousand-Zhang Peak as the center. Then, they all flew into the air and swarmed towards the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Looking at the clothes of these cultivators, they were not uniform and had different styles. Moreover, their cultivations were all around the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. There were very few above the 5th level. They were the rogue cultivators Xiao Hua had been waiting for. On the east side of the Thousand-Zhang Peak, under the red light of the setting sun, Ma Qingqing and a few other rogue cultivators were accompanying Qing Fengmin. Qing Fengmin's thick black eyebrows were especially bright under the sunlight. His bright red face was even more oily. His eyes were looking around with great satisfaction. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, looking extremely proud. Fellow Daoist Qing, this Thousand-Zhang Peak treasure hunt is really a big deal. It looks like the situation is comparable to the Ink Shadow Black Forest. Ma Qingqing's face was also filled with excitement. He couldn't help but say, "More than that, the requirements of the Ink Shadow Black Forest are very high. The number of fellow Daoists who can participate is still limited. How can it be compared to this time? Only fellow Daoists with some cultivation can participate. Fellow Daoist Qing can be said to be beneficial to rogue cultivators." Another fat cultivator beside him echoed. Qing Fengmin smiled proudly. Then, a trace of pity appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Alas, I know that we rogue cultivators are in a difficult situation. I want to give ordinary fellow Daoists more opportunities. But, after all, there is only the legacy of the Thousand-Zhang Old Man. There are too many monks and too little gruel. If all the rogue cultivators abandoned by the heavens come, it will definitely attract the covetous eyes of some other sections. So, I set up some thresholds." Another cultivator with sparse hair and a sloppy Daoist robe said with a smile, "In the cultivation world, it has always been natural selection. If everything was 100% certain, wouldn't the sky be filled with flying immortals? Fellow Daoist Qing, you don't have to blame yourself. But, alas, some places are really cruel. In I's group, 6 out of 10 fellow Daoists died in dangerous places. Ma Qingqing looked at the approaching rogue cultivators and sighed. I'm afraid the other fellow Daoists are also like this, right? Qing Fengmin listened and did not answer. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Thousand-Zhang Peak in the distance. In the light of the setting sun, 2 faint flames were burning in his eyes. After flying for another incense stick's worth of time, Qing Fengmin, Ma Qingqing, and the others arrived in front of the 100-Zhang Peak. Qing Fengmin stopped and looked at the last ray of sunset before asking, Fellow Daoist Ma, the time is just right, right? Fellow Daoist Qing, it is the time agreed in the silk bag. Ma Qingqing raised his head and looked in the distance. All the rogue cultivators were flying in the air around them, eager to have a try. Is there a fellow Daoist who is not abandoned by the heavens? Fellow Daoist Qing, there is more than one token of the Thousand-Zhang Old Man. Some are real and some are fake. Every year at this time, some fellow Daoists who have obtained the token will come. Just now, I'm afraid there are dozens of other sects or rogue cultivators who are not abandoned by the heavens. Yes, I left a message in the silk bag. After telling them the location of the Thousand-Zhang Peak, I told them not to arrive first. Just wait for sunset. The rogue cultivators of the heavens will come together. Even if we encounter other cultivators, we have the advantage in numbers. There is no need to be afraid. Qing Fengmin said with a smile. How do we enter? Please tell us, fellow Daoist Qing. Ma Qingqing cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist Ma, you send a voice-transmitting talisman and gather the fellow Daoists who opened the last silk bag in each group. The other fellow Daoists will be divided into 20 groups? Yes, I will do it right away. Ma Qingqing nodded and waved to the several cultivators behind him. Everyone followed. Chapter 1386. In a cave near the top of the Thousand-Zhang Peak, Xiaohua followed Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuxia into the cave. He saw the light green jade object on the ground of the cave, looking dull. Xiaohua saw Kai Zhuxia pick up the strange-looking jade beast and said curiously, This thing, why did it fall down after leading us to the cave? I could find the Thousand-Zhang Old Man's inheritance by flying with it. If that's the case, we can just find a cave and enter it. Fellow Daoist Xiao is thinking too simply. Kai Zhuxia put the jade beast into her storage bag and said with a smile, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. This jade beast was obtained by I in the Royal Imitation Mountain Range. It was also because of this that I was chased by Pai Lon and the twin bears. I didn't tell fellow Daoist Xiao the truth that day, so I hope fellow Daoist Xiao can forgive me. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist Kai is overthinking. Fellow Daoist told I the time and place, and even brought I to the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Isn't this telling the truth to I? How could I not know the severity of the matter? Fellow Daoist Xiao is right. That day, I didn't know fellow Daoist's identity, and I was afraid that it would cause some misunderstanding between us. I invited fellow Daoist to come here to return a favor. Kai Zhuxia nodded and explained, fellow Daoist Xiao should also know that the Thousand-Zhang Old Man was good at refining pills and refining tools. Before he passed away, he hid his inheritance in the Thousand-Zhang Peak and refined some strange jade beasts. These jade beasts are both real and fake. Only one of them can lead the fated person into the real treasure cave and obtain the old man's inheritance. As for this jade beast, it said that its function isn't to lead the cultivator to the real treasure cave, but to guide the cultivator at a crucial time. For example, there are probably hundreds of caves on the Thousand-Zhang Peak, and there must be mountain paths crisscrossing inside. It's very complicated. This jade beast only points out the location of the cave, and after we enter the cave, we have to rely on ourselves. The Thousand-Zhang Old Man died about 1,000 years ago, but until now, many cultivators have obtained this green jade beast, but I've never heard of anyone inheriting the old man's inheritance. Furthermore, this jade beast appears every year. Li Zongbao said leisurely, This legend is really wonderful. If I didn't have the complete cultivation method of the Utopia faction, perhaps I would also covet it. Fellow Daoist Zhong Bao, since you've accompanied I here, how can I let you return empty-handed? If you can find Old Man Thousand Feet's legacy and alms bowl, you can take whatever you like. Kai Wuxia said with a smile. When Xiaohua heard this, the expression on his face didn't change, but in his heart, he was slightly worried. He originally thought that since Li Zongbao came here to accompany Kai Wuxia, he wouldn't care about the Thousand Zhang Peaks things. He might even be able to get something from Kai Wuxia, but if Li Zongbao also wanted to divide it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. Forget it. Since I'm following her, I'll just let it be. Xiaohua comforted himself. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist Wuxia. Li Zongbao said with a smile. However, searching for treasures depends on fate. Although the three of us came here together, maybe each of us has different encounters. If the three of us find something in the Thousand Zhang Peak together, I will definitely compensate you too if I take it. No, we still need fellow Daoist Zhong Bao to take care of us along the way. Let fellow Daoist Zhong Bao make the decision first. Kai Wuxia hurriedly declined. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart and didn't say anything. Seeing the two of them giving way to each other, it seemed that he was an extra person and was very embarrassed. In fact, wasn't that the case? Li Zongbao didn't seem to want to talk to Kai Wuxia about this. He glanced at Xiaohua, then at the pitch-black cave in the distance. He took out 3 moonstones and gave them to the two of them, saying, "It is said that the path to the cave is long and winding. Fellow Daoist Xiao, if there is nothing wrong, please tell this humble Daoist and the others about your situation in the past 6 months." This humble Daoist is very curious as to how Shang Huaming suddenly disappeared. Yes, I'm also very curious. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you haven't broken through to the first layer of the aura refining realm. How did you suddenly break through to the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm after coming out of Shang Huaming? Kai Wuxia also clapped her hands and applauded. Xiaohua frowned. This kind of matter, he really didn't want to tell others about it. However, he immediately had an idea. Perhaps being on good terms with Li Zongbao and gaining his sympathy might be beneficial for my revenge. Moreover, it's a bit strange for Qing Fengmin to give the Jade Beast to Jiang Huanqi for no reason. If I tell them, it might arouse their suspicions. Thus, Kai Wuxia led the way, Xiaohua stood in the middle, and Li Zongbao brought up the rear. As the three of them slowly walked into the Thousand Zhang Peak, Xiaohua slowly told them about his situation. In another cave on the Thousand Zhang Peak, Jiang Huanqi of the Shanghua sect was also pleasantly surprised. He picked up the green jade beast from the ground and carefully examined it in front of his eyes. He laughed softly and said, "That old thing abandoned by the heavens really has eyes but can't see the good stuff. He can only be a rogue cultivator for the rest of his life. He already has the token of the Thousand Zhang Peak, but he actually gave it away to someone else. I deserve my heaven-defying luck. Not only did I obtain the exquisite grass, but I also have the opportunity to obtain a golden core cultivation method. As long as I bring these things back to the sect, do you think the elders won't reward me handsomely?" Afterwards, he carefully put away the jade beast, took out the moonlight stones, and slowly walked along the mountain path under his feet. In many other caves, the same thing was happening. Every cultivator's face was filled with joy, as if they were the real fated ones. Outside the Thousand Zhang Peak, Ma Qingqing led 40 to 50 rogue cultivators to Qing Fengmin's side and reported, "Fellow Daoist Qing, I have brought all the fellow Daoists who opened the last silk bag. Please give me your orders." Qing Fengmin nodded and looked at the people behind Ma Qingqing with satisfaction. He said, "Fellow Daoists, you've worked hard." Then he turned his head and pointed to another rogue cultivator that Ma Qingqing didn't know. He said, "Before we enter the Thousand Zhang Peak, I would like to introduce a new fellow Daoist who has recently joined the Heavens Forsaken. Fellow Daoist Luo Jiasin." The rogue cultivator's face was withered and yellow. He was also at the 5th layer of qi refining. He flew to Qing Fengmin and bowed. "Greetings, fellow Daoists." After everyone returned the greeting, Qing Fengmin smiled and said to the puzzled crowd, Actually, I should have explained to you earlier. It was because of fellow Daoist Luo that we had the opportunity to explore the Thousand-Zhang Peak. It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked. Even Ma Qingqing, a veteran rogue cultivator in the Heavens Forsaken, was slightly stunned. Ha, I'm sure fellow Daoists are all confused. Qing Fengmin laughed. Fellow Daoist Luo came to Jinghua City 2 months ago after I, fellow Daoist Ma, and the others returned. Fellow Daoist Luo joined the Heavens Forsaken under a condition. He didn't have to contribute any cultivation method, nor did he have to make talismans or refine pills. It was because he could take out this. Qing Fengmin patted his storage bag and took out a green jade beast. Fellow Daoist Qing, didn't you have one of these before? Ma Qingqing was stunned when he saw the jade beast and exclaimed, "Of course, I also got this before, but I didn't expect this thing to be the token of the Thousand-Zhang Peak." Qing Fengmin nodded with a smile and didn't seem dispirited. Fellow Daoist Qing is so righteous. You actually lost an opportunity for us. We are very grateful. Han Fei stepped out from the crowd and bowed gratefully. Xiao Fengyue didn't show up. Haha, I didn't know that day, but now that fellow Daoist Luo mentioned it, I also understood. Qing Fengmin laughed. I also didn't expect such an ordinary thing to be the token of the legendary Thousand-Zhang Peak. However, there's nothing to regret. Qing Fengmin waved his hand and said, I lost one, but fellow Daoist Luo actually gave me 10 more. 10? Everyone was stunned. Ordinary people would be very lucky to get one of these things, but fellow Daoist Luo actually got 10 of them. This was really inconceivable. Cough cough. Or was also a coincidence. Luo Jiasin cupped his hands and said, I found these 10 strange jade beasts in a very small market in the country of Lien. Because they didn't have any special effects, they were sold as ordinary jade pendants. Presumably, the cultivators of the country of Lien didn't know much about the Thousand-Zhang Peak in the country of Shi, so no cultivator recognized them. I only spent 1 mid-grade spirit stone to buy them. Everyone was stunned at first, but then they burst out laughing. I know that my cultivation is not enough, but these jade beasts, I only need one. Later, I heard about Tianqi's good reputation, so I found fellow Daoist Qing. Luo Jiasin said with some embarrassment. Everyone was enlightened. Of course, such good things, 1 was the most suitable. 2 would be troublesome. If you took 10, it would be troublesome. Fellow Daoist Luo's good luck is also Tianqi's good luck. Fellow Daoist Luo's joining is Tianqi's opportunity. His good luck will definitely bring my strength to a higher level. Qing Fengmin laughed and said, if any of you can get the Thousand-Zhang Peak's legacy, then you will be one of my future masters. At that time, don't forget about me and don't forget fellow Daoist Luo. But everyone answered loudly, as if they were all determined to get the Thousand-Zhang Peak's legacy. Okay, fellow Daoists, don't be happy too early. This Thousand-Zhang Peak's legend has been around for 1,000 years, and no one has ever succeeded. We just have a chance. Fellow Daoist Qing, in the past, only a few people came to get the Thousand-Zhang Peak's legacy. This time, there are hundreds and thousands of us. Even if there are some difficulties, won't it be easy for us to overcome them? Fellow Daoist Ma's words are exactly what I want. It is also my creed. Isn't it our advantage in numbers? Qing Fengmin laughed and said, fellow Daoist Luo, please send out the other tokens. Fellow Daoist Ma will help. 2 teams will enter 1 cave. Chapter 1387. Inside the 1,000-feet peak, the mountain path was very long. Xiao Hua and the others walked for nearly an hour and still couldn't see the end. Along the way, the stone walls on both sides of the mountain path were extremely dry. There wasn't any moss or the like. Occasionally, some startled bats would flap their wings and make a little noise. Apart from that, there were only the slightly hurried footsteps of the 3 people. Xiao Hua's low voice and Li Zhongbao's occasional questions echoed in the stone cave and traveled very far. Alas, fellow cultivator Zhao's experience is really pitiful. Hearing that Xiao Hua's Shanghuaming had been inexplicably destroyed by the 100 Herbs sect, Wuxia was very sympathetic. This 100 Herbs sect is really shameless. On one hand, they used the banner of the Alliance, on the other hand, they secretly attacked. Actually, this kind of method is not the first time in the cultivation world. It can only be said that sect leader Xiao was too rigid and couldn't accept many disciples. This was why he lacked help at the critical moment and was taken advantage of by the 100 Herbs sect. In the end, Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. In the cultivation world, the most important thing is strength. It's like this for individuals, and even more so for sects. Every day, countless cultivators died, and countless cultivators stepped into the qi refinement realm. At the same time, no one knew how many sects had been established and how many had perished. Even if my Utopia faction didn't work hard and increase our strength, I'm afraid that in 100 or 1,000 years, we would also end up like this. After pondering for a moment, Li Zongbao said again, if there's no other reason, fellow cultivator Xiao, the destruction of Shanghuaming was probably done by the 100 Herbs sect. But as for the 10,000 poison sects attack and then no news, I can't guess the reason. As for Shanghuaming, fellow cultivator Xiao, I'm afraid you can only think of a way. The other sects have no reason to stand up for Shanghuaming. That's right, unless your sect master Xiao has an extremely close senior, and this senior has the power to destroy 100 Herbs Gate. Oh, and your senior sister Xiao also has to step forward. Wuxia agreed. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed softly. At this point, how could Xiao Xinrui stand out? Wuxia was silent for a moment before she asked, by the way, as fellow Daoist Xiao said, fellow Daoist Zongbao, Qing Fengmin is really interesting. On one hand, he casually gave away Old Man Thousand Feet's keepsake. On the other hand, he organized a group of rogue cultivators to search for Old Man Thousand Feet's legacy. On the other hand, he created so many mysteries. Is he so confident that he'll be able to find Old Man Thousand Feet's legacy? I don't know. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. If something is out of the ordinary, it must be a demon. So many loose practitioners from Heaven Forsaken came to look for Old Man 100 Zhang's technique, but over 100 of them entered a cave. Speaking of this, Li Zongbao's heart flashed, and he whispered in surprise, oh, could it be that Qing Fengmin has more than one token? Was that why he was willing to give one away? Moreover, he was able to gather all the rogue cultivators in Heaven Forsaken? Of course, it's true. Wuxia covered her mouth and laughed. Fellow Daoist Zongbao is indeed amazing. I never thought of this kind of situation. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. He had long seen many cultivators each take a light green brilliance and enter different caves. In his heart, he faintly guessed that Qing Fengmin would have more than one jade beast. Presumably, Wuxia had been scheming for a long time. She even knew that his great strength was advantageous to her in treasure hunting, so how could she not know that he had more than one jade beast? Li Zongbao smiled but didn't answer. Xiao Hua felt that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. He was already somewhat regretting it now. It would have been better if he had followed Li Zongbao into the cave. In the somewhat ambiguous conversation between the two people, he was really out of step. He only heard Li Zongbao sigh and say, actually, I came to this Thousandjiang Peak. Xiao Hua stared blankly and said inwardly, this Li Zongbao came to this Thousandjiang Peak? Could it be that there's some other reason? Just as Xiao Hua was about to ask, Wuxia cried out in pleasant surprise in front of him, quickly look, the cave is at the end. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked. Sure enough, in front of Wuxia's moonstone was a rather large pitch-black space. Wait a moment. Li Zongbao shouted in a low voice, and his figure flew in front of Wuxia. It turns out that it can fly. I thought we could only walk. Xiao Hua secretly curled his lips in his heart. He had always been very curious why they didn't use the flight talisman. He thought that they couldn't fly. Li Zongbao flew to the front and swept his divine sense. He clearly saw the situation inside the space and then said, it seems that this is the key to finding treasures. As he spoke, he clapped his hand and took out a few moonstones from his storage bag. He casually threw them, and they were embedded in the stone walls of the space. When Xiaohua walked into this space, he clearly saw the situation around him with the help of the moonstone's brilliance. This was an oval space of about 10 feet. On the stone wall opposite Xiaohua, there were 3 similar stone caves. Each stone cave was tightly blocked by a stone door. Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao had already used his divine sense to check the entire space, so he followed Kai Wuxia to the front of the 3 stone doors with ease. First, he looked at the 3 stone doors with his naked eyes. Kai Wuxia frowned slightly, turned her head and said, "Fellow Daoist Zongbao, can you see the clues of the stone doors?" Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. "I have already seen it with my divine sense. The 3 stone doors are not different from the stone doors. They are exactly the same." Xiaohua bit his lips and said, "Seniors, we have been in the stone cave for a long time. According to the way we have been going down, we should have already gone deep into the ground. The sudden appearance of 3 stone doors, isn't it a little strange?" Kai Wuxia suddenly patted her forehead and said, "Fellow Daoists, please wait a moment." Soon after, Kai Wuxia patted her storage bag and took out the jade beast she had just used. Sure enough, as soon as the jade beast was taken out of the storage bag, it immediately emitted a light green brilliance and flew out of Kai Wuxia's hand. It flew straight to the middle of the stone door and stuck to a dent in the stone door, motionless. When Xiaohua looked at it, sure enough, the stone door was in the shape of a strange beast. The jade beast was embedded in the stone door and fit perfectly. Anyone would know that this stone door was the place they should go. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia turned her head and said, "It is said that this stone door can only be opened by someone with great magic power or unparalleled strength. So, I ask fellow Daoist Xiao to help." "I know." Xiaohua responded indifferently. He walked to the front and looked up and down. There was a dent about 3 inches below the stone door. It seemed to be the place where the stone door could be raised with one's hand. "Wait a moment, fellow Daoist Xiao." Li Zongbao shouted in a low voice. "What?" "Fellow Daoist Zongbao." Kai Wuxia said curiously. Li Zongbao ignored her and walked to the front of the stone door. He looked at the 3 stone doors again and again before stopping in front of the stone door in the middle. First, he carefully looked at it with his naked eyes, then swept it a few times with his divine sense and whispered, "Fellow Daoists, please step back a little." After Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia stepped back a few steps, Li Zongbao took a deep breath and circulated the true qi in his body. He urged his magic power, made a gesture in his hand, and hit the stone door. The stone door made a zhila sound. As Li Zongbao poured his magic power into it, the stone door actually slowly rose up. Seeing this, Kai Wuxia's face showed joy, but before her smile stayed on her face for half a moment, Li Zongbao's face turned dark red. The stone door first made a kacha sound and stopped there. Then, with a loud puchi sound, the entire stone door fell to the ground quickly, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Fellow Daoist Zongbao." Kai Wuxia was worried and hurriedly asked. "I am fine." Li Zongbao shook his head and said, "This method of exchanging magic power for strength, I am not proficient in it. I am afraid that only foundation establishment cultivators can open it." "No way." Kai Wuxia immediately smiled bitterly. "If only foundation establishment cultivators can open it, who would come? Hee, I only said this stone door. Moreover, I did not prepare the stone door giant strength talisman. I am afraid that this stone door will require fellow Daoist Zhao's strength." Li Zongbao said with a smile. "N2 seniors, please wait a moment. Let this junior take a look." As Xiaohua spoke, he walked to the front of the stone door and placed his hand in the groove of the stone door. He exerted strength with one arm, and the stone door creaked as it was lifted up by him bit by bit. "Fellow Daoist Zhao's strength is amazing," Li Zongbao also praised. Strangely, after Xiaohua lifted the stone door into the air, it did not fall down again. A gust of mountain wind blew out from behind the stone door, causing the robes of the 3 people to flutter. However, when Xiaohua let go of his arm and shifted his gaze from the stone door to the pitch-black space behind the stone door, A burst of coldness and fear suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. This. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Let's go, fellow Daoist Zongbao, fellow Daoist Xiao, let's quickly enter the cave. Perhaps the Thousand Zhang Elders' legacy is in this cave. Kai Wuxia said happily. She pulled Li Zongbao and was about to walk into the cave. Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia walked a few steps and saw Xiaohua standing straight at the side without moving half a step. They were both surprised. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is there something wrong? Xiaohua took a deep breath and nodded. This junior feels that there is something wrong behind this stone door. It is better not to go in. A feeling of inappropriateness? Kai Wuxia was slightly surprised. She had just taken out the light green jade beast from the stone door. She asked curiously, did fellow Daoist find something strange? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This is indeed not. I just feel that there is something wrong. Then he looked around and said, why don't we open these two stone doors and take a look? Yes, fellow Daoist, please. Kai Wuxia nodded. After Xiaohua opened the two stone doors, Kai Wuxia said with a smile, what do you think? Fellow Daoist Xiao, behind these three stone doors is the same pitch-black space. Which one do you think we should go? I think that the left and the right are all fine. As for the middle one, I think that we should rely on the jade beast's guidance and go through the middle stone door. Kai Wuxia pondered for a moment and said, what is fellow Daoist Zongbao's choice? Didn't I already say earlier? Everything is up to fate. Since there is a choice before the three stone doors, it naturally depends on one's luck. Others can't force it. Li Zongbao smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, which one do you want to choose? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1388. In fact, ever since he entered the cave, Xiaohua had some doubts in his heart. He had long wanted to find a chance to separate from the two. Not to mention that the two chattering made Xiaohua a little uncomfortable. The key point was that following the two, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Now that he had a choice, Xiaohua faintly felt that the mountain wind from the middle of the cave was somewhat bloody. This kind of bloody smell wasn't smelled from the mouth and nose, but from a kind of instinct. After hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, many thanks to the two seniors for your guidance. This junior doesn't dare to have too many extravagant hopes for the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy. I'll just walk around casually and get some other things, and I'll be satisfied. Seeing this, Kai Wuxia didn't urge him to stay. She nodded and said, I understand fellow Daoist Zhao's meaning. Since it's fellow Daoist Zhao's choice, then I can only respect it. I hope fellow Daoist Xiao will be careful. We'll meet again after we leave the 1,000-feet peak. Li Zongbao also looked at Xiaohua and nodded slightly, saying, fellow Daoist Xiao, be careful. Then, Li Zongbao followed Kai Wuxia into the cave. When the two disappeared into the darkness and the moonlight disappeared, Xiaohua looked around and casually walked to the cave on the right. Outside the 1,000-feet peak, Luo Jiasen took out 9 light green jade beasts from his storage bag. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Even Ma Qingqing couldn't hide the excitement in his heart when he took the jade beasts and flew to the front of each team to give the jade beasts to the temporarily appointed team leaders. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and said, well, fellow Daoists, use your magic power to activate the jade beasts in your hands. The jade beasts will guide you to the correct cave. It's best not to fly inside the cave. It's said that if you walk slowly, you can avoid some of the restrictions inside the cave. As soon as his voice fell, the 9 jade beasts almost simultaneously turned into light green brilliance and flew to different places on the 1,000-feet peak. Several of them even went around to the other side of the 1,000-feet peak. How could Heaven-Forsaken's itinerant cultivators be courteous at this time? Each of them activated their flying talismans and flew towards the 1,000-zhang peak. However, there were too many itinerant cultivators following behind each light. When they entered the cave one by one, it still took a lot of time. Everyone, it's time for us to enter. Qing Fengmin looked at the surrounding people and threw the jade beast in his hand with a smile. A pale green light flew towards the top of the Thousand-Zhang Peak and entered the cave that was very close to the cave that Xiaohua and the others had entered. Qing Fengmin activated the flying talisman, and the dozens of people around him followed. When everyone entered the cave, the whole sky was already dark, and the sound of the wind was everywhere. It was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Xiaohua entered the cave. Since Wuxia wasn't leading the way in front, he held the moonstone to his left and right. He also took out a stack of fireball talismans and held them in front of his chest. His eyes were fixed in front of him, ready to shoot out a fireball if there was any sudden change. However, after walking for the time it took to finish a meal, the entire mountain path was still quiet and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Is this just an ordinary cave? Xiaohua slightly furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat unresigned in his heart. Right at this moment, an extremely short sharp howl suddenly rang out. Approximately 30 meters in front of Xiaohua's head, the howl was fleeting. Ah! Xiaohua was startled to the point that the hairs on his body stood up. This howl was really sudden and also really sinister. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show. Xiaohua took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He held the fireball talisman in his hand a few times, slowed down his pace, and steadily walked forward. In just a moment, Xiaohua was close to the place where the sound came from. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, this was only a crossroads. The left, right, and the front were all exactly the same caves, and he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Xiaohua, whose heart had already been stretched taut, saw this situation and couldn't help but be startled. He stood there for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, looking left, right, front, and back. Then he walked towards the cave in front of him. However, just as he was about to take a step, a sharp sound of wind came from behind him. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. In the light of the moonstone, it was just as silent as when he passed by. The sharp sound of wind just now was inexplicably gone. Strange! Xiaohua secretly cried out in alarm. Then, he took out a few iron cloak talismans, weak water talismans, and other talismans from his storage pouch and used them on himself. Then, Xiaohua walked forward while paying attention to his surroundings. After half a meal's time, nothing happened. However, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, there were two identical mountain paths, one to the left and the other to the right. This time, Xiaohua had no choice but to make a choice. However, the two mountain paths didn't give him much of a feeling. Therefore, he could only casually choose the mountain path on the left and walk in. However, this mountain path was very short. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was no road in front of him, revealing a space of about 1 zhang. 1 zhang equals 33 m. There was nothing in this space, only the ground was very smooth. Xiaohua held the moonstone and looked at the stone walls around him. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't help but sigh and say to himself, could it be that I've really reached the end? But just as Xiaohua was about to leave, he suddenly woke up with a start. He immediately raised the moonstone up high and looked up. Sure enough, about 1 zhang above Xiaohua's head, at the top of the space, there was actually a blood-red pattern. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. His hair stood on end again. Without hesitation, he urged his magic power and flew out of the space. In a few breaths' time, he had crossed the distance of several zhang. When Xiaohua's heartbeat gradually stabilized, he fell from the sky. The blood-red pattern still remained in his mind. That pattern was very strange. It could be said to be a human shape, but the whole body of the pattern was like a blood-red cloud. It couldn't be said to be a human shape, but the four corners and the head of the cloud were like hands, feet, and a head. What was special was that the two eyes on the head were exactly the same as a human's. How could there be such a strange thing in the 100 zhang elders' 100 zhang peak? Xiaohua walked back while frowning. What Xiaohua didn't know was that as soon as he flew out of the space, the blood-red cloud wriggled. Its two eyes faintly lit up. It even rotated for a moment. When it saw that there was no one in the space, it stopped. At the same time, Shanghuasek's Jiang Huanqi also stepped into the space with a sword talisman in his hand. Unlike Xiaohua, as soon as Jiang Huanqi entered the space, the jade beast he had been holding tightly in his hand immediately broke free from his hand. It turned into a pale green light and flew up. On top of Jiang Huanqi's head, there was also a blood-red pattern. The light that the jade beast turned into rushed into the blood-red pattern and immediately disappeared. When Jiang Huanqi woke up, he raised the moonstone and saw that the blood-red pattern had already wriggled. Seeing the blood-red color, Jiang Huanqi was as shocked as Xiaohua. He swung his hand and the sword talisman in his hand immediately pierced out. At the same time, Jiang Huanqi urged his spiritual power and prepared to fly away. However, he was already too late. The sword talisman pierced into the blood-red mist without any reaction. The blood-red mist covered the entire space with a bang. Jiang Huanqi's body, which had just flown into the air, was also covered by the blood-red mist. A scream was heard. It seemed that there was an irresistible pain. Jiang Huanqi's body quickly shrank and slowly disappeared. The same situation happened frequently in the different caves of the 1,000-feet mountain. Every time a cloud of blood mist appeared, there would be a miserable scream. This scream was so heart-wrenching that it was as if a person's soul was being violently attacked. However, each space was very far away, so the screams only traveled a short distance before disappearing. Did you hear that? It seems like someone is screaming. Li Zongbao suddenly stopped and said to Kai Wuxia beside him, "Oh, is that so?" Kai Wuxia, who was mostly focused on Li Zongbao, was stunned. She pricked up her ears, but the surroundings were still dead silent. There was no sound. "Fellow Daoist Zongbao, I didn't hear anything," Kai Wuxia said curiously after a while. "Maybe I misheard?" Li Zongbao frowned slightly. The two of them walked for a while. Li Zongbao smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Wuxia, I'm afraid we've reached the place in front." "Is that so?" Kai Wuxia's face was filled with joy. She said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zongbao, what did you see?" But immediately, Li Zongbao scanned the space in front of them with his spiritual sense. He said hesitantly, "It's very strange. There's nothing in the space in front of us. Could it be that our jade beasts aren't real?" As they spoke, the two of them entered the space. The space was extremely spacious, and the moonlight wasn't able to illuminate it completely. Before Kai Wuxia could take a good look at her surroundings, the jade beast in her hand suddenly flew into the air. Following Kai Wuxia's exclamation, Li Zongbao hurriedly scanned the space with his spiritual sense. A strong smell of blood came from the blood-red pattern. "Oh no!" Li Zongbao exclaimed in his heart. He scanned the pattern with his spiritual sense and sensed that something was very wrong. Before he could call Kai Wuxia, Li Zongbao slapped his hand and took out a small jade bottle from his storage bag. His right hand made a series of gestures to activate his spiritual power. Seeing the thick blood fog above them, Li Zongbao shouted, "Quick!" His right hand made a gesture and hit the jade bottle. With the help of his spiritual power, the jade bottle suddenly emitted a pure blue light. After a few flashes, a round blue light spurted out from the mouth of the jade bottle. It was just enough to hold the blood fog and protect Kai Wuxia and Li Zongbao. "Fellow Daoist Zongbao," Kai Wuxia exclaimed and leaned towards Li Zongbao involuntarily, "Don't panic. I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap," Li Zongbao said calmly. He pulled on Kai Wuxia's sleeve, and the two of them began to walk out of the space. But at this moment, the two eyes in the blood-red pattern flashed with a bloody light. Chapter 1389. Li Zongbao pulled Kai Wuxia's sleeves. Under the protection of the jade bottle's deep blue brilliance, the two of them were about to safely withdraw from the space. Dozens of feet above them, on the head of the blood mist figure in the blood-colored pattern, a blood-red light flashed. The whole pattern suddenly lit up. With a swoosh sound, the whole space was filled with blood-red brilliance. Then, a blood-red light flashed under Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia's feet. Before Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia could react, their figures suddenly disappeared. They were actually teleported away. Compared to Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and the others, Qing Fengmin and the rest of the loose cultivators were much more relaxed. These loose cultivators formed teams of dozens and cooperated with each other. Although the cave was quiet, everyone's hurried footsteps and the occasional sound filled their hearts with a sense of security. Therefore, everyone was grateful to Tianqi and Qing Fengmin from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Qing Fengmin's jade beasts were obviously better than Kai Zhuoxia's. Kai Zhuoxia's group walked for a long time before they reached the end of the mountain path and entered the space. Qing Fengmin's group, on the other hand, used less than the time it took to eat a meal to reach the space directly. The space led by Tianqi's jade beasts was quite large. Dozens or even hundreds of cultivators didn't seem to feel crowded when they entered. Fellow Daoist Qing, is this the 1,000-feet-old man's cave? Ma Qingqing followed Qing Fengmin into the space and looked at the empty space with some doubts. Qing Fengmin smiled and shook his head slightly. According to Ai's observation, this place, I'm afraid it's not the 1,000-feet-old man's cave. If it's so easy to enter, then wouldn't the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle have been taken away 1,000 years ago? Oh, so it's like that? Ma Qingqing frowned. I feel a little uneasy after entering this place. Well, fellow Daoist Ma, please wait a moment. I will place the moonstone on the stone wall. Qing Fengmin said calmly. Just as Qing Fengmin placed the moonstone on the stone wall, the entire space was illuminated. Dozens of rogue cultivators also entered this space. Fellow Daoist Qing, look up. Soon, someone noticed the blood-red pattern on top of the space. This pattern was extremely large, several times larger than the one Xiaohua had seen. Seeing this, Qing Fengmin's face was full of shock. He hurriedly shouted, "What is this? Has any fellow Daoist seen him before?" Just as everyone was about to discuss, the jade beast in Qing Fengmin's hand also turned into a light green brilliance and flew into the eyes of the blood-red pattern. It was different from what Jiang Huanqi and the others had encountered. When the blood-red mist surged, the blood-red light in the two eyes flashed, and the entire space flashed. The dozens of people in the cave were all teleported away. Once the dozens of people were sent away, the cave quickly returned to normal. The blood mist gradually solidified, and the jade beast in the eyes suddenly disappeared as the blood mist solidified. Everyone who entered the 1,000-feet peak was either sent away or swallowed by the blood mist, disappearing without a trace. In the entire rugged and crisscrossed cave, only Xiaohua was left. Xiaohua walked on the mountain path and became more and more anxious. He followed the path he came from and kept walking back, but after walking for a while, he discovered that this mountain path seemed to be different from the one he had just walked on. But he clearly walked directly back and there were no forks in the road. How could it be that it was blocked? At this time, he no longer hoped to find the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques. He only hoped to find a way out as soon as possible and quickly get out of this strange 1,000-feet peak. At this time, he gradually understood why the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy had not been inherited by anyone in the past 1,000 years. Hiss! A sound came from not far behind Xiaohua. Who is it? Xiaohua shouted as he turned his head. Unfortunately, when he turned his head back, the sound had already disappeared. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded, as if something had flown over Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua did not hesitate, and threw the fireball talisman in his hand upwards. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the entire cave shook. But even though it shook, not a single piece of soil was shaken off. At this time, like a gust of wind, a blood mist as tall as a person gushed out from who knows where. It gradually gathered and took shape in the air before Xiaohua's eyes. Looking at its shape, it looked exactly like the blood-colored pattern. This is bad. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he threw out all the fireball talismans in his hand. They hit the surging blood mist and he flew away without looking back. Rumble! A burst of sound and light. The blood mist seemed to be unaffected by the exploding fireballs and gradually took the shape of a blood-colored human. GGA! The blood shadow actually made a sound, as if it was laughing nastily. Immediately, it chased after Xiaohua with extreme speed. The blood shadow's speed was extremely fast. Even though Xiaohua's flying speed was comparable to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, it was still inferior to the blood shadow by a lot. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood shadow was already behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua became vigilant and used his hand to brush the air. Immediately, a dozen different yellow talismans appeared in his hand. He urged his transcendence energy and shot them out. Fireball talismans, icicle talismans, weak water talismans, confinement talismans, and so on. All the yellow talismans were like clay oxen entering the sea. They simply could not raise the slightest wave and were unable to cause any damage to the blood shadow. Seeing that the blood shadow was about to pounce on him, a fork in the road appeared in front of Xiaohua. Without thinking, he turned his body and flew in another direction. The blood shadow was caught off guard and actually rushed far away. Immediately, it made a loud "ji" sound, as if it was angry. When the blood shadow turned around the fork, Xiaohua had already flown far away. In this way, Xiaohua flew in front and the blood shadow chased from behind. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua's vision suddenly turned black. He actually flew into a huge space. This space was about the same size as the space that Qing Fengmin and the others entered. Xiaohua saw that there was no way out and his face unconsciously became filled with shock. He stopped in horror. The blood shadow behind him also followed, making a "jiji" sound and pouncing on him. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and his figure suddenly jumped up, wanting to fly over the blood shadow. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua surpassed the blood shadow and was secretly delighted, from the blood-colored pattern above his head, a cloud of blood mist also gushed out. It was even faster than the blood shadow before and covered Xiaohua's body. The blood mist stuck to Xiaohua's body. Weak water talismans, iron cloak talismans, they were all useless. The blood mist quickly seeped into Xiaohua's body and the transcendence energy in Xiaohua's meridians leaked out. Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell from the sky. The blood shadow that Xiaohua dodged also turned around at this time. It made a "he" sound and waved its hand. The blood mist flew out from Xiaohua's body and condensed into a blood-colored bead that flew into the blood shadow's hand. When the blood shadow swallowed the blood bead, Xiaohua struggled to stand up from the ground. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the blood shadow not far away in the moonlight. The blood shadow didn't seem to give Xiaohua any time. It flew up and pounced on Xiaohua in the blink of an eye, as if it wanted to penetrate his body. And just as the blood shadow pounced on him, Xiaohua's mind turned black and he lost consciousness. However, at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood shadow pounced on Xiaohua's body and seemed to be trying its best to penetrate his body, but the blood shadow was unable to penetrate his body. In fact, the head of the blood shadow only spun around outside Xiaohua's Naiwen palace before it broke free again. After a long time, the blood shadow saw that there was no result. It could only fly up from Xiaohua's body and condense above the unconscious Xiaohua. A jerky and hoarse voice came from the blood shadow. Demon, race, technique? No, swallow blood essence. But just now, refining level 3 Naiwen palace was actually sealed? This person? What's going on? The blood shadow's voice was indeed obscure, but if the unconscious Xiaohua could hear it, he would definitely be able to distinguish that this voice was somewhat similar to the voice of a person he was extremely familiar with. But Xiaohua was already unconscious and couldn't hear it. Similarly, he couldn't answer the blood shadow's question. Soon after, the blood shadow jumped up and rushed into the blood-red pattern above the space. A burst of blood-red light flashed and Xiaohua was also transported away. Speaking of which, under the protection of the jade bottle's dark blue light, Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia thought that they were safe from the blood mist. But unexpectedly, the eyes in the blood-red pattern flashed and the two of them were transported away from the space. Along with the dazzling light of the teleportation, a burst of pressure pressed down on Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia. Teleportation formation? Li Zongbao was shocked. He knew that if it was a long-distance teleportation formation, without the protection of a teleportation talisman, he and Wuxia would definitely be subjected to the pressure of unknown teleportation and would be crushed into meat paste very quickly. Fortunately, the pressure of the teleportation formation increased and immediately disappeared. Li Zongbao felt that he was standing on solid ground. Without waiting for him to open his eyes, a burst of dizziness came from his mind. He clenched his teeth and activated the magic power in his hand. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling on his body, he sent his magic power to the magic tool in his hand. He was afraid that someone would sneak attack him at this time. Fortunately, after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the dizziness disappeared, and he didn't see anyone attacking him. When he stabilized his mind and wanted to call Wuxia, who was also dizzy, Li Zongbao was shocked by what he saw in front of him. It was a huge space, surrounded by blood-red light. It was impossible to tell whether this space was within the 1,000-feet mountain or somewhere else. In the center of this blood-red space was a huge stone statue. It looked like a cow, but it was not a cow, and it looked like a horse, but it was not a horse. However, in the place where the head of the beast should have been, there was a head that looked like a human head. On the back of the beast stood a tall, blood-red, and extremely ugly person. This person's forehead was extremely high, his nose was facing the sky, and two extremely long fangs were exposed at the corners of his mouth. What surprised Li Zongbao the most was that between the person's two arms, there was a thin membrane connected to his back. Who is this? Wuxia, who was next to him, also recovered. Looking at the unusually tall stone statue, she almost moaned. No, this is not a person. This is a demon. Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Chapter 1390. Devil Dweller? Wuxia was shocked. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. It seemed this devil dweller was extremely far away from her. She never thought that she would see it here. That's right, this is a person from the devil world. Li Zongbao released his divine sense and carefully observed. He saw that the devil beasts and devil dwellers in the stone statue were all made of strange materials. His divine sense could only get close but couldn't penetrate in the slightest. Using his divine sense to sweep the blood-red edges of the space again, Li Zongbao's face was no longer as calm as before. This was actually a complete space. Even divine sense couldn't penetrate this blood-red brilliance, let alone find any way out. Fellow Daoist Zongbao, isn't this the 1,000-feet-old man's abode? Even if we found the wrong place, it's impossible to meet a devil dweller. Have we arrived at the devil world? Wuxia said while trembling with fear. Fellow Daoist Wuxia, don't be afraid. The teleportation time just now was extremely short. It's impossible to teleport us to the devil world. Li Zongbao said firmly, moreover, according to what I know in the sect, our Dawn Rain continent doesn't have any teleportation array that can directly connect to the devil world. Afterwards, Li Zongbao withdrew his divine sense and used his naked eyes to look at this space in the blood-red brilliance. He said in a low voice, if I's guess is correct, this place is probably under the 1,000-feet peak, or the underground near the 1,000-feet peak. Then, the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle? Wuxia bit her lips and said hatefully, "Oof, the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle? I'm afraid it's a beautiful legend." Li Zongbao sneered and said, no wonder in 1,000 years, I haven't heard of anyone obtaining the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle. Everyone who came in has already, heaven forsaken? Wuxia exclaimed, according to Xiaohua, isn't there still a lot of loose cultivators coming? If we work together, we might have a chance of winning. Heaven forsaken? Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. He had heard from Xiaohua that before them, Jiang Huanqi and dozens of others had already entered the 1,000 Zhang Peaks cave. Now that they had appeared here, those people were no longer here, so they must have already died. Even if they were all loose cultivators who had been forsaken by the heavens, what use would it be? Just as Li Zongbao was about to speak, some of the strange runes beneath their feet suddenly began to flicker, emitting a dazzling blood-red brilliance. "Quick dodge!" Li Zongbao shouted. He grabbed Kai Zhuxia's hand and flashed into the air. Shua! 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 Nearly 10 light sounds were heard. Within the huge space, 10 different runes flashed with a blood-red brilliance in 10 different places. Then, 10 groups of people abruptly appeared within the brilliance. Each group had dozens or even hundreds of people. They were the rogue cultivators who had been abandoned by the heavens. These loose cultivators had clearly fainted from the pressure of the teleportation. Most of them were lying on the ground, their eyes glazed over. Only 2 of them remained standing, looking at Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuxia in the air with interest. These 2 people were none other than Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasen. In just a moment, Qing Fengmin laughed wildly. "Ha, this is really wonderful. I never dreamed that a 12th layer qi refining cultivator would come to the 1000 peak. It seems like this time's plan is really too successful. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Qing." Luo Jiasen next to him cupped his hands and smiled. "Ha, congratulations to you too," Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Qing. Where is this place?" Ma Qingqing had already woken up. Just like Li Zongbao, he looked around in astonishment. When he heard Qing Fengmin's words, he became even more afraid and asked while trembling with fear. "Where is this place? Fellow Daoist Ma, isn't this the Immortal's cave of the 1000-old man that you've been yearning for day and night?" Qing Fengmin sneered. "But, the Immortal's cave of the 1000-old man? How could there be these? This stone statue is the 1000-old man?" Ma Qingqing asked bravely. "Demonic beast? Demon general?" There was no lack of experienced and knowledgeable disbanded cultivators who had already seen the stone statue and shouted out loud. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuxia in midair. Someone even asked tentatively, "Senior, are you a disciple of the Utopia faction? What? But why are you with the demon dwellers? Why did you trick us to come here?" Li Zongbao looked at them coldly and ignored them. He still held the jade bottle in his hand. The dark blue brilliance formed a round ball to cover himself and Kai Zhuxia. "Fellow Daoist Qing, what the hell is going on? Please explain." Ma Qingqing ignored the chaos around him and shouted loudly. "Haha, do you still need I to explain?" Qing Fengmin laughed and flew up. He landed directly in front of the stone statue and pointed at a stone niche in the corner of the stone statue. He said with a smile, "This is the 1000-old man's legacy that you've been looking for. But this 1000-old man actually didn't leave any skills or anything like that. He just died because I sucked out all his essence and blood." "You? Who the hell are you?" Before Ma Qingqing could speak, a tall cultivator beside him hurriedly asked. "Don't you know?" Qing Fengmin laughed loudly. Just as he laughed, he stretched out his hand and hit Luo Jiasen's forehead. Luo Jiasen didn't resist at all. His whole body went soft and collapsed on the ground. Then, a blood-red shadow came out of Luo Jiasen's body and floated in midair with its fangs and claws bared. "Ah?" The surrounding cultivators were shocked and stepped back a few steps. At this moment, in front of the stone statue, another blood-red brilliance flashed. An even dimmer blood-red shadow flew out. Then, a thin and tall cultivator appeared. That cultivator was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. It was Xiaohua. Xiaohua! Not only did Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuxia exclaim, even Qing Fengmin was surprised. He didn't expect that this cultivator, who was only at the 2nd level of qi refining at that time, could pass the test and come to the 1000 peak. The blood-red shadow that had just appeared circled and flew straight to Qing Fengmin. It pounced forward and drilled into Qing Fengmin's body. Qing Fengmin's eyes slightly closed and then opened again. His eyes were filled with blood red. At the same time, he curiously stared at Xiaohua. "Quick! Fellow Daoists, quickly attack this guy." Some rogue cultivators saw this strange scene and cried out in alarm. "Pa Hua!" There was a burst of chaotic sounds. All kinds of yellow talismans were taken out from the storage bags of the rogue cultivators. They quickly flew towards Qing Fengmin. Some of the yellow talismans even hit Li Zongbao's magic weapon. Ha! How can this kind of magic power touch me? Qing Fengmin sneered and pounced forward. Similarly, a blood-red shadow flew out from Qing Fengmin's body. This blood-red shadow looked much more solid than the previous one. The blood-red shadow's facial features and limbs could all be seen clearly. Go! The blood-red shadow shouted. The blood-red shadow that escaped from Luo Jiasen's body also flew up. The two blood-red shadows rushed towards the rogue cultivators with Qing Fengmin. The whistling yellow talismans simply came from the blood-red shadows. They simply couldn't cause any damage to them. The one Qing Fengmin rushed towards was Ma Qingqing. Seeing the ferocious blood-red shadow pouncing on him, Ma Qingqing was horrified. He hurriedly threw out all kinds of yellow talismans. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-red shadow rushed into Ma Qingqing's body. It didn't stop at all and immediately came out of Ma Qingqing's body. At the same time, the blood-red shadow came out of Ma Qingqing's back. Ma Qingqing's flesh rapidly shriveled and withered. All his blood essence and magic power were sucked dry by Qing Fengmin. That wasn't all. When Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow left Ma Qingqing and pounced on another rogue cultivator on the left, Ma Qingqing's body gradually shriveled. Then, with a flash of red light, it actually emitted a blood-red flame. His entire body burned. Even his Daoist robe, storage bag, and so on were ignited little by little. The burning flame connected with the blood-red space again. Just before Ma Qingqing's remains burned, Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow pounced on several rogue cultivators in a row. Every time he pounced on a rogue cultivator, that rogue cultivator would shrivel and burn just like Ma Qingqing, and Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow would condense a little bit more. Similarly, on the other side, Luo Jiasen's blood-red shadow was just as swift. It also pounced on several rogue cultivators very quickly. The rogue cultivators woke up from their daze. They activated their flying talismans and fled in all directions like headless flies, hoping to find a chance to escape in this space. Fellow cultivator Zongbao. At this time, Kai Zhuxia was completely panicked. She hugged Li Zongbao's arm with her hands. Her body trembled non-stop and her teeth chattered in fear. Li Zongbao took a breath and pulled his arm out of her embrace. He patted her shoulder and landed on the ground. He whispered, "You protect yourself. Wait for me to kill that devil." You. Kai Zhuxia stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's sleeve extremely quickly. But then she flung it away. She bit her lips and said in a trembling voice, "You be careful." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He patted his storage bag and took out a sword talisman. He activated his magic power and a crimson flying sword appeared in the air. Li Zongbao flew up and made a sword sign in his hand. The flying sword formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth quickly pierced towards Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow. Qing Fengmin's tone had changed. He sneered and said, "Little thing, let's see who's faster." After that, the blood-red shadow's flying speed increased a little. Li Zongbao's flying sword could only catch up with it. It was really difficult to pierce it. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence of several rogue cultivators was sucked away by the blood-red shadow, igniting several flames. Li Zongbao's flying sword talisman did not work and immediately threw it away. In the air, he patted his hand and took out a walnut-sized bell. Li Zongbao activated his magic power and shook his wrist slightly. A crisp sound of the bell rang. Following the sound of the bell, Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow shook slightly. Its speed was obviously slower. Seeing this, Li Zongbao was overjoyed. He shook the bell in his hand one after another. Although Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow slowed down a lot because of the sound of the bell, at the same time, another person woke up from his coma because of the sound of the bell. Chapter 1391. This person was none other than Xiaohua. The ringing of bells entered Xiaohua's ears, awakening him from his stupor. At this time, he was lying in front of the stone statue, which was precisely the stone niche that Qing Fengmin had pointed out a moment ago. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a huge pill furnace. The pill furnace was right in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua only needed to stretch out his hand and touch one of the pill furnace's legs. Xiaohua didn't even need to think about it. His hand naturally exerted force and the pill furnace disappeared from the stone niche. When it reappeared, it was inside Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua instinctively put the pill furnace into his space. He suddenly realized, where is this? At the same time, the cries and howls from the blood-red space reached his ears. He stood up in horror. When he looked back, he was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. The entire space was blood-red. Although there was no blood splattering everywhere, nor were there any broken limbs flying in the air, wherever the bloody shadow passed, a rogue cultivator's blood essence would be sucked away, a rogue cultivator's life would be reaped, and a ball of fire would burn. This silent tragedy pierced straight into Xiaohua's head. In an instant, Xiaohua recalled the scene of the blood shadow pouncing on him. Then he looked at himself up and down in horror. Following that, he used his hands to feel all over his body. Only when he confirmed that he was still Xiaohua did he relax slightly. Xiaohua, is that you? Kai Zhuoxia's timid voice sounded not far from him. Xiaohua turned around and saw Kai Zhuoxia under the blue light. When he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful." Kai Zhuoxia heard and was shocked. She thought it was the blood shadow pouncing on her. But when she looked back, she saw several vicious rogue cultivators at level 5 of the Qi refining stage. They rushed into the blue light that was protecting Kai Zhuoxia. The jade bottle belonged to the Utopia faction, so Kai Zhuoxia couldn't control it. She could only hold it in her hand. When she saw several disbanded cultivators chasing after her, she could only prepare to fly away. However, when she was about to fly away, several more disbanded cultivators rushed into the blue light. These people were even more ferocious. They threw fireball spells and icicle spells at Kai Zhuoxia, leaving her no time to fight back. Kai Zhuoxia understood the meaning of these loose practitioners, but the blue light of this jade bottle was her only reliance. If she lost it, she would definitely end up like the other loose practitioners, having her blood essence devoured by the blood shadow. Kai Zhuoxia flew up. She still wanted to protect the jade bottle. However, when she had just flown half a foot into the air, the fireball talisman had struck her back with a series of rumbling sounds. The iron cloak talisman and the other iron cloak talismans that she had used earlier had been destroyed in a flash. If she did not give up on the jade bottle now, then she would be killed by the rogue cultivators now. She would not be able to wait for Shui Ying's arrival at all. "Let go, fellow Kai Zhuoxia." Xiaohua shouted loudly from afar. Kai Zhuoxia sighed in her heart. She threw the jade bottle far away and flew towards Xiaohua herself. The jade bottle was thrown far away, and the deep blue light screen also swayed as it flew away. Along with it, Kai Zhuoxia's heart felt a bit of pity. Immediately, the remaining sense of security in Kai Zhuoxia's heart also disappeared without a trace. She watched as one blood-colored flame after another rose and quietly extinguished. One by one, fresh lives silently passed away like this. The shadow of death had already covered her cheeks. A kind of indescribable fear filled Kai Zhuoxia's heart. In an instant, Kai Zhuoxia's eyes fell on Li Zongbao, who was chasing after Qing Fengmin's blood shadow in vain. A kind of intense remorse appeared in her heart. And just now, that was in the cave of the Thousand Zhang Peak, those several hours of searching in the almost endless darkness, that inseparable walking, once again engraved a deep sweetness in her heart. Maybe I was wrong. What's the use of me coming to find this cultivation method? I follow him, even if it's a pitch-black night. There's no need to be afraid. Kai Zhuoxia muttered in her heart. Now, I've fallen into a desperate situation. What can I do? If it wasn't for me, how could he come to this kind of place? Remorse filled Kai Zhuoxia's heart, driving away that fear again. She wished she could substitute herself and let Li Zongbao safely leave this blood-colored space. Fellow Kai Zhuoxia. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia flying over somewhat stupefied and staring straight at Li Zongbao, Xiaohua frowned slightly and said in his heart, "Big sister, now is not the time for you and me to be lovey-dovey. Don't try to show your affection. Even if you stare at him for 10,000 years, it's useless." But it was not good for him to say it, so he could only remind her, "What's going on? Where's this place?" "Fellow Xiao, it's I who harmed you." Kai Zhuoxia came to her senses. With a dejected expression, she said in a low voice, "I originally wanted to repay your kindness. That's why I brought you here, but I didn't expect." As she spoke, Kai Zhuoxia used a few words to explain what happened just now. "Ah?" Xiaohua's eyes widened. He used his finger to point at Li Zongbao's closely chasing blood shadow and said, It's Senior Qing?" "Bah, what's Senior Qing, it's just a demon." Kai Zhuoxia scolded, listening to the demon's words. "This Thousandjiang Peak is a trap. Who knows how many cultivators this guy has devoured in the past 1,000 years?" Xiaohua was silent. Needless to say, this Heaven Forsaken was also an organization Qing Fengmin used to send him blood food. Sigh, this organization is really meticulous. As long as it's a low-level loose cultivator, these people are at the bottom of the cultivation world. Who knows how many people die every day, who cares? Even if the loose cultivators in Heaven Forsaken were devoured by this blood shadow, who would care? Besides, this Qing Fengmin probably still has some tricks up his sleeve. Just like Mo Zhao in Black Forest, in the end, he got a few loose cultivators and got some elixirs or cultivation methods. This can spread the name of Heaven Forsaken and attract more loose cultivators. It can also avoid some suspicion from others. It's really flawless. Xiaohua instantly understood. At the same time, all the previous suspicions also had an answer. For example, Jiang Huanqi and the others must have died in the hands of the blood shadow. What about Ma Qingqing? Xiaohua looked around, but there was no trace of him. Sigh, it's either he had good intentions but did bad things. He introduced many loose cultivators to Heaven Forsaken to save himself, but some of them became blood food for the demon. Or he's also a blood shadow of the demon. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Heaven Forsaken was started by 3 people. Just now, Luo Jiasen mentioned by Kai Zhuoxia might be one of them, but what about the third one? The third one must also be a blood shadow like Qing Fengmin. Who is he? Fellow Daoist Zhuoxia, be careful. A voice came from far away. It was Li Zongbao, who was chasing after the blood shadow. He's still paying attention to me. Kai Zhuoxia's remorseful heart was immediately filled with sweetness. At the same time, she also saw the blood shadow flying over from the side. That was Luo Jiasen's blood shadow. However, Kai Zhuoxia only glanced at the blood shadow, then immediately fixed her eyes on Li Zongbao. For a moment, she wasn't willing to look away. Stupid woman. Xiaohua at the side naturally also saw this. He suddenly understood Kai Zhuoxia's intention. This blood shadow was incomparably powerful. No yellow talisman could hurt it in the slightest. The cultivators in Heaven Forsaken who were at the 5th level of Qi refining simply didn't have any power to resist. All magic power attacks were ineffective. Since this was the case, Kai Zhuoxia naturally couldn't escape from that strange blood shadow. Since this was the case, she might as well take another look at Li Zongbao. Perhaps this one look could be engraved into her next life. Although Xiaohua cursed, a kind of feeling arose spontaneously. His heart was filled with indescribable sympathy and indescribable shock. Seemed this kind of feeling in his heart also existed, but at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. What should I do? Seeing that the blood shadow was only about 3 meters away from Kai Zhuoxia, this distance was practically non-existent in the eyes of the blood shadow. Devil person? Xiaohua's eyes suddenly brightened. With a wave of his hand, the devil spear in the air was taken out by him. Without hesitation, Xiaohua quickly rushed forward, directly thrusting the strange blood shadow. Ah, thrusting spear? Luo Jiasen's voice rang out from the blood shadow. He was very surprised. but its speed couldn't be reduced for a moment. In addition, Xiaohua quickly rushed forward to meet it. Just as Luo Jiasen was speaking, the spear tip still pierced the blood shadow. A strange thing happened. The blood shadow that couldn't be touched by yellow talismans and other things was actually pierced by the devil's spear. In Xiaohua's eyes, it was as if the spear had pierced the flesh of a cultivator. Luo Jiasen's blood shadow screamed, turned around, and fled. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to give chase, he stopped again. Nonsense, there was still an infatuated female cultivator beside him who needed his protection. If he flew away, what would Wuxia do? Admittedly, this devil spear tip could be given to her, but she had to be able to carry it. Luo Jiasen's scream wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract Wuxia's attention. It was also in Li Zongbao's eyes. Although Li Zongbao didn't know what Xiaohua did, Xiaohua being able to protect Wuxia was enough to make Li Zongbao feel relieved. Wuxia looked at the spear tip in Xiaohua's hand in disbelief. Then, she looked at Xiaohua's young face with even more disbelief. It seemed that half a year's time didn't leave any traces on Xiaohua's face. That youthful face. It was unknown how many secrets were hidden. He is a third-level qi refining loose cultivator? Wuxia couldn't help but ask herself. Ever since she met Xiaohua, all kinds of miracles made her not dare to believe her eyes. Xiaohua landed beside Wuxia with a smile. He tossed the devil spear tip in the air and caught it again. He said, "Fellow Daoist Kai, don't be afraid. With I by your side, you're much stronger than Senior Li." Wuxia's face suddenly flushed red, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. But immediately, her gaze once again looked towards Li Zongbao with concern. Although Xiaohua repelled the blood shadow, only Wuxia knew that the numerous loose cultivators forsaken by the heavens had either crowded towards Li Zongbao's jade bottle or flown far away early on. They only cared about their own lives, and no one gave Xiaohua a glance. Chapter 1392. Li Zongbao was extremely depressed. Yes, he was obviously at the peak of the aura refining stage, much higher than Qing Fengmin's 5th-level aura refining blood shadow, but his flying speed just couldn't catch up with the blood shadow. The sword talisman in his hand was constantly hovering behind the blood shadow, but if he wanted to stab the blood shadow, it was extremely difficult. Moreover, what worried Li Zongbao the most was that Qing Fengmin's blood shadow seemed to be improving as it swallowed the blood essence of rogue cultivators. He couldn't tell the blood shadow's cultivation level, but he knew it when he saw the distance between them gradually increasing. After Qing Fengmin's blood shadow swallowed the blood essence of nearly 200 rogue cultivators, it easily left Li Zongbao behind. Li Zongbao's sword talisman was even less effective. Could it be that I really have to? Li Zongbao was somewhat hesitant. Just now, he was extremely worried about Wuxia and wanted to use his last resort, but it was already too late. Later, Xiaohua unexpectedly attacked and repelled the blood shadow. While Li Zongbao was pleasantly surprised, he didn't think about it for the time being, but the current situation was somewhat bad. Unfortunately, this wasn't the worst situation. The thing that made Li Zongbao scratch his head the most was what happened after the cigarette. After Qing Fengmin's blood shadow devoured the blood essence of nearly 300 individual cultivators, it suddenly let out a shrill laugh. In a hurry, Qing Fengmin's blood shadow shook slightly and actually tore apart from the middle of the blood shadow. The two halves of the blood shadow squirmed for a while and became two complete blood shadows. However, the flying speed of these two blood shadows was obviously slower. Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, but also Xiaohua and Wuxia who were watching from afar. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you quickly go and help fellow Daoist Zongbao. If the blood shadow swallows all the rogue cultivators, you and I will have no chance of survival. Wuxia bit her lip and said. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Fellow Daoist Kai, it's not that I don't want to help. Senior Li's flying speed is so fast, but he can't catch up with the blood shadow. Do you think I can catch up? Instead of worrying about one thing and losing the other, Might as well protect you first and see if there's any chance in the end. Xiaohua hesitated and said in a low voice, moreover, from what I see, since Senior Li can take out a jade bottle magic tool, don't tell me he doesn't have other magic tools? He has divine sense, he should have no problem using magic tools, but he hasn't used them all this time, I'm afraid, waiting for an opportunity? So it's like this. Kai Zhuoshizes was confused. True's true essences, true's life, true life's true essence. A crisp sound, the small to the sword. It's the sword, the swords, this it's. Li Zongbao took out the flying sword. Without the slightest hesitation, he urged the magic power in his body. His flying speed suddenly increased, and he quickly caught up with the blood shadow. The sword pierced into the blood shadow. That blood shadow was also alert. Seeing the flying sword about to pierce it, it hastily changed its direction. Chi La. The flying sword streaked across a corner of the blood shadow and flew to the side. The blood shadow also wriggled for a while. The place where the flying sword pierced was like boiling water. After it calmed down, the color of blood faded a little. Good. Seeing the flying sword's effect, Li Zongbao's heart couldn't help but tremble. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zongbao not only didn't increase his speed to chase after Xiaohua, he actually slowed down and only followed from a distance. But then, Li Zongbao's next move made Xiaohua feel like he was struck by lightning. Although Li Zongbao's figure fell behind, the flying sword had already left his hand. Under the control of his sword technique, the flying sword seemed to be pinched in his hand. It was extremely nimble as it pierced towards the blood shadow. Moreover, the flying sword's speed was much faster than his flying speed. It was able to catch up with the blood shadow. That blood shadow seemed to be extremely frightened. It tried its best to escape. It fluttered helplessly in the entire bloody space, only wanting to avoid the flying sword. On the other hand, Li Zongbao was in hot pursuit. Every time he activated the flying sword, he would stab the blood shadow from an unavoidable angle. Every time he stabbed, the blood shadow would boil for a moment, and the blood-colored brilliance would also weaken a little. Xiaohua held the devil spear's tip in his hand and stood in front of Kai Zhuoxia. His eyes were fixed on Li Zongbao like a wooden chicken. Looking at his infatuation, he was simply paying more attention than Kai Zhuoxia. However, what Xiaohua paid attention to was the sword technique in Li Zongbao's hand. Xiaohua himself had used the flying sword talisman before. However, the flying sword talisman was completely different from this flying sword technique. When Xiaohua controlled the flying sword talisman, he didn't feel anything. However, today, when he suddenly saw Li Zongbao use the flying sword technique and saw the sword technique in Li Zongbao's hand, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. The feeling Xiaohua had when he saw Xiao Yuehong's pill refining technique was exactly the same. So much so that the 5 fingers of Xiaohua's empty left hand had already begun to faintly move. The technique that didn't take shape was actually even more mysterious than Li Zongbao's sword technique, and even more agile. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was immersed in the pleasure of using the technique, Kai Zhuoxia's anxious voice rang in his ears. Fellow Daoist Kai. Xiaohua woke up. At this time, Li Zongbao had already chased the blood shadow into an extremely sorry state. The blood shadow's bloody color had become extremely thin again. Quickly look over there. Kai Zhuoxia woke up Xiaohua, who had been standing blankly for a long time, and pointed behind him. Xiaohua turned his head, his face revealing a panicked expression. As it turned out, during the time Xiaohua was standing blankly, Li Zongbao admittedly defeated the blood shadow so badly that it almost didn't have any power to retaliate. However, the other 2 blood shadows had devoured all of the independent cultivators who had been forsaken by the heavens. Only within the deep blue brilliance of the utmost happiness faction's magic artifact Jade Bottle, there were still a dozen or so cultivators standing inside, trembling. They had very pitifully pinned their hopes on this magic artifact. And at their feet, there were also a dozen or so corpses of independent cultivators. These corpses weren't devoured by the blood shadows, but, because they were fighting over the space within the brilliance, they had been killed by the blood shadows. The two blood shadows let out arrogant sounds in midair. They swooped down on the ground and swept through all of the corpses. The blood and flesh of those independent cultivators who had just been killed were also devoured by them. Urgently, the two blood shadows surrounded the deep blue brilliance and rapidly circled around it a few times, as if they were very afraid of that brilliance. However, just as the independent cultivators within the brilliance revealed a trace of luck or rejoicing in their eyes, the two blood shadows let out an extremely ear-piercing shriek at the same time. That shriek almost pierced Xiaohua's ears. In the midst of this sharp shriek, the blue brilliance emitted by the jade bottle was shattered into pieces like colored glass. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly felt like he had been teased in his heart. The brilliance of this jade bottle could clearly be easily broken by the blood shadows, but the blood shadows didn't break the brilliance first. Instead, they drove the independent cultivators who had been abandoned by the heavens to hide inside first, letting the independent cultivators kill each other, letting them feel lucky in their hearts. Once the blood shadows finished devouring the other independent cultivators, they would deal with the independent cultivators who were safely hiding inside the brilliance. Sure enough, the dozen or so cultivators were simply no match for the two blood shadows in a single round. No matter how they wailed, how they fled, and how they threw out all of their yellow talismans, they couldn't escape the fate of being pierced through. They couldn't escape the fate of being burned to ashes. This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "It's a diversion." Of course, when Xiaohua turned his head to look at Li Zongbao again, sure enough, the blood shadow that was being chased by Li Zongbao's flying sword was no longer in a sorry state. It let out a shriek in midair, revealing a kind of complacency and arrogance. "Mr. Zongbao, be careful." Kai Wuxia couldn't help but shout. The blood shadow that was being chased by the flying sword sat cross-legged in the air and flew toward the other two thick blood shadows. At the same time, the other two blood shadows also went to meet it. Li Zongbao's face seemed to be pale, and he drove the flying sword to chase behind the blood shadow. Immediately afterward, about 10 feet to the left of Xiaohua, the three blood shadows collided. Another shocking scene occurred. The three blood shadows didn't stop at all. With a bang sound, they collided with each other. The entire blood shadow merged into a thick mass of blood, rolling unceasingly in the air. "Quick!" Li Zongbao also flew to Kai Wuxia's side at this time. He made a sword gesture in his hand, and the flying sword pierced into the blood ball with a poof. However, this time, it was far less effective than before. The flying sword was only able to penetrate half a centimeter before it could no longer move. Just as Li Zongbao was about to activate his spiritual power, a ferocious human head suddenly popped out from the blood ball. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the flying sword. With a crunching sound, the flying sword was chewed into pieces. "Ah!" Li Zongbao exclaimed, as if he was in great pain. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Obviously, the destruction of the flying sword injured his mind to a certain extent. Fellow Daoist Zongbao. Kai Wuxia was more nervous than anyone else. She hurried over, but before she could get close, the blood ball underwent an even more astonishing change. The hideous human head that swallowed the flying sword didn't disappear. The whole blood ball shook violently. Then the human head gradually grew out of the blood ball, growing taller and taller. Behind the human head was a neck, shoulders. Finally, it turned into a complete blood-colored human figure. "Haha." The blood man laughed. It was Qing Fengmin's voice. "Fellow Daoist Li, you've been busy for a long time. Are you tired? If you're tired, then take a rest. Let this senior take over your cultivation. How about it?" "Take over?" Xiaohua was shocked when he heard this. He seemed to have realized something. "This senior's human figure can't be used for a long time. I just need to find a suitable one. You, a peak chi refining cultivator, actually came to join in the fun. This senior actually got a bargain. Haha, who knows, I might even be able to take a peek into the foundation establishment realm of cultivation." Chapter 1393. The bloody man's entire body floated in the air. It was as if countless black blood was rapidly flowing inside his body. It was incomparably strange. Wuxia and Xianxia's faces were deathly pale. Because from the imposing manner of this bloody man, Xianxia and the others faintly felt that this bloody man's strength should be close to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Li Zongbao, who was still somewhat pale a moment ago, calmed down at this moment. His figure also floated into the air and stood straight in front of the bloody man. He coldly stared at him. After a moment, he also raised his head and laughed loudly. Demons are demons after all. They only know how to fight and fight. Even if they learned a little in the human world, they still dare to be arrogant? Let me tell you, when you are scheming against I is also scheming against you. As he spoke, Li Zongbao slapped his hand and took out a shiny object from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the shiny object rapidly flew into the air and immediately turned into a net that directly enveloped the blood figure. The blood figure was unable to react in time and was submerged in the net. What are you doing? The bloody figure was somewhat puzzled. However, Li Zongbao did not answer. He very strangely flipped his hand and hit the top of his head. An extremely bright brilliance soared into the sky and directly shot above the space where the bloody mist was condensed. The bloody mist was scattered in all directions, revealing a large area of mountain rocks. It turned out that this bloody space was still within the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Right at the top of Li Zongbao's head, there was a sparkling and translucent talisman. That talisman was not made of talisman paper, so Xianxia could not see what it was. He only knew that the bright brilliance was emitted from that talisman. Top-grade talisman. Wuxia took a deep breath and exclaimed in a low voice, "Talisman?" Xianxia woke up. Just now, Li Zongbao had definitely shot out a talisman. This was something that was not commonly seen in the cultivation world. However, this talisman is stuck on Li Zongbao's head. What does it have to do with scheming against that demon? The talisman that was inserted into the blood shadow didn't seem to have any effect. Xianxia was very puzzled, but Li Zongbao immediately gave a very clear answer. Li Zongbao formed a hand seal and his right hand gently removed the jade talisman from his head. Once the jade talisman was removed from Li Zongbao's head, it immediately turned into a ball of light and flew into Li Zongbao's forehead. Enhance magic power? Xianxia was even more puzzled. And the instant the ball of light entered Li Zongbao's forehead, an indescribable pressure came from Li Zongbao's body. That pressure couldn't be suppressed and filled the entire blood-colored space. Moreover, what Xianxia didn't understand the most was that the pressure was actually rising all the way. Foundation establishment. Xianxia moaned with great difficulty. It was a realm that he could only dream of. Wuxia's face was even more splendid. First, she was concerned, then puzzled, then pleasantly surprised, and finally, her face turned ashen. As the pressure on Li Zongbao's body continued to increase, Li Zongbao's body emitted an extremely large suction force. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the blood-colored space couldn't be suppressed and poured into Li Zongbao's body. Not only that, a burst of muffled, cha-cha sounds rang out. A few thunderclaps resounded on the Thousand-Zhang Peak. One after another, sparkling and translucent beads that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared on the Thousand-Zhang Peak. They were the condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew. These condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth suddenly condensed into the blood-colored space where Li Zongbao was, completely ignoring the existence of any stone walls. Similarly, the blood-colored fog that originally enveloped the entire cave was blown away without a trace by the gust of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, revealing the original appearance of the cave. Heaven's foundation establishment cultivator. Xianxia suddenly understood. Li Zongbao could have set foot in the foundation establishment stage long ago. It was only because of some reason that he used the utmost happiness faction's secret talisman to suppress his own cultivation level. Only at this moment did he directly ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Originally, Xiaohua didn't know how powerful a foundation establishment stage cultivator was. But now that he saw the massive amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth flocking over, he didn't know how many times more the amount of spiritual qi in Li Zongbao's body's meridians was compared to his qi refinement stage. He knew how big the difference between Li Zongbao's magic power at the peak of qi refinement stage level 12 and the initial stage of foundation establishment was. This difference absolutely couldn't be measured by quantity. Sure enough, seeing that Li Zongbao had actually advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Qing Fengmin's blood figure also revealed an expression of astonishment. Just as Li Zongbao was absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth to complete the accumulation of foundation establishment magic power, the blood figure hurriedly moved, preparing to split into several different blood shadows. However, that blood shadow churned several times and couldn't split up. It could only become a single blood shadow and flee towards the outside of the stone walls. Unfortunately, at this moment, Li Zongbao was advancing to the foundation establishment stage. The surrounding space was restricted. Li Zongbao simply ignored it and closed his eyes to savor the new realm he had just attained. Waiting for the surrounding spiritual qi to disappear, Li Zongbao withdrew the magic power within his body. The pressure he released also abruptly disappeared. Only then did he coldly say, "Don't even think about escaping for now. The surrounding space won't be released for the next hour." Is that so? That blood figure suddenly transformed into a blood shadow again and laughed loudly. "Want to split up?" Li Zongbao sneered. "I was waiting for you to condense into a human form. How could I give you the chance? Stop dreaming, prepare to die." As he spoke, Li Zongbao slapped his storage bag. A ring emitting crimson flames appeared in the air. Once the ring flew into the air, it immediately began to spin. As it spun, it gradually increased in speed. Li Zongbao stood steadily in midair. His divine sense drove the ring, and with a hand seal, the ring flew toward the blood shadow. In the blink of an eye, the ring flew above the blood shadow. A huge suction force was emitted from the spinning ring. The blood shadow seemed to know the power of the ring. The entire blood shadow flew out from the stone wall and rapidly flew to other places in the cave. The blood shadow's speed was undeniably fast. If it was the Li Zongbao before the foundation establishment stage, he definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. However, Li Zongbao didn't chase after it. His divine sense had already enveloped the entire cave. Wherever the blood shadow flew, the ring would immediately fly there under the control of his divine sense. And every time it flew above the blood shadow, a large piece of the blood shadow would be pulled down and thrown into the whirlpool of the ring. In the time it took to eat a meal, half of the blood shadow had been sucked in by the ring. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the blood shadow turned sharply in the air and swooped down, rushing towards Wuxia. How could Xiaohua let him succeed? He couldn't catch up to the blood shadow. Wasn't he waiting for the moment when the blood shadow would chase after him? Therefore, Xiaohua rushed in front of Wuxia without hesitation. The tip of the demonic spear thrust forward and stabbed the blood shadow. With a blood-curdling scream, the blood shadow flew backwards. At this moment, Li Zongbao's ring also arrived. Li Zongbao's face was slightly angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of life essence onto the ring. The ring suddenly enlarged several times and the suction force also increased sharply. Just as the blood shadow screamed, it was firmly sucked in by the ring. Li Zongbao's face was pale. Spitting out 2 mouthfuls of life essence in a row just now was still too much for him. With a point of his finger, the ring gradually shrank and flew in front of Li Zongbao. However, the ring only shrank a little and couldn't shrink anymore. It seemed that it couldn't return to its previous state. As for the blood shadow in the ring, it turned into a blood ball and faintly rotated in the ring. Moreover, it was still expanding from time to time. Qing Fengmin's voice sounded again. "Foundation establishment cultivator is nothing more than this. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Looking at the blood ball in the air, Li Zongbao bit his lips and opened his storage pouch. After looking at it for a while, Li Zongbao raised his head and said, "I will only ask you one question. Are you willing to answer?" "Answer? Why should I answer you? If you answer, I promise not to take your life." Senior. Kai Zhuxia's face was deathly pale. She cried out in alarm, somewhat unaccustomed, "This devil has harmed countless of my cultivators. How can I spare its life? Gee, what does little girl know? You, Senior Li, can't take my life, so you had no choice but to use this method." Presumably, his question is also the reason why he appeared on Thousandjiang Peak. Hearing this, Kai Zhuxia's expression became even more miserable. She immediately lowered her head and said no more. Li Zongbao glanced at Kai Zhuxia and turned to the blood shadow. 2 years ago, at Thousandjiang Peak, did you, Tianqi, meet a disciple of the Utopia faction called Li Mingyang? Li Mingyang of the Utopia faction? 2 years ago, I did something at Thousandjiang Peak. However, there were many cultivators at that time. How can I remember? If you don't remember, then I can't promise you. Li Zongbao said coldly. Li Mingyang was about 13 years old, level 5 of the qi refining stage. He had a small red mole on his forehead and spoke very childishly. "Ha ha, I remember now. So he was from the Utopia faction. A little cultivator at level 5 of the qi refining stage actually dared to show off in front of me. I just swallowed his blood essence. That's it." As the blood shadow spoke, the head of a 13-year-old child appeared in the blood ball and asked, "Is this person?" "Yes." Li Zongbao sighed and didn't speak again. "Okay, I already answered your question. You have to keep your promise and let me go." The blood shadow said angrily. "When did I promise you? I only said I wouldn't take your life. I didn't say I would let you go." Li Zongbao sneered. "Besides, even if I don't take your life, others can't take your life." The blood shadow was furious. The whole blood ball in the ring rapidly expanded. When Xiaohua heard Li Zongbao's question earlier, he already understood in his heart. The devil spear in his hand was already ready. Hearing Li Zongbao's answer, how could he not know that he had to make a move? Xiaohua circulated his magic power and flew into the air. The tip of the demonic spear gathered in front of him and pierced towards the ball of blood. "Xiaohua, I took care of you in every possible way. I even gave you the method of making talismans." The blood ball said urgently in Qing Fengmin's voice. "Besides, I also know how to get rid of you." However, how could Xiaohua dare to let it live for a moment longer? When Qing Fengmin finished speaking, Xiaohua's devil spear immediately pierced into the blood ball. A black light circled around the blood ball and the blood ball immediately stopped surging. Soon after, it rapidly shrank. The huge blood ball actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1394. Xiaohua flew into the air and stabbed the devil spear tip into the rolling blood ball without hesitation. The blood ball seemed to be afraid of the devil spear tip in Xiaohua's hand and was already rolling violently inside the ring, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be able to stop the spear tip from piercing in. When the spear tip pierced in, the blood ball immediately stopped rolling and then rapidly shrunk before disappearing in a moment. So effective? Xiaohua looked and frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. Is this devil spear tip more effective against devils than against cultivators? At this moment, Xiaohua tightly grasped the devil spear tip and a trace of scalding heat came from the cold spear tip. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. At this moment, Li Zongbao behind Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xiao, for personally killing the devils and eliminating a disaster for the cultivators of my Dawn Rain continent." Following Li Zongbao's voice, he pointed his finger and the ring spiraled back into its original shape and flew into Li Zongbao's hand. "I don't dare, it's all Senior Li's credit. Junior doesn't dare to claim credit." Xiaohua quickly bowed and said in panic. "Not at all. If it wasn't for this devil weapon in fellow Daoist Zhao's hand, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the strength to kill the thief." Li Zongbao smiled and put the ring into his storage bag. He looked at the devil spear tip in Xiaohua's hand and said, "Can I take a look?" Of course, Senior Li's eyes are like torches. Junior is holding the devil spear tip exchanged from Jinghua City's e.g. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly handed over the spear tip. Li Zongbao said and was about to take the spear tip. "Senior, be careful, this thing is extremely heavy." Xiaohua handed it over and reminded. Okay, Li Zongbao reached out and took it. However, he still underestimated the weight of the spear tip. His arms sank and the spear tip almost fell out of his hand. Li Zongbao was shocked and hurriedly urged his magic power to hold the spear tip and didn't lose face. Alas, there's always someone better. Li Zongbao looked left and right at the tip of the spear, but he didn't see any clues. He sighed and returned the tip of the spear to Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua easily catch it, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wouldn't dare. Junior only has this little bit of brute force. Compared to Senior's mountain-like cultivation, the difference is still too great. Xiaohua said respectfully. Fellow Daoist Wuxia. Li Zongbao turned to look at Kai Wuxia, whose face was still pale. I wouldn't dare. Senior Li, please call me Kai Wuxia. Now that Senior is a foundation establishment cultivator, I can no longer use the previous title. Kai Wuxia bit her lip and said in a low voice. This. Li Zongbao was at a loss for words. He didn't use the jade talisman to suppress his cultivation deliberately to hide anything. He just wanted to stay at the peak of the aura refining stage to comprehend more and delay the time of entering the foundation establishment stage. How could he have thought that he would break through here? Thus, he smiled bitterly and said, I was ordered by my master to suppress my cultivation level. The longer I suppress it, the better my progress in the foundation establishment stage will be. I didn't mean to deceive you. There's such a thing? Xiaohua's heart stirred and he secretly rejoiced. This is a trick. In that case, Senior Li also came to 1,000 feet peak on the orders of your master? Kai Wuxia said coldly. This is indeed so. Li Zongbao sighed. Li Mingyang is the direct descendant of one of Ai's martial uncles. 2 years ago, he traveled through the state of Xi and disappeared without a trace. According to the sect's information, the last place he appeared was 1,000 feet peak. I indeed came to search for him on the orders of my martial uncles. Senior Li saw that I had elder 1,000 feet's keepsake, so you deigned to befriend me, right? Kai Wuxia's face became increasingly pale. Seeing this, Xiaohua secretly cursed, this girl seems to have dug herself into a dead end. Sure enough, Li Zongbao pondered for a moment and could only reply, if fellow Daoist Kai says so, I also can't deny it. But immediately after, he said, however, I don't have any extravagant hopes for Elder 1,000 Feet's legacy. This 1,000 Feet Peak's cultivation method and other items, as previously mentioned, will still be given to fellow Daoist Kai. Oh, and fellow Daoist Xiao. As he spoke, Li Zongbao turned his head and pointed at the stone niche of the stone statue. Unfortunately, the stone niche was completely empty at this moment. There was nothing there at all. Li Zongbao was very surprised and frowned. It seems like there's something inside? Xiaohua sweated profusely. Wasn't that the first place he saw when he woke up? Wasn't that the pill furnace he took away when he woke up? Just when Xiaohua didn't know whether to take out the pill furnace or not, he heard Kai Wuxia say coldly, the devil said clearly that Elder 1,000 Feet had already died in his hands. It's been 1,000 years, haven't Elder 1,000 Feet's cultivation methods, pills, and other items long disappeared? Although Tianqi had so many cultivation methods, where did the cultivation methods and pills that the devil dwellers had when they were created come from? Aren't they all Elder 1,000 Feet's things? He said that Elder 1,000 Feet's mantle was in this stone niche. I'm afraid it was there before, but he took it away long ago. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. To be honest, everyone was panicking at that time and only thought about how to escape. Who would look carefully? Xiaohua's heart also calmed down a little. What Kai Wuxia wanted was a cultivation method, but what he took was a pill furnace. The two were unrelated. AI, what a pity. Tianqi's loose cultivator storage bags were all destroyed by the devil fire. Otherwise, maybe we could find some cultivation methods. Li Zongbao looked around and sighed again. Yeah. Xiaohua's heart jumped. Why didn't he think of it earlier? Otherwise, he could take advantage of the fact that the storage bags were not destroyed and snatch one or two. Although my Liangkai family is only a cultivation family, we still have cultivation methods for the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. We don't need to take them from loose cultivators. Kai Zhuixia clenched her teeth and said. Li Zongbao's face slightly changed. Seeing that the mood of the two people was not right, Xiaohua hurriedly interrupted. "Io, senior, this devil has already been destroyed. The blood fog in the cave has also been dispersed, but how do we get out?" Li Zongbao released his divine sense and looked for a long time. He pointed at the huge stone statue and said, "There is a passage under this stone statue. It leads to the 1,000-feet Peaks cave." Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this. He walked in front of the stone statue and looked at this strange thing from top to bottom. He used the tip of the devil's spear to randomly poke the stone statue. Finally, he shouted loudly and pushed with force. The huge stone statue was actually overturned by him. After a loud sound, it scattered into countless small pieces. Right under the stone statue, there was a black hole that led to the outside. "Senior Li, Junior will lead the way. Senior, please bring up the rear." Xiaohua asked respectfully. "And okay." Li Zongbao nodded. Before Xiaohua took a step, he looked left and right again, as if looking for something. Li Zongbao pointed and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, there are 2 corpses over there. They are the bodies of the 2 loose cultivators that Blood Shadow occupied. It seems that they haven't been destroyed yet. Go and see if there are any storage bags." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. He directly flew over. Sure enough, on the ground extremely far away, there were 2 storage bags hanging on the corpses of Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasen. Xiaohua grabbed them one by one and pulled them down. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, it's better to destroy these 2 corpses." Li Zongbao's voice came. "Yes, Senior Li." Xiaohua didn't find it strange when he heard this. He casually used a basic fireball technique. 2 wicker-sized fireballs fell on the corpses of the 2 people. Soon after, they started burning. "Let's go. We'll talk when we get outside." Li Zongbao waited for Xiaohua to come closer and said. Soon after, Xiaohua walked in front and Li Zongbao followed behind. Kai Zhuixia's face was covered in frost. She coldly walked in the middle and went out of the cave. The 3 people walked for a long time. About 4 hours later, on the cave's stone wall, where Blood Shadow initially wanted to escape, a wisp of blood slowly squirmed. It passed through the stone wall and quickly floated in the air. The direction it went wasn't slanted or not slanted, it was precisely Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as the wisp of Blood Shadow was escaping, in a mountain peak more than 10 li east of 1,000-feet peak, in a rather large cave, Xiaohua handed 2 storage bags to Kai Zhuixia and said, "Fellow Daoist Kai, according to fellow Daoist instructions, I divided the things in these 2 storage bags into 2 portions. Fellow Daoist Kai, please choose by yourself." Kai Zhuixia looked at the 2 storage bags in front of her without the slightest care and said, "There isn't even a foundation establishment cultivation method. It's the same no matter which one I choose." As she spoke, she casually took 1 storage bag. And Xiaohua also very naturally tied the other storage bag to his waist. "Fellow Daoists, what plans do you 2 have?" Li Zongbao suddenly asked. "Reporting to Senior, Junior. I'm only at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. I just got a cultivation method from Qing Fengmin's storage bag that can be practiced to the 5th level of the qi refining stage. Naturally, I want to find a place to meditate." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Hee, meditating is admittedly good, but everyone's method may not be the same." Li Zongbao laughed and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao previously practiced for a long time in Shanghuaming and was still at the 1st level of the qi refining stage. You just left Shanghuaming for half a year and broke through to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. In I's opinion, fellow Daoist should travel more." "Yes, Junior understands." What about fellow Daoist Kai? Li Zongbao pretended to be indifferent and said, What about Senior Li? Kai Wuxia didn't answer at all and asked back. Sigh, because I suddenly entered the foundation establishment stage, I haven't made sufficient preparations and my realm hasn't stabilized. I want to go into seclusion here and wait until my foundation establishment stage has stabilized. Then I'll immediately return to the utmost happiness faction and report Li Mingyang's matter to Martial Uncle. Li Zongbao answered honestly. Hearing this, Kai Wuxia's face first showed a hint of joy, but then it returned to its usual coldness. She cupped her hands and said, Junior congratulates Senior Li once again for entering the ranks of the foundation establishment stage. Junior still has to work hard for the future of my Kai family, so I won't accompany you here any longer. Goodbye. After saying this, she didn't even say goodbye to Xiaohua and hurriedly walked out of the cave. Fellow Daoist Kai. Li Zongbao walked out quickly. When he came out, Kai Wuxia had already activated the flight talisman and flew into the air. Fellow Daoist Wuxia. Li Zongbao called out in a low voice. He could obviously fly and chase after her, but he could only open his mouth and call out, then put his hand down again. Chapter 1395. Senior Li. Xiaohua caught up from behind. Seeing the two people like this, he sighed in his heart and cupped his hands. Junior, farewell. Oh, okay, Li Zongbao said. He clapped his hands and took out 2 message amulets from his storage bag. He handed them to Xiaohua and said, Fellow cultivator Xiao, meeting is fate. Moreover, we can be considered to have gone through life and death. This is I's message amulet. Keep it. If fate wills it, we can meet again at the extreme happiness sect of Lian country. Xiaohua looked at the 2 message amulets and was slightly stunned. But then he understood. He reached out and said with a smile, Junior understands. If fate wills it, we fellow cultivators who have gone through life and death can meet again. After Li Zongbao nodded with a smile, he looked sideways at the direction Kai Wuxia flew away. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiaohua knew his mood. He cupped his hands and flew away without saying anything. But after flying for a while, he immediately landed. Nonsense. There was a foundation establishment cultivator who was on good terms with him in seclusion nearby. What was he afraid of? He must first find a place nearby and familiarize himself with the fire-type cultivation method. Then, he would organize the pill furnace and elixirs he got from the 1,000 feet peak. Xiaohua searched for a long time and found a very hidden cave. He used a huge mountain rock to block the entrance of the cave. Then, he embedded the moonlight stone in the cave's stone wall. With the help of the moonlight stone's brilliance, Xiaohua took out the raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method that he had just obtained. He carefully read it several times and memorized the contents. Then, he put it into his space and closed his eyes to think. This so-called raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method seems very shallow. It's much simpler than Shang Huaming's cultivation method. It can't be said to be profound. It must be one of the very low-level cultivation methods in the sect. Moreover, the flow of true qi and the activation of magic power in this cultivation method are all rough. It even feels a little crude. It's far from being as delicate and gentle as Shang Huaming's cultivation method. Could it be? This is the difference between a water-type cultivation method and a fire-type cultivation method? Then, should I look for a higher-level cultivation technique? Or should I just practice this low-level cultivation method? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant, but immediately after he let out a pfft laugh and said to himself, Come on, this low-level cultivation method was obtained by chance. Who knows when I'll be able to obtain a high-level cultivation method again? How can I wait? Presumably, Xiaohua concentrated his breath, closed his eyes, and silently operated the mental cultivation method that he had just memorized. While throwing the marrow-cleansing pill into his mouth, he circulated and refined his true qi in his new meridians. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua opened his eyes. His expression was slightly happy. And it's really not bad. This fire-type constitution really needs a fire-type cultivation method. Although this raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method is relatively low level, but my cultivation speed is actually faster than Shang Huaming's cultivation method. And it's almost twice as fast. If I calculate it this way, my cultivation speed will be shortened by a lot compared to ordinary cultivators. However, there are also some difficulties. This marrow cleansing pill isn't very useful. Its effect isn't even half of that of the clear breeze pill. On the other hand, although the clear breeze pill doesn't use the same spiritual herbs as the marrow cleansing pill, its effect is about the same as the second layer of qi refining. However, there are still some strange places. There are many details of true qi refinement. This raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method clearly doesn't record them, but when I practice, I can actually repair them on my own. This can't be because of my meridians, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the dragon jade. Looking at the dragon jade that was missing a dragon head, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Dragon transformation art, oh dragon transformation art, even if this poor Daoist obtains you, how can he cultivate? In Xiaohua's mind, the obscure dragon transformation art flowed like a small stream. Unfortunately, he wanted to, but he was powerless. He didn't know how to start. Right? I didn't come out empty-handed on Thousandjiang Peak. In addition to a storage pouch, I also obtained a pill furnace. Kai Wuxia and Li Zongbao probably never dreamed of it. Xiaohua's heart burned with passion as he put away the dragon jade. Not bothering to look inside the storage pouch, he first took out the pill furnace. After all, he already had the alchemy manual, as well as the pill formulas, as well as the spiritual plants in the space. Now that he had the pill furnace, if he still couldn't concoct pills, then even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the alchemy furnace into the cave. The milky white brilliance of the moonlight evenly sprinkled on the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace unexpectedly flashed a faint light on its own. Xiaohua very gently walked to the front of the alchemy furnace and placed his hand on it. There were veined patterns on the alchemy furnace. Touching those veined patterns, a delicate and gentle feeling spontaneously arose. Xiaohua gently caressed it and slowly enjoyed this feeling. The feeling transmitted from his fingertips made his heart itch incomparably. He almost, right now, wanted to start alchemy. Once Xiaohua had his fill of caressing the cauldron, he retreated a few steps and carefully sized up the cauldron. The cauldron was very tall, and Xiaohua could only reach one of the cauldron's openings. Looking at the cauldron's 3 legs, the cauldron's nearly spherical cauldron had 5 openings for placing herbs. And on top of the pill furnace, there was a small bird standing there. How come this pill furnace is different from Shang Huaming's Jihao? I remember that pill furnace only had one place for medicine. What is this little bird doing? Why would it refine a little bird on top of the pill furnace for no reason? Right? There are also veined patterns on the outside of the pill furnace. The tentacles are very vivid, as if they can move. It doesn't seem like runes. Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. He walked closer and saw that the pill furnace's 5 openings were all open. Xiaohua took out a moonstone and placed it inside the pill furnace. Before he could carefully look inside the pill furnace, his eyes saw that there was a blood-red manual lying quietly inside the pill furnace. Cultivation method. Thousandjiang old man's cultivation method. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His empty left hand formed a seal. It was the basic spell he had just learned, telekinesis technique. That blood-red manual immediately flew into Xiaohua's hand. When Xiaohua carefully looked at it, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was a manual with a blood-red cover. On it were written the words, blood shadow technique. Just these 3 words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the fire in Xiaohua's heart. When he opened the book and flipped through it, it was even more ice-cold. What was written in the book was a cultivation method of the devil realm. It was about how to refine the blood essence of others into one's own blood shadow. And this blood shadow was precisely the blood shadow that Xiaohua saw in Thousandjiang Peak, the blood shadow that drilled out of Qing Fengmin's body. However, the blood shadow was admittedly powerful, but, after all, it was a cultivation method of the devil realm. Xiaohua, as a cultivator of the human realm, why would he cultivate the blood shadow technique? Sigh, I was happy for nothing again, Xiaohua thought. He slapped his hand and magic power spread out. He wanted to destroy this blood shadow technique manual. This kind of cultivation method of the devil realm was really evil. It actually used a cultivator's blood essence as a cultivation method to refine it into one's own cultivation method. It really couldn't be allowed to exist in this world. However, just when Xiaohua's palm slapped the cover of the manual, he suddenly stopped. A thunderclap sounded in his head, illuminating his entire heart. His figure seemed to be imprisoned by millions of confinement talismans, completely motionless. His eyes were really round, and his mouth was wide open. How did I become an idiot? Countless thoughts instantly turned in Xiaohua's mind. In the end, only this sentence remained: how did I become an idiot? I thought that this blood shadow technique was a sinister technique and couldn't be cultivated. But how could I forget? I have a dragon transformation art, but I can't cultivate this dragon transformation art. And in my body, there might be a living meridian. This meridian seems to be able to cultivate the dragon transformation art. But I can't cultivate the dragon transformation art, but I can use the blood shadow cultivation method of the blood shadow technique to control my meridian and cultivate. With a pa sound, Xiaohua woke up from his stupor. He slapped his forehead and rejoiced. Luckily, I didn't recklessly destroy the blood shadow technique. Otherwise, I'll really regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaohua rejoiced as he thought. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't bother to check the pill furnace anymore. He first put away the pill furnace and only used the brilliance of the moonlight stone to bitterly study the blood shadow technique. This blood shadow technique was originally a technique of the demon realm. The contents of the technique weren't something that Xiaohua could understand and cultivate at the moment. However, he could only use the technique of controlling other people's flesh and blood as a reference. It was a lot easier for him. Xiaohua only spent a few days of effort to comprehend it. Of course, this was only comprehension. It couldn't be said that he could really cultivate it. Therefore, Xiaohua waited for this technique to take shape. He immediately impatiently used this newly comprehended technique to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Logically speaking, Xiaohua's impatient appearance shouldn't be suitable for cultivation. However, this dragon transformation art had been in Xiaohua's mind for who knows how many times. Some of the details and taboos were already clear to him, so he wasn't afraid of making any mistakes. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiaohua only wanted to see if he could cultivate the dragon transformation art using the cultivation method of the blood shadow technique. Sure enough, when Xiaohua began to cultivate the dragon transformation art with a perturbed mood, he discovered that the dragon transformation art wasn't an unattainable technique anymore. He could actually really control his meridians. Haha. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't continue cultivating. He knew his current agitated state of mind wasn't suitable for cultivation. Thus, he stood up and laughed heartily towards the sky. Immediately, he walked to the entrance of the cave and used his hand to push with all his might. The mountain rocks blocking the entrance were all pushed down by him in an instant. The whistling mountain wind rushed in and blew his hair high into the air. Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. He walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the countless vegetation in front of the mountain. There were also birds flying in the air. His heart was incomparably carefree. Only now did Xiaohua have a feeling that he was above ordinary cultivators. Previously, it was true that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, he had always been worried about the technique. Now, the mysterious Long Yu and the mysterious dragon transformation art had been controlled by him. How could he still be ordinary? Thinking to this point, Xiaohua let out a long whistle in the air. It was as if he wanted to disperse all the gloominess of these past few years. Fellow Daoist Xiao. A familiar voice suddenly came from above his head. Chapter 1396. Fellow Fellow Daoist Kai? Xiaohua didn't expect that there would be someone in the air. Hearing that familiar voice, he naturally raised his head. Kai Wuxia descended from the air, looked at the cave behind Xiaohua, then looked at Xiaohua's cultivation. She said thoughtfully, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed an almighty person. It's only been a few dozen days, and you've actually already firmly stepped into the early third level of qi refining. It looks like after a few more days of hard work, I'm afraid you'll be able to rush into the middle stage." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Kai praises me too much. I'm only at the third level of qi refining. Not to mention Senior Li's foundation establishment, I'm still far from fellow Daoist Kai's fifth level of qi refining. How can I compare to Senior Li?" Kai Wuxia was dejected. "Oh, right, fellow Daoist Kai. Why are you still here?" Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he asked knowingly. Kai Wuxia's face was slightly red, and she frowned. Since fellow Daoist Xiao was able to comprehend something at the moment of life and death on 1,000 Feet Peak, can't you also let I cultivate in seclusion this time? Even if I have limited aptitude and no progress, can I cultivate in seclusion? After Kai Wuxia finished speaking, she felt that it was inappropriate, as if she was trying to hide something. Her face was crimson, and she stamped her feet, urged her magic power, and leaped into the air, about to fly far away. "Fellow Daoist Kai, take care. Senior Li left something for you." Xiaohua laughed in his heart and hurriedly shouted. Sure enough, Kai Wuxia's figure flew out several dozen feet, then suddenly stopped in the air. She hesitated for a moment, then flew back. At this time, her face had already regained its calm, and there seemed to be some expectation in her eyes. "What is it? When did Senior Li give it to me?" Kai Wuxia asked. "A few dozen days ago, after fellow Daoist Kai left." Xiaohua answered and took out the communication talisman. Kai Wuxia frowned slightly and used her hand to take it. She asked again, "What did Senior Li say?" "This." Xiaohua hesitated and said with a smile, "Senior Li said that if we're fated, we can all meet in the utmost happiness faction." Xiaohua didn't know what Li Zongbao meant. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything. He also didn't want to say anything. Li Zongbao didn't say anything, so he could only say what he said. Of course, this was also what Li Zongbao had said. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still didn't understand the heart of a female cultivator. When Kai Wuxia heard this, a cold smile appeared on her face. In that case, fellow Daoist Xiao also has such a communication talisman? Xiaohua was embarrassed and said in a low voice, Yes, Senior Li also bestowed this junior with one." "Ah, bestowed?" Kai Wuxia sneered and said, "I naturally bestowed this message talisman." Senior Li didn't say that. Xiaohua was very anxious, his back was sweating. He didn't say that, but he did. Kai Wuxia's face was covered in frost as she held Li Zongbao's message talisman in her hand. The expression in her eyes changed a few times before finally becoming resolute. She urged the mana in her hand and a ball of flame rose from her hand. In the blink of an eye, the message talisman was burned to ashes. "Fellow Daoist Kai?" Xiaohua was shocked. He really couldn't understand Kai Wuxia's actions and said anxiously, "This? What are you doing?" "Not doing anything. Senior Li is a foundation establishment senior of the utmost happiness faction. What does he have to do with us? What's the use of keeping the message talisman?" Kai Wuxia's voice came from afar. Xiaohua was completely speechless. His flying figure also stopped. At this time, it had already been dozens of days since the incident at 1,000 Feet Peak. Kai Wuxia was still cruising around here. Needless to say, she must be worried about Li Zongbao. But her performance in front of Xiaohua. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A female cultivator's heart is like the sand at the bottom of the sea. No matter how profound Senior Li's cultivation is, I'm afraid he can't figure it out. Xiaohua shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to fly towards 1,000 Feet Peak. 1,000 Feet Peak was still the same. It didn't attract the attention of other cultivators because of the death of several hundred rogue cultivators in Tianqi. It also didn't become famous in the country of Xi because a devil dweller was killed by a Foundation establishment cultivator. On the contrary, it was because Li Zongbao advanced to Foundation establishment several dozen days ago, which caused some celestial phenomena and attracted the attention of some cultivators. They came to investigate, but how could those cultivators see anything? Soon after, they all dispersed. Xiaohua came at this time, so he definitely couldn't meet other cultivators. Looking at the numerous caves on 1,000 Feet Peak, Xiaohua simply couldn't think of going in to explore. Who knows if there are other demons inside? Oh, that's right. The stone statues in the blood-colored space. There are two of them. One is a devil dweller and the other is a devil dweller. Qingfeng means blood shadow, and Luo Jiasen's blood shadow. Are they respectively these two things? But if the two of them are, then the third cultivator to establish Heaven Forsaken, what is he? Xiaohua suddenly thought. Also, what about Tianqi? Should I bring Qingfeng means matter to the rogue cultivators in Tianqi? Xiaohua thought of another problem. Tianqi was originally an alliance of rogue cultivators. It was precisely the protection of rogue cultivators. Although the rogue cultivators in Tianqi are somewhat scheming against each other, after all, they are here in name. They can intimidate those sects and cultivator aristocratic families. Moreover, if Tianqi develops and grows stronger, it may not be impossible to contend against those sects and aristocratic families. Although Qingfeng means purpose in establishing Tianqi is sinister, the results are positive. Many rogue cultivators have benefited from it. If I tell Qingfeng means matter, Tianqi, won't it disband? And won't the rogue cultivators in Tianqi fall into a situation where they have no one to rely on? Alas, forget it. It's already been several dozen days. Maybe Kai Zhuoxia has already spread the news here. Tianqi has also disbanded long ago. Besides, there's still Li Zongbao. He's a cultivator of Lian country's extreme happiness school. This kind of matter of killing a devil, it's bound to spread. Even if I don't say it, Tianqi would have already disbanded by now. Forget it. Now that I've also obtained a fire attribute cultivation method, I'll be able to cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refining. At that time, I'll have magic power and flying speed. Qi refining stage cultivators, who would I be afraid of? As for Tianqi, it has nothing to do with me. Xiaohua thought of Ma Qingqing and the others and couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected. They were all wholeheartedly working for the rogue cultivators, but they had instead fallen into a tragic end. Oh, I forgot. These several dozen days, I've been cultivating cultivation methods. I still haven't carefully looked at the storage bag I got from Qingfeng Min's blood shadow. Xiaohua scratched his head. He had obtained so many things for no reason that he didn't even have the time to carefully look through them. Looking through his gains was Xiaohua's favorite thing to do. Inside Qingfeng Min's storage bag, there were a lot of things, and they were also a mess. Apart from a few jade bottles, there were some things of unknown origin. The cultivation methods that Xiaohua had high hopes for before were not even a single book. Oh, how could I forget again? Qingfeng Min is a devil. Why would he want medicinal pills and cultivation methods? Even if there were cultivation methods, he wouldn't carry them with him. Presumably, he left them in Jinghua City or somewhere else. Xiaohua suddenly realized, but Tianqi has so many cultivation methods, don't they all have to rely on Qingfeng Min to coordinate them? Where would he put the cultivation methods? What a pity, this guy was completely absorbed by my devil spear point, not leaving behind a single trace. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him at that time. But what's the use of regretting now? Xiaohua curled his lips and threw all the things inside the storage bag into the space. Just like before, he placed them in categories. There are also 2 gold foil here. Xiaohua placed the 2 gold foil together with the 2 gold foil he had obtained before. These 4 gold foil looked exactly the same, and there were some strange patterns on them. But as for what they were used for, he still had no idea. Apart from this gold foil, among the remaining things, Xiaohua only recognized a tiger head waist token. Because when he was organizing things, There was also a waste token with a bunch of bamboo drawn on it together with this waste token. Because he wanted to split it equally with Wuxia, Xiaohua kept the tiger head waste token for himself and gave the bamboo one to Wuxia. However, even if he recognized it, Xiaohua still didn't know what it was used for. Of course, this was enough. After all, the remaining things were strange, and he simply couldn't see the original appearance of these things. Forget it, let's look at the jade bottles. Xiaohua took out the jade bottle. As soon as he opened the jade bottle, he was stupefied. Hee, I thought I was drawing water with a bamboo basket for nothing. So the good stuff was actually hidden here. Inside these several jade bottles were all foundation establishment pills. Xiaohua roughly counted and estimated that there were about 30 pills. I'm rich. Xiaohua was very excited. He rubbed his hands and put the foundation establishment pills into his space, sweeping away his somewhat depressed mood. With these foundation establishment pills, presumably when he cultivated to the peak of the 12th level of the Qi refining realm, he should be able to easily step into the foundation establishment realm. That being said, Xiaohua had only just reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. The distance from the 12th level of the Qi refining realm was still very far. Who knew when he would be able to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm? But, with these foundation establishment pills, Wuxia's chances of stepping into the foundation establishment realm are also very high. Xiaohua naturally thought of the storage pouch that was given to Wuxia. Forget it, those foundation establishment pills are already hers. In the future, I don't know if I'll be able to see this eccentric girl again. Why would I think about it? Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the Thousandjiang Peak not far away. He leaped up and flew into the distance. However, just after flying for a moment, before he could fly out of the Thousandjiang Peak's range, Wuxia intercepted him in midair. Looking at Wuxia who was flying over from afar, Xiaohua secretly laughed. You still say you don't care about Li Zongbao. I just came over from the Thousandjiang Peak, and you're already here to inquire about him? But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Wuxia didn't mention Li Zongbao's matter to him at all. Instead, she cupped her hands and asked, Fellow Daoist Xiao, the trip to the Thousandjiang Peak was out of my expectations. Not only did I not repay fellow Daoist's kindness, I even almost implicated fellow Daoist. This really makes I blush with shame. I want to find another opportunity to make up for it. I wonder if fellow Daoist is interested? Chapter 1397. Hearing Wuxia's words, Xiaohua's first reaction was to shake his head. Nonsense, he had a 5th-level Qi refining cultivation method, medicinal pills, and the mysterious dragon transformation art to cultivate. For the time being, he didn't need to worry about cultivation methods. Instead of taking risks, he might as well find a place to cultivate. Maybe he could reach the 5th level of Qi refining in a few years. Oh, fellow Xiao doesn't need to be in a hurry to answer. Wait until I finish explaining the whole story, then you can decide. Wuxia seemed to understand Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile, This. Xiaohua hesitated, but he quickly cupped his hands and said, Then, I am all ears. Actually, the matter is very simple. Wuxia said with a smile, I wonder if fellow Xiao has heard of the revolving reflection pill? Revolving reflection pill? Xiaohua stared blankly and rolled his eyes. He had only told Li Zongbao and Wuxia about Yunqi Marsh, but he hadn't mentioned the rainbow epiphyllum. So he asked, What kind of medicinal pill is that? Wuxia didn't doubt that Xiaohua didn't know about it. So she explained the effects of the revolving reflection pill, then said, Unfortunately, this revolving reflection pill is only effective for cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refining. Speaking up to here, her eyes flashed with a strange light, then she restored her calm. It's useless for low-level Qi refining cultivators like me. Fellow Kai, what do you mean by this? Xiaohua was a bit confused. The revolving reflection pill's main ingredient is the rainbow epiphyllum, which fellow Xiao has been to Yunqi Marsh before. However, The rainbow epiphyllum generally appears after the rain. Normally, it is hidden in the marsh and is extremely difficult to find. Moreover, the rainbow epiphyllum is guarded by a spirit butterfly called the water pattern butterfly. If you aren't at least at the 6th or 7th level of qi refining, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pick. Actually, what I want to talk about is another medicinal pill that is equally famous as the revolving reflection pill. It's called the embryonic breathing pill. Wuxia finally said the main point. Embryonic breathing pill? Xiao Hua furrowed his brows. He did obtain some pill recipes and alchemy manuals, but recently, he only focused on cultivating his cultivation technique. He didn't look at the pill recipes and alchemy manuals, so he didn't know what this embryonic breathing pill was. The revolving illumination pill and the embryonic breath pill are spirit pills that can be used by qi condensation cultivators. The revolving illumination pill is used by qi condensation cultivators to help them condense their divine sense. As for the embryonic breath pill, it can be used by all qi condensation cultivators. Its effect is to help a cultivator break through a bottleneck. Of course, this pill is only effective once, and the success rate is 50%. Only 50%? Xiao Hua exclaimed. I thought I could break through after taking it. There's no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. Wuxia seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became a little gloomy. She smiled bitterly and said, even if you use pills to increase your cultivation, it's not something that can be done overnight. A pill can only be effective for a certain stage, and the more you use it, the worse the effect. This embryonic breath pill can help a cultivator break through a bottleneck, especially for qi condensation cultivators. Even if the success rate is only 50%, it's still very precious. Then, where is the main ingredient of the embryonic breath pill? Is it also in Yunxi Marsh? Xiao Hua's heart slightly moved and he asked, do you know of the Inkshao Black Forest? Wuxia asked calmly. Inkshao Black Forest? Xiao Hua immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. I've heard that Tianqi has been to this place before, and many people have died there. I's cultivation is shallow, so I definitely won't go there. Hee fellow Xiao, don't worry. I was just asking if you know of the Inkshao Black Forest, and I didn't say I wanted to go there. Wuxia smiled, looked at the Thousand-Zhang Peak in the distance, and said, the Inkshao Black Forest is a place that only qi condensation cultivators of the 7th stage and above can go. With my current cultivation, going there will only be suicide. I want to invite fellow Xiao to go to a place similar to the Inkshao Black Forest, but the degree of danger is much lower. Fellow Kai, please tell me. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time I met fellow Xiao, there is a place 1,000 miles to the west called the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. This mountain range is infested with spirit beasts, and there are countless dangers inside. However, according to what this poor Daoist knows, there is a kind of spirit fruit growing in an extremely secretive forest on the outskirts of the Weimeng Mountain Range. It is called the mother-child spirit fruit, and it is the main ingredient used to concoct the embryonic breathing pill. Fellow Kai, do you mean to invite I to go to the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range with you? Xiao Hua said thoughtfully. Fellow Xiao, what I said is exactly what I was thinking. Wuxia nodded and said, fellow Xiao's flying speed is very fast, and you also have strength and magical power that I don't have. If I don't invite fellow Xiao, who else can I invite? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered. Fellow Xiao, think about it carefully. There are 12 layers of qi refining, and every layer has a bottleneck. If you have this embryonic breath pill, you have a 50% chance of breaking through this bottleneck. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. I just found a clue from the things that fellow Xiao gave I reckon that some loose cultivator got it from Tianqi. I can't guarantee that other loose cultivators don't know about it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua still shook his head, cupped his hands and said, fellow Kai, please know that I's cultivation is not enough. I really don't dare to take the risk. Fellow Kai, please find someone else. Wuxia sighed and said, alas, other than fellow Daoist Xiao, who else can this poor Daoist feel at ease? Xiaohua secretly criticized, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only smile bitterly and said, I really don't want to go. Even if fellow Daoist picks the mother-child spirit fruit, how will you refine the embryonic breath pill? Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, just the two of us won't be enough. I still need to invite someone else. Kai Zhuxia patiently explained. There's still someone else? Xiaohua shook his head even more. Right now, he had cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and alchemy techniques. He needed to cultivate calmly and didn't want to take the risk. How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao, give one of your messaging talismans to I. I need some time to find someone. When the time comes, I will send a message to you. If you change your mind, you can come find me. Kai Zhuxia didn't force him and suggested. And that's for the best. Xiaohua gave one of his messaging talismans to Kai Zhuxia. Right, fellow Daoist Xiao, are you still going to cultivate in seclusion here? Kai Zhuxia looked around and asked. Of course not here. Xiaohua shook his head and said, this place is too close to Thousandjiang Peak. I don't feel at ease. I want to return to Jinghua City, find an inn to stay in, and slowly cultivate. Kai Zhuxia laughed out loud and said, fellow Daoist Zhao's idea is very fresh. Let's not talk about the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the inns in Jinghua City. Even if you have to pay people spirit stones every day, it's not advisable. Fellow Daoist Kai, do you have any good suggestions? Xiaohua scratched his head and said, is there even a need to say it? Find a place with abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi and build your own cave? If you want to live there for a long time, then make it a bit more tidy. If you want to cultivate for a short time, then make it a bit simpler. Oh, there's a rare spirit-seeking mouse that's a specialty of the Sobbing Meng mountain range. It's the most sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual qi. If fellow Daoist Xiao can obtain one, then you can easily find a place with abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi in the boundless mountains and open up your cave. I don't dare to think so much. Xiaohua waved his hand, looked into the distance, and said with a smile, I only need a cave to settle down in. Kai Zhuxia turned her head to look, then pointed with her finger and said, 200 miles south from here, there's a tall mountain that's similar to the Thousandjiang Peak. I passed by when I came to the Thousandjiang Peak some time ago. There's an abandoned cave there. It should be a certain senior who doesn't use it. If fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't mind, then you can go take a look. When I find people, I'll go look for you. And that's fine. I'll do as fellow Daoist Kai says. Xiaohua cupped his hands and thanked her. After Kai Zhuxia cupped her hands and said goodbye, Xiaohua also flew south. Sure enough, he saw a tall mountain about 200 miles away. That abandoned cave was actually hidden. Xiaohua searched for a long time before he saw the entrance that was only half a person's height and was blocked by a mountain tree. After he entered, he discovered that there was indeed another cave inside. This abandoned cave was quite large. Inside, there were several caves that were connected. Each cave had been cleaned and looked very decent. Among these caves, except for one that had a shabby praying mat, which Xiaohua knew was the place for closed-door cultivation, there was also a cave that had wild weeds and a few common spirit herbs, which was where medicinal herbs were planted. As for the other caves, he didn't know what they were used for. No wonder it's called a cave. Sure enough, it's different from ordinary caves. Xiaohua looked at the caves again and secretly nodded his head. Then, just like before, he used a boulder to block the entrance and exit of the cave. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began his closed-door cultivation. What Xiaohua was currently cultivating was the fire attribute cultivation method, raising fire to burning the heavens. This was a basic cultivation method. When cultivating this cultivation method, Xiaohua's mind was still in the space. On one hand, he was comprehending the heavenly Tao, on the other hand, he was drawing spiritual qi into his body. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth circulated in the meridians of the third level of qi, refining his true qi and strengthening his cultivation. In addition to this, Xiaohua also wanted to cultivate the dragon transformation art. The cultivation of the dragon transformation art was different from the cultivation of basic cultivation methods. The dragon transformation art borrowed the cultivation technique of blood shadow art and cultivated it in Xiaohua's meridians. In truth, it was the cultivation of the meridians themselves. What made Xiaohua ecstatic was that although the blood shadow art was an extremely sinister cultivation method of the devil realm, it was also extremely wonderful and had its own unique effect. Xiaohua only needed to activate the dragon transformation art, and the meridians in his body really began to cultivate automatically as if they had a life of their own. He didn't need to worry too much about it. Moreover, cultivating the dragon transformation art in his meridians didn't have any conflict with refining his true qi in his meridians. Thus, Xiaohua settled down in this abandoned immortal's cave. As time passed day by day, Xiaohua's cultivation speed finally caught up with ordinary cultivators. His cultivation also increased little by little. Chapter 1398. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua had been in seclusion for more than half a year in this abandoned cave. In this half-year, Xiaohua cultivated day and night. In addition to the basic cultivation methods, the dragon transformation art, and so on, he also cultivated some of the basic magic techniques. He even read a lot of the book he obtained from the Zhu family. It could be said that he had a direct impression of the Dawn Rain continent. As for Xiaohua's cultivation, in this half-year, he had steadily advanced from the early third level of qi refining to the middle third level of qi refining. Although this kind of advancement was very common for ordinary cultivators with sects, for Xiaohua, it was an enormous breakthrough. However, after reaching the middle third level of qi refining, Xiaohua had no choice but to come out of seclusion. The reason was very simple: the medicinal pills in his space were gone. Since Xiaohua began his seclusion, because he had a fire attribute cultivation method suitable for his cultivation progress seemed to be faster than before. Therefore, when he cultivated, the medicinal pills he took weren't as extravagant as before. He only took one out when necessary. However, his medicinal pills were still limited. In half a year's time, the marrow cleansing pills and clear ripple pills in his space were all consumed by him. There were only a few dozen foundation establishment pills left. After stopping taking medicinal pills, Xiaohua felt that his cultivation had begun to progress at a tortoise's speed. Xiaohua, who had already adapted to taking medicinal pills and cultivating at the same speed as ordinary cultivators, was somewhat dissatisfied. Speaking of medicinal pills, he could still refine them. Xiaohua had the alchemy technique, the alchemy furnace, and the spiritual herbs in his space. Refining medicinal pills shouldn't be a problem, right? And this was what Xiaohua had planned to do half a year ago. However, when he truly began to refine medicinal pills, he discovered that he had a huge omission, and that was the earth fire used to refine medicinal pills. Refining ordinary medicinal pills, such as the parasol pill, blood replenishing pill, and so on, didn't require earth fire. It was possible to use some fire talismans to refine them successfully. However, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and other medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation needed earth fire. Moreover, the alchemy furnace that Xiaohua obtained was so big. The saltpeter and 3 yang talismans that Xiaohua purchased weren't enough to warm the alchemy furnace, let alone refine medicinal pills. Of course, after Xiaohua discovered this problem, he was extremely depressed, but at the same time, he didn't stop studying alchemy, as well as understanding this alchemical furnace. Fortunately, he was able to find the method to refine this alchemy furnace on the inner wall of the alchemy furnace. Moreover, he also knew the name of this alchemy furnace and the general method to use it. This cauldron was called the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern cauldron. The little bird on top of the cauldron looked like a vermilion bird, and the 5 openings around the cauldron were arranged according to the 5 elements. This 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace could refine high-level pills, but the prerequisite was that the furnace had to be refined first. Otherwise, it could only refine low-level pills. As for this low-level pill, it wasn't the low-level pill that Xiaohua had in mind. Although the introduction didn't go into detail, it did mention a high-level pill, the nascent soul pill, that was used by nascent soul stage cultivators. Then what was this low-level pill? Was there still a need to explain? This discovery also made Xiaohua's extremely depressed mood slightly better. After all, he had obtained a high-level item. Yes, although his cultivation was still very shallow now, and his spiritual power was a little bit short of the requirement to refine this alchemy furnace, the alchemy furnace was in his own space. Even if he didn't refine it, he couldn't refine pills. Others couldn't even see it, so it couldn't be said to be snatched by others. In addition to the basic cultivation method, the dragon transformation art that Xiaohua practiced seemed to have some progress. Why did he say it seemed? Because the dragon transformation art was used by the meridians to transform into dragons. Xiaohua hadn't found the key to it yet. He only felt that the dragon transformation art could be used, and there were no abnormalities in his meridians. As for where the progress of half a year of cultivation was, Xiaohua didn't know. Perhaps it was because the time was too short. Xiaohua stood up and walked away. Looking at the very tidy cave, he smiled and said to himself, "This cave is really not bad. I wonder which senior left it behind." Of course, it would be best if he left behind a cultivation method or something like that. However, according to what Wuxia said, this cave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth isn't very abundant. It's also not an excellent place for cultivation. My cultivation speed is like a tortoise. I'm afraid it has something to do with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seems, if I really want to find a place to cultivate for a long time, I should find a place with abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yes, in addition, it's best if there's earth fire. Soon after, Xiaohua pushed away the boulder blocking the cave and walked under the sunlight. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight for a while. Xiaohua then opened his eyes and looked at the clear blue sky. He secretly said, "It's already been more than half a year. This Wuxia, why hasn't she sent me a message talisman? Could it be that she has already given up? Or the other person hasn't been found? Yes, who is that person?" Listening to what she said, it should be related to alchemy. Thinking that it was related to alchemy, Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. If I can go with them, maybe I can get some information from that cultivator. Even if it's some information about earth fires, it would also be good, right? Previously, when Wuxia invited Xiaohua, he didn't want to go no matter what and only wanted to build a cart behind closed doors. Now, they didn't come looking for him, but he was thinking about it himself. However, it was already half a year later, and Wuxia still hadn't sent a message. If there were no accidents, she must have already gone. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and sighed slightly. After basking in the sun for a while, he also returned to the cave. The problem of medicinal pills must be solved. Clear breeze pills are suitable for third-layer qi refining cultivators. I must go to the exchange market and exchange for some. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the shabby praying mat and pondered. However, there really aren't many medicinal pills that can increase cultivation. I can only get them by bidding in the exchange market. Others can see the effect with just 1 or 2 pills, but I have to use dozens of pills. The exchange market is not a good place to go. I still have to think more about alchemy. Xiaohua himself also knew that being able to buy a large amount of marrow-cleansing pills and clear breeze pills from the Feng clan's exchange market was a lucky thing. He couldn't always come across them, so he could only place his hopes on alchemy. In the space behind his head, there were actually many spiritual plants. At this time, they were all several hundred years old, and some were even close to 1,000 years old. However, even if he had these spiritual plants, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to exchange them for a suitable amount of medicinal pills. Moreover, if these scarce spiritual plants attracted disaster, wouldn't it be even more unprofitable? I forgot. The spiritual plants in my space are all very old. If I need to exchange them for spirit stones or do some other things, it really won't be easy to take them out. I still have to plan ahead. Xiaohua previously only wanted to use these spiritual plants for alchemy. He simply didn't think about exchanging them. Therefore, the spiritual plants in his space grew without being picked. Now that he thought about it, it was still somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he picked some of each spiritual plant. After a period of time, he would pick some more. This way, he would have spiritual plants of all ages, and it would be convenient to exchange them. What is this thing? When Xiaohua was sorting out and picking the spiritual plants, he naturally had to look at the rainbow cloud that had already been transplanted into the space. That ugly rainbow cloud was no longer as weak and small as before, it seemed to be overflowing with vitality. Moreover, the rainbow on top of the sphere had also become a lot bigger. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of the rainbow cloud was gradually revealing some strange runes. Those runes were faintly discernible and weren't particularly clear. As for what surprised Xiaohua, he discovered that on the stem of the rainbow cloud, there were actually 2 thumb-sized insect eggs. Where did these insect eggs come from? Xiaohua frowned as he tried to recall, but very quickly, Xiaohua understood that this egg must have been brought in with him when he transplanted the rainbow epiphyllum from Yunxi Marsh. Moreover, it must have been laid by the water pattern butterfly that had attacked him. No wonder when I walked so close, the water pattern butterfly didn't attack. It seems that it was laying eggs. Moreover, when I took away the rainbow cloud, the water pattern butterfly's crazy attack was also for these insect eggs. I was careless and actually caused its home to be destroyed. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh and cry. Forget it. Even if I go to Yunxi Marsh now, where will I find the mother of these 2 insect eggs? I can only treat them well and raise them as butterflies. Xiaohua secretly comforted himself. But at this moment he suddenly thought of something and was dumbstruck for a moment. Of course, it was precisely this question that lit up his mind like lightning. In my space, how can I put living things in it? Xiaohua was completely dizzy. At this moment, he also remembered that when he put the Iceworm King's egg into the space in Nankai Ping, he already faintly felt that something was wrong. This was because although the Iceworm King's egg was damaged, it still had vitality and couldn't be casually placed in a storage bag. It was just that the situation that day was urgent, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, how did the space in his mind become a storage bag? But then, Xiaohua didn't understand. The storage bag was specially used to store spirit beasts, such as Fei Qing from the spirit husbandry sect. Anything that wasn't a spirit beast couldn't be placed in it. In other words, things that could be placed in the storage bag couldn't be placed in the storage bag, and things that could be placed in the storage bag couldn't be placed in the storage bag. But why did this rule change when it came to me? Xiaohua was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Indeed, he didn't have much to think about. He didn't know the origin of this space at the back of his mind at all, so all kinds of strange things were normal. Another few days passed, and Xiaohua's cultivation still didn't make much progress. He had no choice but to leave the cave abode again and prepare to make a trip to Jinghua City's East City to try his luck and see if he could exchange for a clear breeze pill. Just as he flew into the air, there was a change in his mind. Didn't Wuxia leave me a message talisman? She didn't come to find me, so why can't I go find her? As he thought, he took out the summoning talisman and urged it with his transcendence energy. The summoning talisman flew into the air. However, the summoning talisman didn't fly too far. It only flew a few li to Xiaohua's left before stopping. Chapter 1399. In less time than it took to eat a meal, Wuxia flew over. Seeing Xiaohua's flabbergasted expression, Wuxia giggled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you're the only one allowed to advance to the middle stage of the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm, but I can't also enter closed-door cultivation?" Xiaohua looked at Wuxia's peak 5th layer of the aura refining realm and said with a bitter smile, Cough. I only thought fellow Daoist had already gone to the Sobbing Mountain range. I simply didn't expect fellow Daoist to be nearby. Could it be that fellow Daoist already picked some mother-child spirit fruit? What does fellow Daoist Xiao think? Wuxia didn't answer and instead asked a question. This. Xiao Hua slightly frowned, but he immediately smiled and said, if fellow Daoist Kai went to the sobbing mountain range, presumably you would have greeted I. Since I didn't receive any message from fellow Daoist Kai, presumably you still haven't gone to the sobbing mountain range, right? Wuxia clapped her hands and said, worthy of being the fellow Daoist I think highly of. Fellow Daoist Xiao, fellow Daoist actually believes in I so much, this really makes I gratified. How could Xiao Hua think so much? It was just that he saw Wuxia's cultivation increase, and, inside his jade bottle was a foundation-building pill. He reckoned Wuxia's jade bottle was about the same, so he casually asked. Just as Xiao Hua smiled and wanted to say something, he suddenly froze and said involuntarily, fellow Daoist Kai, could it be took a foundation-building pill? Hearing this, Wuxia slightly sighed. She neither nodded nor shook her head. She only raised her eyes to look at the clouds in the distance. After a long while, she said, I wanted to take it, but I know my cultivation level is too low. The medicinal power of this foundation-building pill is far from what a fifth layer of the aura refining realm can bear. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded, but Wuxia immediately said, it can only take 20% of a foundation-building pill. 20%? Xiao Hua said involuntarily, fellow Daoist Kai, still took it in the end. What will happen when you build your foundation in the future? Foundation? Wuxia said self-mockingly, fellow Daoist Xiao, how confident you are that you can cultivate I to build foundation. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This cultivation level was truly far away, so how could he know? 10%. Wuxia raised a finger and said without hesitation, my Kai family's cultivation method only goes up to the 10th layer of qi refining. I have only cultivated up to the 5th layer, and I have been stuck at the 5th layer for many years. If I can't break through in a few more years, then I will only be able to cultivate up to the 8th layer of qi refining. Furthermore, even if I were to reach the 10th layer of qi refining, I would still be unable to reach the 12th layer of qi refining by relying solely on the techniques of the Kai clan. Foundation establishment is nothing but a pipe dream. Rather than that, I might as well use the foundation establishment pill to increase my cultivation. Wuxia said in disappointment, I believe that fellow Daoist Xiao also understands I's urgency to obtain the embryonic breathing pill, right? Xiao Hua was speechless and could only nod slightly. Compared to Wuxia, he was even more pitiful. Up until now, he only had a low-level cultivation method that could allow him to cultivate up to the 5th layer of qi refining. If Wuxia only had a 10% chance of reaching foundation establishment, then he himself didn't even have a 5% chance. No matter what, ever since I met fellow Daoist Xiao, I's good luck has been unceasing. Not only did I obtain the keepsake of Old Man Thousandjiang, I also escaped death on Thousandjiang Peak and obtained some foundation establishment pills. Presumably, with fellow Daoist Zhao's company, that mother-child spirit fruit will also be easy to obtain. In the future, when I reach foundation establishment, I will also have a lot more confidence. Wuxia said with a smile. With fellow Daoist Kai's auspicious words, I also hope that everything will go smoothly and I will reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. All right, since fellow Daoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, then, let's go to Sobbing Meng Mountains together according to what we agreed on half a year ago? Wuxia stared with her big eyes, looking forward to Xiao Hua's answer. I will listen to fellow Daoist Kai's arrangement. Wuxia was overjoyed and said with a smile, with fellow Daoist Zhao's help, this alphabet spirit fruit will certainly be easy to obtain. Immediately, under Wuxia's lead, the two of them flew towards the northwest. On the way, Xiao Hua very casually asked about the other person that Wuxia wanted to invite. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, that person wasn't an alchemist like Xiao Hua had imagined. Instead, he was the same as Wuxia, a disciple of a cultivator family. His name was Lin. Seeing Xiao Hua's very strange expression, Wuxia finally told him the reason. As it turned out, Although this Yen Liwei's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the qi refining realm, he was the nephew of a foundation establishment alchemist from Xuanyan School. Kai Wuxia wanted to use Yen Liwei's relationship to ask that alchemist from Xuanyan School to refine embryonic breathing pills for her. AI, so that's how it is. After he understood, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He didn't think that nepotism was so important in the cultivation world. It seemed that his idea of learning alchemy was going to fall through. After several days of continuous travel, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. A large village appeared in front of the two of them. This is the Yen clan. Kai Wuxia pointed at the continuous village and said, "This is where the clansmen of the Yen clan who don't cultivate live. Their disciples who truly cultivate are all in the valley behind the village." It said that the valley has a formation set up by a gold core senior. Ordinary people can't casually enter. After flying close to the village, Kai Wuxia landed on the ground. There were already several young people who looked very capable coming up to greet her. Seeing that Kai Wuxia was a female cultivator, a girl around 20 years old stepped out from the crowd and said in a soft and clear voice, "I am Yen Feng. Greetings to the female immortal. May I know why the female immortal has come to visit my Yen clan?" Kai Wuxia nodded slightly and said, "I am a disciple of Luyang's Kai clan. Previously, I sent a letter to your honorable senior martial brother Yen Liwei. Now I've come as promised." "So you're looking for martial uncle Yen?" The girl, Yen Feng, looked at Kai Wuxia several times and then looked at Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Martial uncle Kai, please follow disciple to the village and wait for a moment. Disciple will immediately send someone to invite martial uncle Yen." "Thank you for your trouble." Kai Wuxia nodded slightly and then saw the two young disciples quickly walk into the village. Yen Feng accompanied Kai Wuxia as they slowly walked forward. When they arrived at the small pavilion in front of the village, Yen Feng took out some spirit fruits for Kai Wuxia and Xiaohua to enjoy. She and the other disciples accompanied them. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a slightly frivolous voice sounded, "Io, fellow Daoist Kai, I received your message and have been thinking about you day and night. I've always been looking forward to your arrival. Who would have thought that you would delay for half a year?" Xiaohua didn't turn around and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, "This guy, is he a cultivator?" But when he looked at Kai Wuxia, he didn't see anything strange on her face. Presumably, she didn't find this strange. He stood up from his chair and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Yen, I had some mundane matters to attend to and was delayed. Sorry for making you wait." Xiaohua also stood up and turned around to look. It was a cultivator dressed like a young master. He was holding something that looked like a folding fan in his hand and was swaying as he walked over. This cultivator's eyebrows were raised, his pair of peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, and his nose was tall. He looked very handsome. "This fellow Daoist is?" Yen Li didn't return the greeting. His left hand lightly waved the folding fan and his peach blossom eyes looked at Xiaohua strangely as he asked Kai Wuxia. "He, fellow Daoist Yen, this is fellow Daoist Xiaohua. I invited him to help." Kai Wuxia didn't reveal Xiaohua's background and vaguely said, "Help? With his cultivation?" Yen Li curled his lips and said without any trace of politeness, "My Yen clan has plenty of disciples like him. If you want to help, I can grab a bunch of them. Why would I need him?" "He, fellow Daoist Kai, are you not at ease with I?" Kai Wuxia quickly waved her hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Yen is a disciple of a famous clan. How can I not believe you? It's just that I owe fellow Daoist Xiao a favor. I have no choice but to invite him. Consider it as returning the favor." "Greetings, fellow Daoist Yen." Xiaohua understood and cupped his hands in greeting. "Fellow Daoist?" Yen Li snorted from his nose and sat next to the two. He said, "You're only at the 3rd level of qi refining. If you were in my Yen clan, you should call me martial uncle. Even if you're outside my Yen clan, you should still call me senior. Fellow Daoist Yen." Kai Wuxia was afraid Xiaohua would get angry, So she quickly smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, our friendship is shallow. I hope fellow Daoist Yen can forgive me for calling you fellow Daoist." Hee, that's fellow Daoist Kai's friendship with him. What does it have to do with I? Yen Li picked up a spiritual fruit from the stone table and put it in his mouth. He said non-committally. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly and gave Xiao Hua a meaningful look. It seemed she didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He was very clear in his heart. If Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction saw this situation, wouldn't he have already beaten this guy black and blue? I'm just asking for some embryonic breathing pill. There's no need to give Yen Li any face. Just as Xiao Hua frowned and was about to speak, Yen Li opened his mouth again. He flipped his folding fan and pretended to be magnanimous. Forget it, forget it. I am also a disciple of a cultivation family. How can I lower myself to the same level as you, a little rogue cultivator? Kai Wuxia didn't explain Xiao Hua's background, but Yen Liwei seemed to understand. Then he said to Kai Wuxia, "Half a year ago, fellow Daoist Kai told this poor Daoist about this matter. This poor Daoist has already considered it. If we go together, fellow Daoist Kai will have to give this poor Daoist 70% of the pills." What? 70%? Kai Wuxia didn't wait for Yen Liwei to finish speaking and said in surprise, "Didn't I say 50%? At that time, didn't fellow Daoist Yen also not object?" Yen Liwei seemed to have already expected Kai Wuxia's surprise. He didn't panic at all. He lightly waved his folding fan and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Kai, think about it. You just told me the whereabouts of that thing, and I still have to accompany you. I also have to take the risk to pick it. After picking it, I still have to beg the elders of my sect to refine it. From beginning to end, fellow Daoist Kai is only leading the way. I still have to take care of fellow Daoist safety. You say, 50%? Is it appropriate? Of course, if fellow Daoist Kai is willing to dual cultivate with I, then I naturally won't bicker with fellow Daoist so much. Dual cultivate. Xiao Hua was very happy. He thought of the dual cultivation technique in his space, and also thought of Li Zongbao's furious appearance. Chapter 1400. Kai Wuxia's face was slightly red, but she wasn't angry at all. She looked at Xiao Hua helplessly, then turned around and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to give 20% to fellow Daoist Xiao, but fellow Daoist Yan's method of distribution, how can I deal with myself?" Isn't this good? Fellow Daoist Kai and I are of one mind. Isn't this 30% exactly what fellow Daoist Kai wants? Yen Liwei laughed and pointed his fan at Xiao Hua. "This guy is a burden. Why are you bringing him along? Even if you want to return his favor, you can just give him 1 or 2 pills later. Besides, with his cultivation, there's no reason to waste pills." Xiao Hua's expression changed, and Kai Wuxia hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Yen, you can say that, but isn't fellow Daoist Yen taking a bit too much? I put in the most effort, so I naturally take more. If fellow Daoist Kai isn't willing, we can go our separate ways." Yen Liwei said without hesitation, as if he knew Kai Wuxia wouldn't leave in a huff. Sure enough, Kai Wuxia clenched her teeth, pondered for a moment, and said to Xiao Hua with a bitter smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, it seems I can't fulfill what I promised you before. Fellow Daoist thinks it's not worth it. It's not too late to withdraw now." Kai Wuxia didn't tell Xiao Hua about the split before, but the information about the mother-child spirit fruit was obtained from the things Xiao Hua gave her. Since she didn't say anything, it should be the two of them splitting it equally. Now, Kai Wuxia was willing to split it equally with him. It was only about 10% of the Dan, but it was still far from what he thought before. But Xiao Hua looked at Kai Wuxia's appearance, then looked at Yen Liwei, and his heart was clear. Kai Wuxia pulled him, first, to return his favor, second, to pull him in as a helper. What she had to resist was precisely this Yen Liwei. If he withdrew, Kai Wuxia would be in an absolute disadvantage. But if she didn't find Yen Liwei, how could she find an alchemist who could refine pills? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "I's cultivation is shallow, I'm afraid 1 or 2 pills will be enough. If fellow Daoist Kai doesn't mind, I'm still willing to take a trip. Kai Zhuxia's face was filled with joy, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. She smiled and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao, for helping me." Li Yanwei sneered, "I am the one helping." Forget it, forget it. It's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with I." Yen Liwei stood up and said, "If fellow Daoist Kai doesn't object to I's suggestion, let's make a vow." "All right, I'll listen to fellow Daoist Yan's arrangements." Kai Zhuxia nodded deeply. Thus, the two of them clapped their hands and made an oath. Shortly after, they said sternly, "Fellow Daoist Kai, please wait for a moment. I's things will follow you immediately." Yen Wei left for the time it took to finish a meal before he returned with a storage pouch hanging from his waist. He smiled and said, "Let's go, fellow Daoist Kai. Let's go quickly and return quickly. My martial uncle Yen might come to the Yen clan in a month or so. If we can take advantage of that time to find him, I'm afraid we have a 70% chance of success." Kai Zhuxia beamed with joy and said with a smile, "That's great. That place, we should be able to return within a month or so." Return within a month or so? Yen Liwei's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, "I'll have to ask fellow Daoist Kai to lead the way." Soon after, the three of them flew into the air. Kai Zhuxia accompanied Yen Liwei and led the way. Xiao Hua silently followed behind them, secretly putting some distance between them. This Xiao Hua actually has some real skills. A third-layer aura refining cultivator can actually catch up with a fifth-layer aura refining cultivator. Yen Liwei was originally disdainful of Xiao Hua, but when he saw that Xiao Hua's flying speed wasn't slow, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although he wanted to test it out, Kai Zhuxia didn't fly fast at all. Yen Liwei pondered for a moment and eventually gave up. After flying like this for several days, Xiao Hua faintly felt that something was wrong because the direction they were flying in seemed to be different from the direction Kai Zhuxia told Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua couldn't distinguish the specific direction, he had a general idea. Sure enough, after another day, when Kai Zhuxia suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction, Yen Liwei's expression slightly changed. He asked with extreme displeasure, "Fellow Daoist Kai, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you don't trust one?" "Of course not. In this country of Shi, if I can't even trust fellow Daoist Yen, who else can?" Kai Zhuxia said with a smile, "However, this trip is really important to I, so I have no choice but to be a bit more cautious." "TSK, isn't it just embryonic breathing pills? My martial uncle Yen has plenty of them. Who would be greedy for your few?" Yen Liwei said disdainfully. Kai Zhuxia smiled but didn't say anything. The three of them flew for an entire day. When the sky gradually darkened, they found a cave where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was slightly denser. Each of them took a cave and prepared to adjust their breathing and rest. Yen Liwei was different from the previous few days. He patted his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans from within. Urging his transcendence energy, the yellow talismans all turned into green and lustrous balls of light and sank into various parts of the cave. Then he made a few more at the entrance of the cave. Finally, he took a slightly larger yellow talisman and steadily entered the cave. Looking at Yen Liwei's somewhat strange behavior, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Kai, this fellow Daoist Yen, what is he doing?" "It seems to be similar to a warning talisman?" And fellow Daoist Xiao is right. This is a special formation talisman. Its function is extremely different from a warning talisman. The warning talisman only serves as a warning, but this formation talisman is used to set up a formation. Looking at fellow Daoist Yan's appearance, it seems that he has set up formation talismans all around the cave. The cave is enveloped by his formation talismans, and no external objects can enter. Strange, why didn't he take it out a few days ago? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. Kai Zhuxia slightly shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe it's because we're about to reach the Sobbing Mountain range." Xiao Hua disagreed, but he also couldn't think of any other reason. Thus, he returned to the nearby cave. Xiaohua was very simple. He directly used several large rocks to block the entrance of the cave. Xiaohua practiced a series of basic cultivation techniques and spells. He also practiced that indescribable incantation for a while. Xiaohua had been practicing this indescribable incantation for more than half a year. He himself couldn't tell what specific effects it had. He only felt that his ears and eyes were somewhat clear, and his spirit was extremely good. If it was another cultivator, wouldn't they have already given up? Xiaohua didn't have too many cultivation techniques to practice. Since he felt that it was useful, he persevered and practiced it. Just as Xiaohua was reciting the incantation, he suddenly entered a very strange state. It was as if his eyes and ears could leave his body. He could perceive everything inside and outside the cave. Of course, this kind of perception was vague and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Divine sense? Xiaohua's heart stirred. His first reaction was that he had divine sense. However, he immediately shook his head inwardly. That divine sense should be able to see things outside the cave. I can only sense things, but I can't clearly see them. It's still far from the legendary divine sense. At this moment, there was an extremely slight movement outside the cave. Xiaohua immediately sensed it. Thus, Xiaohua stood up and walked to the cave entrance. He looked outside through a crack in the mountain rock. It was already night. The moon didn't show its head. The entire outside was pitch black. But in the pitch black distance, he could faintly see a figure slowly flying away. Isn't this Yan Shunwei? Why is he going out? Xiaohua thought and wanted to push the mountain rock away. But when his palm touched the mountain rock, he changed his mind. He brushed his hand and took out an earth escape talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and urged his magic power. A familiar feeling appeared again. His body sank into the ground. Following the direction of Yan Shunwei's vital energy, Xiaohua hid on the ground and slowly searched. Yan Shunwei quietly flew in the air until he was about 1 mile away. Then he stopped. He looked left and right and didn't find anything unusual. He walked to a big tree and stretched out his hand. After drawing a strange mark on the big tree, he took out a yellow talisman. He opened his mouth and said a few words on the yellow talisman. Then he placed the yellow talisman in a small hole in the tree. Then he looked left and right again and quietly flew back. After he disappeared for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's figure slowly rose from the ground. Xiaohua looked at the direction Yan Shunwei disappeared and then looked at the place where Yan Shunwei was standing. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy, what is he trying to do? No matter if it's the mother-child spirit fruit or the embryonic breathing pill, he has 70% of them. Is there a need for him to do anything? The night was extremely dark and Xiaohua was underground, so he didn't see what Yan Ganwei was doing. Xiaohua looked around the big tree and then wandered around for a while, but didn't find any clues. He couldn't help but wonder, this guy, what is he doing here? Maybe, if I wait here I can find something? Xiaohua thought. He hid his body well and waited to see who would come here. However, after waiting for almost a night, he didn't see anyone coming. Xiaohua looked at the bright sky in the east and then went back into the cave. Although he didn't find anything, how could Yan Shunwei suddenly come out from the cave in the middle of the night for no reason? If something is unusual, it must be a demon. When the three of them moved, Xiaohua wanted to find a chance to explain to Wuxia. However, Yan Shunwei and Wuxia were flying in front of him. Xiaohua didn't have a chance to explain. In the next few days, Yan Shunwei didn't go out at night. Instead, he was very quiet. Yan Shunwei didn't have any unusual behavior. Xiaohua didn't want to tell Wuxia anymore. He couldn't figure out, what was Yan Shunwei's purpose? Or maybe, this guy just got up to relieve himself? However, just when Xiaohua was hesitating, something happened again. Similarly, Wuxia also changed her direction. Yan Shunwei's face was like frost. Only this time, Yan Shunwei didn't say anything. He just looked coldly and was extremely silent. Wuxia originally wanted to explain, but looking at Yan Shunwei's expression, she didn't want to explain. However, at night, Xiaohua stared at the cave where Yan Shunwei was resting for a long time and didn't see him come out. Chapter 1401. Maybe I've really wronged him. As Xiaohua thought about this, he sat down cross-legged and calmly cultivated the nameless chant. However, when he entered a meditative state, all the movements in his surroundings were reflected in his mind. He suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual energy about 10 feet in front of his cave. Those fluctuations gradually moved further and further away. Ah, this guy. Xiaohua opened his eyes. He also realized that he had an Earth Escape talisman. Yan Yanwei naturally had one too. He was definitely escaping far away. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then came out of the cave. He walked in front of Kai Wuxia's cave and called out softly, "Fellow Daoist Kai." After a moment, he heard Kai Wuxia reply from inside, "Fellow Daoist Xiao? Do you need something?" Looking at Kai Wuxia's appearance, her expression was somewhat gloomy and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't look like she was cultivating at all. Xiaohua was stunned, but then he acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Kai, fellow Daoist Yan, isn't in the cave. If he isn't, then he isn't. What does that have to do with anything?" Kai Wuxia thought Xiaohua would say something important, but when she heard this, her face became slightly unhappy. "It's like this, fellow Daoist Kai. Last time when you changed directions, fellow Daoist Yan went out and happened to be seen by I. However, I followed him and didn't see anything. So I didn't tell fellow Daoist. Now that fellow Daoist just changed directions, fellow Daoist Yan actually went out again. I feel that there's definitely something fishy going on." Is that so? Hearing Xiaohua say that he saw Yan Yanwei go out twice in a row, and both times happened after she changed directions, Kai Wuxia couldn't help but become vigilant. But then she said doubtfully, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I was also cultivating in the cave. How could I not notice? Moreover, fellow Daoist Yan is inside the talisman. If he went out..." Kai Wuxia didn't suspect Xiaohua, but she didn't understand how he knew. Xiaohua said with a smile, "The first time was when I casually looked outside the cave during a break in cultivation and discovered fellow Daoist Yan's whereabouts. Just now, of course, I paid special attention." Then he pointed at the cave and said, "If fellow Daoist Kai doesn't believe me, why don't you go over and shout?" And Kai Wuxia trusted Xiaohua very much. She walked to the front of the cave where Yan Liwei was and called out a few times, but there wasn't any sound from inside the cave. "Ah, thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia sighed and shook her head slightly. "I don't understand. He has already taken 70% of the mother-child spirit fruit. What else does he want? I don't understand this either, but he definitely had a premeditated plan. Fellow Daoist Kai, it's better for you to make plans early." Xiaohua saw that his goal had been achieved, so he cupped his hands in salute and turned around to leave. "By the way, fellow Daoist Xiao, I remember that the first time I changed directions, there was no moon on that night, right? It was such a dark night, but fellow Daoist was actually able to see clearly?" Kai Wuxia suddenly asked. "This..." Xiaohua stared blankly. Soon after, he said, "It's normal for cultivators to be able to see with their eyes, right? Yan Yanwei is a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator. How can he walk like a normal person?" Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and laughed. "Besides, the full moon is overhead today. He shouldn't fly out of the cave, right?" Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he flew back into his cave. Upon seeing this, Kai Wuxia knew that Yan Yanwei had returned. She didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly flew back into the cave. After returning to the cave, Kai Wuxia didn't do anything. She only focused her attention on the outside of the cave, wanting to see Yan Yanwei's movements. But after listening for the time it took to eat a meal, the outside was quiet, without the slightest sound. "Ah, this Xiaohua is Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect yet?" In the end, Kai Wuxia sighed and rubbed her eyes that had long since become dry from crying. She forced herself to calm down and cultivate. At daybreak the next day, Wuxia saw Yan Yanwei and smiled as usual. "Fellow Daoist Yan, did you rest well last night?" Because he was used to asking about it every day, Yan Yanwei didn't have the slightest doubt. He shook his head and said, "Last night, I worked hard in the cave for an entire night. My cultivation didn't advance an inch. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, I might not have been able to come to fellow Daoist Kai's matter regarding the mother-child spirit fruit. And that's good. I also encountered the same bottleneck as fellow Daoist. I hope that this time, the search for the spirit fruit will go smoothly." Wuxia nodded. In the next few days, Wuxia didn't change her direction, and Yan Yanwei also didn't have any abnormal behavior. Xiaohua also paid more attention to the nameless mnemonic chant while cultivating. On this day, he saw a vast expanse of green in his field of vision. That green was like a green cloud, accumulating in the distance, making people feel a kind of earth-shattering freshness from the bottom of their hearts. Sobbing Meng Mountains? Yan Yanwei saw and couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and asked, "Is the mother-child spirit fruit here?" Wuxia smiled and said, "It is here." "It can't be. My family's senior came to Sobbing Meng Mountains many times before and never saw the mother-child spirit fruit. Moreover, Xuanyan School also has disciples who are training here, and I've never heard them mention it." Yan Yanwei didn't believe it too much. "If anyone can know about it, then wouldn't this information be worthless?" Wuxia said mysteriously. Then please lead the way, fellow Daoist Kai." Xiaohua saw that Wuxia still led Yan Yanwei to Sobbing Meng Mountains and wasn't surprised. He didn't believe that Wuxia, knowing that there was a problem with Yan Yanwei, would still give him the mother-child spirit fruit. As expected, the three of them flew for more than half a day. When night fell, they arrived at a hidden mountain stream. The mountain stream gurgled and flowed out from a crack in the mountain wall. The surroundings of the stream were lush and verdant. Countless thriving weeds, brambles, and shrubs grew. In addition, there were also many vines growing out from the mountain wall. They flew through the air and hung on the thick trees in the surroundings. This place. Yan Yanwei saw that Wuxia found a hidden place and was originally somewhat happy. But looking at the surrounding situation, this wasn't a place where the spirit fruit grew? "Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment," Wuxia said to Yan Yanwei with a smile. She turned and walked in front of a stone wall. Just as Wuxia turned around, she inadvertently glanced at Xiaohua from the corner of her eyes. Xiaohua also blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood. He also inadvertently crossed his hands behind his head with a relaxed appearance. Wuxia faced the stone wall and held her breath for a moment. She formed a seal in her hand and urged her magic power to hit the stone wall. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Wuxia didn't know how many seals she had hit on the stone wall, but that stone wall didn't have any reaction at all. Seeing Wuxia's performance so hard, Xiaohua laughed until his belly split open. But Yan Yanwei, who was at the side, frowned tightly. When Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat and she retreated, Yan Yanwei quickly stepped forward and asked, "Fellow Daoist Kai, what's going on?" "Cough cough, fellow Daoist Yan. I also don't know what's going on. It's obviously here, but that seal, it doesn't work." Wuxia panted slightly and smiled apologetically. "Fellow Daoist, don't worry. The place is right, and the seal is also right. I can't open it for no reason. Wait for I to rest for a while, then I'll try again." Yan Yanwei's face changed slightly, but he endured it and nodded. "I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Kai." Wuxia rested for a moment, then stepped forward again and hit the blank stone wall with a series of seals. But the result was naturally to no avail. When Wuxia turned around dejectedly, Yan Yanwei's face was gloomy and uncertain. "Fellow Daoist Yan, I am really sorry. I really didn't expect that the information was actually fake. I've made fellow Daoist Yan come here in vain." Yan Yanwei stared into Wuxia's eyes, and Wuxia still didn't fear him. After a long while, Yan Yanwei sneered and said, "Since it's like this, Can fellow Daoist Kai show me the jade slip or book that recorded this information? Perhaps we can find the real place by brainstorming together. I can't agree to fellow Daoist Yan's request. Kai Wuxia's face changed slightly, and she smiled apologetically. I've already looked at this thing no less than 10 times. The place and the seal are absolutely correct. Fellow Daoist Yan, please believe in I believe in you, but I don't believe in this place. Yen Yenwei suddenly became angry. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman. Kai Wuxia and Xiaohua were greatly alarmed. They both retreated half a step, but their hands weren't slow either. They wanted to take out a yellow talisman. But Yen Yenwei's fireball didn't fly towards them, but directly hit the stone wall. With a loud boom, a large hole the size of a bowl was actually blasted into the blank stone wall. But that was merely a large hole created by the explosion. There was nothing else strange about the stone wall. It really is the magic power of a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator. This mid-grade fireball talisman was actually used by him to such an extent. Xiaohua thought, somewhat flabbergasted. How is it, fellow Daoist Kai? The place you chose is still wrong. Why don't you take it out and let I examine it together with you? Yen Yenwei said coldly. How could Kai Wuxia be willing? She resolutely shook her head. Fellow Daoist Yen, perhaps I have comprehended it incorrectly. However, I still hope that fellow Daoist can give me a few more days. Once I find the correct place, I will immediately inform fellow Daoist. Yen Yenwei faced the sky and laughed, saying, You stinky girl, your face looks like a village girl. No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a female cultivator at all. You make I lose my appetite. Kai Wuxia's complexion greatly changed. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua rushed to Kai Wuxia's side, pulled her sleeve, and said in a low voice, Let's go, there's a 5th-layer qi refining cultivator flying towards us from behind. Right now, Kai Wuxia didn't have the time to investigate how Xiaohua sensed a cultivator flying towards them from behind. She herself didn't know anything. She hurriedly urged her magic power, and her figure flew up, wanting to escape into the sky. Yen Yenwei had already noticed. Seeing Xiaohua fly up, he shook his hand, and a fire net talisman appeared, covering the two of them from top to bottom. Right at this moment, 2 rough and obscene voices simultaneously sounded. Fellow Daoist Yen, were those 2 adulterous men and women executed? He looked left and right, but other than a few unlicensed taxi drivers, there was no one else. 3rd Tanhua very decisively dialed 999, but before 999 arrived, the woman started to wobble again. 3rd Tanhua advised her to sit on the ground and rest while waiting for the ambulance, but the woman's face was blank. Moreover, she continued to walk crookedly towards the entrance of the district. Most importantly, one of the woman's handbags was thrown on the ground. She simply didn't know about it. 3rd Tanhua wanted the unlicensed taxi driver next to him to help look after the handbag, but the driver waved his hand and didn't say a word. 3rd Tanhua was helpless. He could only carry the handbag and chase after the woman. Fortunately, just as the woman left the district, she sat on the ground again, and the ambulance arrived. 3rd Tanhua hurriedly placed the handbag next to the woman and told the ambulance what happened. He even asked the district security guard next to him to call 110, and he left. 3rd Tanhua's heart still had lingering fear. He didn't know if the woman's handbag had a problem and if she would blame it on him. Chapter 1402. The Blue Twin Bears? This obscene voice was extremely familiar. Xiaohua recognized it immediately. Not to mention Kai Wuxia. Kai Wuxia's face was already slightly pale, as if she was very afraid of the blue twin bears. Quickly leave. Xiaohua was also greatly alarmed. He only thought that Yan Ganwei had a backup plan, but he didn't expect it to be an old enemy. That day, he tricked the 2 of them, causing them to flee with their faces covered in dirt. When they realized what had happened, didn't they still want to grind his bones and scatter his ashes? Now that he saw it, How could he not know that the two of them had already colluded with Yan Ganwei? They wanted to take Kai Wuxia's life, and he was a pitiful fish in the pond. However, Xiaohua knew that the blue twin bears hated him even more than Kai Wuxia. Yan Ganwei's fire net talisman was indeed fast. With a shake of his hand, it covered the top of Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia's heads, and in the blink of an eye, it fell a foot above their heads. But the scene before his eyes was absolutely out of Yan Liwei's expectations. Xiaohua was like an arrow that left the bow, his figure flashing rapidly. His hand pulled Kai Wuxia's sleeve, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he actually narrowly avoided the fire net talisman. Don't think of leaving. Yan Ganwei saw this and was more surprised than angry. Although he had heard the blue twin bears say that Xiaohua's flying speed was fast, in his eyes, Xiaohua was only a little thing in the first layer of the qi refining realm. Although he was now at the third layer of the qi refining realm, he was only a toy in his hands. It was impossible for him to be his opponent. He only needed to let go of his strength and not let him get close to him, and he could easily deal with him. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would actually escape from his plot? How could he not have the intention to kill him? Yan Ganwei shouted loudly, the magic power in his body surging, fiercely urging the flying talisman, quickly chasing after Xiaohua. At the same time, he waved his hand, took out the ice thorn talisman from his storage bag, and stabbed it towards Kai Wuxia's back. The blue twin bears also didn't hesitate, similarly waving their hands, and several yellow talismans shot out. Their target was Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't care about them, his figure flew, his speed comparable to the peak of the qi refining realm. In the blink of an eye, he flew a distance of 10 feet. However, at this moment, something embarrassing happened. With a tearing sound, Kai Wuxia's sleeve was actually torn off from her Daoist robe by Xiaohua's great strength. Beneath Kai Wuxia's great shame, she was even more alarmed. Just now, she had already aroused all of her body's magic force and used it all on the flight talisman. That speed was something she had never achieved in her entire life, but even so, she was still far inferior to Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua's speed had ripped off her sleeve. Kai Wuxia's complexion was slightly dark, but the skin on her arms and forearms was sparkling and translucent like jade. For a moment, they were all exposed. Sorry. In this moment of delay, Yan Liwei's icicle talisman and the twin blue bear's fireball talismans all hit within a foot of Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't have time to think carefully and grabbed Kai Wuxia's wrist. A huge force was transmitted, and Kai Wuxia's figure immediately floated up like a cloud behind Xiaohua, flying far away. You think you can leave? Behind them, Yan Liwei saw that the icicle talisman had missed, and he also mobilized his true qi and aroused his flight talisman to chase after them. Although Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, he didn't know what was going on, but although Kai Wuxia was also using all of her magic force and using her fastest speed to chase after him, there was a resistance blocking Xiaohua's arm, restricting his flying speed. As a result, Xiaohua's flying speed was only around the 9th level of qi refinement, unable to increase. Haha, Yan Liwei sneered. Under the urging of the flight talisman, his speed was already comparable to the 9th level of qi refinement. The distance that Xiaohua had suddenly pulled apart a moment ago was unceasingly shrinking. Looking at the twin blue bears again, although their cultivation was at the 6th level of qi refinement, at this moment, they were still insufficient. They spared no effort to fly behind the three people, and the distance between them grew larger and larger. What's going on? Xiaohua stared blankly, and then became very anxious. He had killed a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator before, but he had never fought a 7th-level qi refinement cultivator before. Although he saw that Yan Liwei's magic force was formidable, he had some confidence in protecting himself, but with Kai Wuxia, he was definitely not a match. No wonder, there's a flight duel talisman. At this moment, Xiaohua was very regretful that he didn't buy a flight duel talisman. Little thief, hand over your life. Yan Liwei chased a bit closer, and a yellow talisman shot out. A flying sword condensed and directly stabbed towards Xiaohua's back. Fellow Daoist Xiao, let go of I. Wuxia was very anxious, and exerted all of her strength to pull her arm back. Just as Wuxia struggled free of her arm, Xiaohua's mind lit up, and he shouted, "Fellow Daoist Kai, withdraw your magic force. Don't use your true qi in the slightest." Wuxia didn't understand, but at this moment, she obeyed Xiaohua, and immediately dispersed her magic force, no longer urging the flight talisman. A miracle appeared. Just as Wuxia's magic force dispersed, the force blocking Xiaohua's arms suddenly disappeared. How heavy was Wuxia? I'm afraid that this offense will put my Kai family in a difficult situation. Wuxia smiled bitterly. If we're afraid of this, how can we still cultivate? Xiaohua sneered and muttered in his heart, "Why don't you take out the name of Li Zongbao and the name of the utmost happiness faction? I'm sure even the Xuanyan school wouldn't dare to say this. Why should we be afraid of the small Yen family? Also, at the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows, the restrictive spell doesn't seem to be very powerful. Although the place is hidden, if they can guess, I'm afraid the mother-child spirit fruit won't be safe." Wuxia said again. Xiaohua was a little angry. Since he knew that Yen Liwei had bad intentions, why did he still go to the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows? He could have just found another place. However, when he thought about Wuxia's misgivings about not wanting to provoke the Yen family, Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Although the fierce look disappeared in a flash, it was seen clearly by Wuxia. A chill rose from the bottom of Wuxia's heart. "Fellow Kai, please wait for a moment. I'll go back and take a look. If they leave, I'll come back to greet you," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'll listen to fellow Zhao's arrangements." Wuxia's heart trembled. She didn't dare to ask Xiaohua's true meaning and hurriedly agreed. Then she said in a low voice, "Fellow Xiao, be careful. Don't worry, fellow Kai, I'll only watch from afar. When they leave, I'll turn back." Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew towards the stone wall again. Looking at Xiaohua's figure gradually flying away, Wuxia stared for a long time. She really didn't expect that a cultivator at the first level of qi refining would have such a great change in his cultivation in a mere year's time. A cultivator at the third level of qi refining actually dared to go back and face a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining and 2 cultivators at the 5th level of qi refining. The thin figure was holding a pitch-black spear in his hand. Xiaohua! The 2 Pi blue bears weren't far away, so they naturally saw clearly. They scratched their heads, but they didn't expect that Xiaohua would actually dare to come back. Moreover, he was even hiding under their feet. Yen Liwei shook his hand, and his magic power was about to urge the yellow talismans. It was also at this time that Xiaohua's spear pierced the crook of Yen Liwei's leg. A tremendous force transmitted. Without waiting for Yen Liwei to scream, a burst of brilliance flashed. Yen Liwei's defensive yellow talismans had already been pierced through by Xiaohua's devil spear. Audacious! Yen Liwei was worthy of being a 7th level qi condensation cultivator. His defensive yellow talismans were broken, and the black qi of the devil spear pierced through. However, his magic power still urged the yellow talismans in his hand. Several icicle talismans followed Yen Liwei's hand and stabbed down. Bang bang bang. Several consecutive sounds rang out. The iron cloak talismans on Xiaohua's body were quickly broken, and the remaining icicles pierced his shoulder with extreme ease. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He didn't even have time to look at Yen Liwei's injury. His figure didn't even change. Maintaining his previous posture, he retreated at extreme speed. Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he retreated 10 meters away. Yen Liwei pointed at Xiaohua in astonishment. His hand didn't stop, and he took out some medicinal pills from his storage pouch and placed them in his mouth. Unfortunately, before the medicinal pills in his mouth could melt, a black qi pervaded his face. Yan Liwei's finger that was pointing at Xiao Hua also gradually stiffened. His figure fell to the ground with a bang, and he no longer made a sound. Upon seeing this, the twin pie blue bears felt as if they were dreaming. This was a 7th-level qi condensation cultivator. His cultivation was far stronger than theirs. Now, he was actually killed by a 3rd-level qi condensation cultivator. Although it was a sneak attack and there was no lack of trickery involved, Yan Liwei died at Xiao Hua's hands after all. Run! This thought emerged in the minds of the twin pie blue bears at the same time. What was laughable was that, as 5th-level qi condensation cultivators, the twin pie blue bears had encountered Xiao Hua twice. Both times, they had ended their confrontation with Xiao Hua by running away. The first time, the twin pie blue bears had escaped, but what about this time? The twin pie blue bears had long since reached a tacit understanding in their hearts. One of them fled into the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range, and the other fled out of the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. As for the injured Xiao Hua, he didn't care about his injuries at this time. He stood up and directly chased after the twin pie blue bears who were fleeing out of the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. The hearts of the twin pie blue bears who were fleeing out of the mountain range trembled with fear. They threw out their yellow talismans with all their might, only wanting to prevent Xiao Hua from getting close to them. They wanted to prevent Xiao Hua from using force to break through their magic. Who would have thought that when Xiao Hua saw the yellow talismans flying over, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He similarly waved his hand, and several fireball talismans were activated by his transcendence energy. Like hailstones, they pelted down on the twin pie blue bears and sealed off their surroundings. Rumble, 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 rumble. Xiao Hua wasn't stingy with the yellow talismans in his hand, and he threw out several handfuls in succession. A blood-curdling scream was heard from the explosion of the fireball. Soon after, a charred corpse fell from midair, falling straight to the ground. One of the twin pie blue bears, a 5th-level qi refining cultivator, was actually burned to death by the fireball talismans that Xiao Hua refined himself. Seeing the twin pie blue bears' corpses fall, Xiao Hua still didn't dare to be at ease. He lowered his body and flew past the twin pie blue bears' corpses. The tip of the devil's spear in his hand still pierced the corpses' backs. Only then did he fly far away, chasing after the twin pie blue bears who were flying into the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. The twin pie blue bears were 5th-level qi refining cultivators, which was the middle level of the qi refining realm. Compared to Xiao Hua, who was a low-level cultivator at the middle level of the 3rd level, their cultivation was much higher. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation progress was very slow, the transcendence energy in his body far surpassed those of the same level. He wasn't much different from the twin pie blue bears who were in the middle level of the qi refining realm. The twin pie blue bears worked together, they might have had a chance. At the very least, they wouldn't have been defeated like this. However, the twin pie blue bears had long suspected that Xiao Hua was concealing his cultivation level and planted a seed of fear in their hearts. Secondly, when they saw the 7th-level qi refining cultivator, Yan Wei, was actually killed by Xiao Hua, how could they dare to block his attack? The first thought in their minds was, run. After Xiao Hua killed one of the twin pie blue bears, he immediately flew high again, chasing after them in the direction of the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. While Xiao Hua was burning the other one, the other twin pie blue bears was already about to escape into an emerald green thicket. If he fell, this Sobbing Meng Mountain Range was so big and Xiao Hua didn't have a divine sense, he would probably escape. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and urged his transcendence energy. He completely ignored the several wounds on his shoulder that were caused by the icicle talisman and chased after them with extreme speed. However, the distance between Xiao Hua and the twin pie blue bears was still a bit far. He was still a bit slow. Just when he was still several tens of feet away from the twin pie blue bears, the twin pie blue bears turned their heads and saw Xiao Hua chasing after them. They no longer flew forward and plunged into the thicket in the mountain range. When Xiaohua flew to the same place where they fell, there was only a thick layer of fallen leaves, decaying and damp. Where was the shadow of the twin pie blue bears? Xiaohua was unwilling to give up. He sat cross-legged and silently circulated the nameless mnemonic chant, wanting to use that inexplicable perception. However, the movements of several tens of feet around him were all reflected in his heart in a hazy manner, but they were all very normal. How could he find any trace of the twin pie blue bears? After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua stood up. He secretly sighed and flew up from his original position. He actually didn't care about the twin pie blue bears. Currently, it wasn't difficult for him to kill this kind of trash. What he was worried about was that the twin pie blue bears would send the news of him killing Yan Wei to the Yan clan, or even Xuanyan school. Regardless of whether it was Xuanyan school or the Yan clan, Xiaohua didn't want to provoke them. Forget it. How could a cultivator be afraid of these grudges? Since I can't kill them, then I'll just let nature take its course. Xiaohua directly flew out of the Weiming mountain range. However, just as he flew out several tens of feet, he suddenly heard a bird's cry behind him. Although this sound wasn't as breathtaking as the bird's cry he heard on the southern plains that day, it still caused his magic power to slightly stagnate and his body to stop for a moment. When Xiaohua turned his head in shock, he saw a goshawk spreading its wings and flying out from the lush greenery of the Weiming mountain range. And in front of the goshawk were precisely the twin pie blue bears. How did this ruffian provoke the goshawk? Chapter 1404. Seeing that one of the pylon bears didn't escape to other places, but instead chose to fly in his direction, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, before he could turn around and fly away, a bloody scene occurred. That goshawk's figure was rather large. Its two wings were about 3 meters wide. Although the pylon bears were flying fast, that goshawk was actually much faster than them. With a flap of its wings, it flew to the top of the pylon bears' heads. It was very strange. When the goshawk stretched out its sharp claws that flashed with cold light and grabbed downwards, it didn't grab at the heads that were closest to the goshawk's claws, but instead directly grabbed at the backs of the pylon bears. The pylon bears' faces had long lost color. Feeling the swift and fierce wind on their backs, they immediately changed direction and accelerated their flight. The goshawk's claws missed. It opened its beak and screeched angrily again. Following this screech, the pylon bears' bodies slightly stagnated. In the blink of an eye, that goshawk's two sharp claws grabbed at the same time. The defensive yellow talismans on the pylon bears' bodies were like paper. Without even flashing brilliance, they were immediately torn apart. Immediately after, the goshawk's sharp claws deeply pierced into the backs of the pylon bears. With a miserable cry, the pylon bears' bodies were actually torn in half by the goshawk. The internal organs and some flesh of the pylon bears immediately scattered in midair. However, immediately after, they were blown by the strong mountain wind and scattered in all directions. However, something strange happened. Just as the pylon bears were torn apart by the goshawk, an earthy yellow shadow flew out from the backs of the pylon bears and directly landed on a tree on the ground. The goshawk also immediately threw away the remains of the pylon bears in its claws. With a flap of its wings, it chased after that earthy yellow shadow. That shadow was very small, almost invisible from far away. If not for Xiaohua's sharp eyes and ears, he probably wouldn't have seen it. It was also because of this that Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. Because that earthy yellow shadow was very obvious on the emerald green ground. Its speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had dashed several meters. That direction was precisely where Xiaohua was standing. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to change direction and desperately fled out of the sobbing Meng mountain range. At this time, Xiaohua already couldn't care about concealing himself, couldn't care about elegance, only wanted to escape from this sobbing Meng mountains, only wanted to escape from this incomparably powerful goshawk's sharp claws. Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua's current flying speed is comparable to that of a peak qi refining cultivator, The two spirit beasts behind him are also extraordinary. The earthy yellow shadow in the front has the appearance of a small mouse. The most ridiculous thing is that on the back of that small mouse, there is an even smaller mouse cub. That mouse cub's eyes haven't even opened, and its body doesn't have many fine hairs. Only a small tail is entangled with the mouse's tail. Although this mouse was still dragging its baby, its speed was still much faster than Xiaohua's. It was like a flying yellow line rapidly extending across the emerald green canopy. That goshawk is even more powerful. With a few flaps of its wings, it caught up with the mouse. Its sharp claws are everywhere on the mouse's back. The mouse's fleeing speed isn't fast enough, but it dodges extremely fast. Every time it is caught by the sharp claws, it will be dodged, and countless trees under the mouse's body will be torn apart by the goshawk's sharp claws. Xiaohua desperately fled in front, but, in just a few breaths of time, that mouse and goshawk caught up with him. Two ice-cold divine senses swept over Xiaohua's body, causing Xiaohua's heart to die like ashes. Is there a mistake? Both of them have the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua secretly criticized, "You guys fight, there's no need to bring disaster to mortals." Thinking this, Xiaohua clenched his teeth, turned around, and immediately flew in another direction. Moreover, he flew higher and higher. He knew that this goshawk was chasing after the mouse. As long as the mouse doesn't catch up to him, he will have a chance to survive. Things don't go as he wishes. Xiaohua had just flown away when that mouse that had been fleeing on the treetop suddenly flew into the air. Like a perfectly straight yellow line, it shot towards Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. With a wave of his hand, a stack of yellow talismans was thrown towards the mouse as if they were free of charge. With a rumbling sound, a dozen or so fireballs exploded behind him. But in the midst of the exploding fireballs, that mouse unexpectedly flew onto Xiaohua's back unscathed. How could Xiaohua dare to let it get on his back? The tip of the devil spear in his hand thrust forward. That mouse only slightly turned and dodged the tip of the spear, steadily landing on Xiaohua's back. By the time the mouse grasped the Daoist robe on Xiaohua's back, that mouse's expression was dispirited, as if its vitality had been greatly damaged. It wanted to rely on Xiaohua to throw off the goshawk on its back. Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed with his backhand, but even though the mouse's eyes were slightly narrowed, its divine sense was still there. No matter how Xiaohua stretched out his hand, he simply couldn't grab even half a strand of mouse hair. Why am I so unlucky? Without waiting for Xiaohua to complain in exasperation, a black shadow descended from the sky. A 3-zhang wide wing blocked Xiaohua's head, and in the fierce sound of the wind, the goshawk's sharp claws grabbed at the mouse on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken. Needless to say, this mouse would definitely be able to dodge this claw, and the goshawk's claws would most likely land on his body. Therefore, he was no longer able to throw off the mouse. He once again clenched his teeth, and the true qi in his entire body rapidly revolved. Urging his magic power, he quickly flew in another direction with incomparable speed. At this time, there was already no other thought in his mind. He only wanted to fly even faster, to escape the goshawk's sharp claws. However, he had only flown for a few breaths of time before another sharp gust of wind attacked his back from above. That goshawk's sharp claws fell again. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He fiercely took out the tip of the devil spear from his space, and with a turn of his hand, he wanted to stab it into the goshawk's claw. With a clang, it seemed like two sharp objects had collided. Some sparks burst out from between the tip of the spear and the goshawk's claw, but there wasn't any damage on the goshawk's claw. Good heavens! Is this still a goshawk's claw? I'm afraid that even metal and stone aren't this sturdy. Xiaohua's heart trembled again. However, the strength of Xiaohua's stab was extremely great. Although the goshawk's wind was also strong, it was still struck back a few steps. Its two huge wings fiercely flapped, and it stabilized itself. A resounding eagle cry rang out. That goshawk was infuriated by Xiaohua's counterattack. Going berserk, its wings flapped, and its two eagle claws rapidly clawed at two places on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua saw that the tip of the devil spear was able to block the goshawk's sharp claws. His heart was a bit shaken, and at the same time he lowered his head and flew rapidly. At the same time he circulated the nameless chant, and all his attention was focused on the movements behind him. Seeing the goshawk's claw coming down, he immediately blocked the tip of the devil spear behind him just like before. With another clang, Xiaohua blocked one of the goshawk's claws, but in the instant he blocked it, the other goshawk's claw came from another direction. This claw was like lightning. The iron cloak talisman and weak water talisman on Xiaohua's body were like paper under this sharp claw. In an instant, it pierced into his Daoist robe. At this crucial moment, the muscles on Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. His entire body suddenly hugged into a ball, and Xiaohua seemed to be on flat ground. With an extremely ingenious movement technique, he actually dodged the goshawk's sharp claws. The pleasant surprise didn't stop there. At the same time that Xiaohua used his movement technique, his other hand very naturally took out the devil spear from the space. He slightly unfolded it in the air, and like using an iron rod, he swatted it at the goshawk's sharp claws from an extremely strange angle. Pots, the goshawk's sharp claws did its best to dodge, but under Xiaohua's ingenious angle and excellent timing, it still couldn't dodge and was hit by the devil spear. Caw, 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 the goshawk's sharp claws fiercely retracted. It raised its beak to the sky and cried out several times. Immediately, its 3-meter-long wings fiercely flapped, and a hurricane-like force directly attacked Xiaohua. That hurricane hadn't yet come close, but a suffocating feeling hit Xiaohua in the face. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. This wasn't a simple force, but a hurricane formed from spiritual aura. This was the furious attack of a Foundation establishment goshawk. How could a trifling aura-refining cultivator like him withstand it? Not daring to hesitate, Xiaohua immediately changed direction. Head down, he flew straight to the ground. Moreover, at the same time he flew down, Xiaohua immediately used an Earth Escape talisman on his body. This was also the flash of inspiration he had just now. Sure enough, the goshawk was caught off guard by Xiaohua's sudden descent. In an instant, it rushed far away. By the time the goshawk landed again, Xiaohua had already fallen a lot. The goshawk had been teased time and time again. This time, it was thoroughly angry. With a flap of its giant wings, a black shadow of 10 feet in size swooped down from the sky toward Xiaohua's back. Its sharp claws actually emitted a cold light under the sunlight. If Xiaohua was caught by these claws, he would most likely end up with his flesh and blood flying everywhere. Quick, quick, quick! Xiaohua almost wanted to reach out a hand in his heart, wanting to quickly land on the ground. Unfortunately, the goshawk's sharp claws attacked when he was about 100 feet above the ground. Xiaohua didn't even think. His entire body flew at an extremely beautiful angle in midair. The devil spear in his hand was similarly incomparably gorgeous, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it blocked between his back and the goshawk's claws. The strange thing was that this devil spear wasn't the same as before. In this attack, there wasn't any strength. Instead, at the same time it collided with the goshawk's claws, it used a kind of ingenious method to borrow the enormous force of the goshawk's claws to rapidly push Xiaohua's own body towards the ground. Xiaohua only needed a breath to cover the distance of 100 feet. Just as his body landed on the ground, a burst of brilliance flashed on Xiaohua's body. The Earth Escape talisman came into effect. Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared under the ground. The goshawk saw that it had been teased time and time again. Its prey, an extremely weak thing, had actually disappeared in front of its eyes. It was abnormally furious. Its body flew on the ground, and its divine sense ruthlessly swept over Xiaohua's body, who was deep underground. Xiaohua was underground and had already sensed the goshawk's divine sense. Greatly alarmed, he hurriedly fled to other places. Unfortunately, when he fled 100 feet, the goshawk also flew 100 feet. The goshawk's body had always been above Xiaohua's head. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.